Hey, y'all. I said, hey, y'all. It's happy. Listen, it's a wonderful Sunday. I hope everybody's having a wonderful Sunday. Happy Sunday to everybody. We're a little bit closer to Thanksgiving, a little bit closer to Turkey Day. And if you like me, it might be a little bit closer to Turkey Wing Day. I think I'm going to cook a turkey, but I'm eating turkey wings because that's how I'm feeling. But how y'all feeling? Did y'all watch this show tonight? Did y'all happen to see the foolishness and shenanigans and chicanery and the mess that went on tonight? Did y'all watch this? Oh, we got to talk about it. We got to talk about it. Y'all come in and hit the like button, please. Come in and hit the like button, please. Please, oh, please, oh, please. Come in and hit the like button. Get comfortable. Loosen your bra straps. Loosen your wig straps. Honey, shoes off. Let's do this thing. We got to talk about it. We got to talk about it. Before I get into greeting everybody, look, y'all, listen. I messed around and looked on Instagram before I came on here, and I don't know what I did that for. Look, we finna share the screen because it's some more mess that we got to talk about later. Yes, it is. Oh, yes, it is. Oh, yes, it is. It's some stuff we're going to have to talk about later, and I ain't going to get into it too much tonight because this is not what this is about. Baby, why it look like Young Miami letting people know they jump to conclusions a little too quick, and you might want to mind your business. She say, the way you make me feel these days, y'all, and it look like somebody done sent this girl enough roses so she could be the queen of hearts in the next Alice in Wonderland reboot. Yes, honey. Oh, yes, honey. Oh, honey. Are y'all seeing this? Listen, live action, honey. Roses upon roses upon roses upon roses. Possibly her and good old Diddy Pop, whatever you wants to call the Negro, had a spat, which caused her to remove pictures. But baby, whatever the spat was spatting because Mr. Man done came through with way more than a century of roses, honey. I would have to call this a millennia, but y'all saw it now. I can't wait till we can gossip about this because I know that's about to be some good old gossip, the way people jumped all over it. Ooh, yes. They were so happy to think she was done spending that money. She ain't done. Carisha say it's more to spend. And I'm cheering for her. Go, Carisha, go. Go, Carisha, go. Don't fall all in, girl, but you know, just dip a toe in that wallet. Dip a toe in that wallet. Now, let me greet everybody so we can talk about Potomac. Baby, some things done went down. You know, my daughter used to call it that because she didn't know it was Potomac. This girl was saying Potomac. So we finna talk about Potomac tonight. That's what we finna talk about. Vita, what's going on? Vita's here from Denver, y'all, in case you didn't know. Alicia Mata. You said your guess is Candace will not show up in Miami. Well, you know she said she got to meet up with Trina. So she might be in Miami, but Candace might decide she not staying with none of them girls. That's what she might decide. I don't know. Hey, God's anointed daughter. How you doing, Tracy Lashley? Hey, girl. What's going on? Alicia got to go get her charger. You beyond sick of them yellow hoes. Ooh, I'm dead. Then she hollered at everybody. Hey, Daphne Laguerre, how are you? They so dramatic. They are. How you doing, gorgeous? All right, Jay Della Ray is in the house. How you doing? I'm Butterfly. Good to see you. How you doing? All right. Annie Gant, you say happy, blessed Sunday. I know that's right. What a blessing to be here this Sunday. I love it. Little Mackie. Did Mia hit Wendy on camera? It looked like she committed assault, and I hope Wendy called 911 to have Handsome Squidward arrested. Hey, Kenya 330, what's going on? My good sis is here, Marilyn McGowan. Hey, boo. Love it. Charles is in the house. Oh, it ain't started in the UK yet, but love to hear your commentary, then watch. Okay, well, if I can give it to you in a way that you can get the whole picture without watching, then bless your heart. I'm going to do my best. Kim Bird, hey, sis, how you feeling? Good to see you. All right, we got Cheryl. You made it. D, hey, sis, I was just getting ready to call you after a while because you came up missing. Where your crown went, girl? I got to holler at you and see how you doing. Good to see you. All right. We got Miss Sparkle in the house, our resident Mary Kay lady. How you been doing, girl? Glad you here. All right. Dana Cutler's here, y'all. Miss Steelers Nation, Auntie Eva, you made it. G Darling is in the house. Hey, G Darling, what's up, girl? Cool Gamer is here. I know that's right. Hey, Dora, what's up, sis? I'm glad you made it. All right. Hey, Ashley. Hey, Lala Chanel, good to see you. Vanessa Comagate, what's up, sis? Jazzy, hey there, good to see you. DV is in the house. What's happening? Queen of Hearts KS, always a pleasure. The beautiful and gorgeous Nisi Rose is up in here. Yvette, all the way from Birmingham, England. Candace Lane, good to see you. Hey, Nona, what's up, girl? How you been? Good to see you. Okay. Rochelle is in the house. Hey, sis. Who's Kira? Hey, gorgeous. How are you? She's serving face tonight, ladies. She is serving face. That's a face card that never declines. That's what they tell me. Hey, Nacho Twins mama, how you doing? Hey, Don D, what's happening? Mega Million, that's my Megan. Hey, love, how are you? Lel, good to see you. Hey, Angela Davis, how y'all doing? Deborah Harris, hey there. Hey, Catherine Bennett, that's right. Wigs off, family. Let your scalp breathe. Now, if you got one of them stitched to your braids, then you please don't rip that one off because that could be tragic. Just don't do it. Take it from me. I've never tried it. Never would I ever. Don't you try it either. Hey, happy to be happy. I'm glad you made it. Dolce. What's up, Dolce? How you doing? Good to see you. All right. Sheila J in the house. What's up? Miss Gardner. I remember Miss Gardner. That's my girl right there. How you doing? All right. Yeah, I hope everybody feels unsafe around her too. There go our good sis Cheryl, the songbird. Hey, lady, how are you? Delicia, you made it. How you doing? Michelle Cherise, so good to see you. All right, delightful by design. Hello, lady, how are you? Deborah Randall is here. That's one half of the Debs. I'm looking for the other half. Hey, Veronica, how you doing? WD Rose 42, good to see you. Hey, Randa, how you doing, sis? Good to see you. My plum is in the house. And look at our lovely silver diamond. So good to see you. Y'all, I think I almost got everybody. Is okay. Now, how do I say this? Is that Kaija Monet TV? Kaija. Oh, baby, I acknowledge everybody. So you in the right place. You never have to worry about being acknowledged here. Everybody is acknowledged here. I promise you. I just didn't want to mess your name up. Hey, Charm CC, what's happening? All right. So let's get into this show, shall we? Shall we get into it? All right, let's go. All right. So listen, first of all, listen, y'all, the problematic behavior continues. It continues. The beautiful Bianca Edwards is here and reminding everybody to hit that like button. Now, y'all, please do right by me because I'm going to always do right by you. Okay? Please hit the like button. Don't just do it for me. Do it for any Black content creators who chat, you roll into. Please hit the like button. Even if you stay for a second, hit it, please. Thank you so much. Say me as a whole man, but they don't want to talk about that. They don't. Handsome Squidward is dangerous, just like Robert. These are some dangerous fellas. And don't worry, y'all. We're going to talk about it tonight. We're going to talk about it. So, y'all, please hit the like button. I will be periodically doing like counts. And I feel bad that I got to stop and do like counts because I just feel like I love y'all so much. I want y'all to show me some love back, if you don't mind. If you don't mind. Because right now it's 140 in the chat and I got 89 likes. So it's looking like, like it's about a good, I don't know, 60 people that don't love me. Now that's heartbreaking. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna do like Lenny Williams. I cried. Oh. Y'all hit that like button. DT is in the house. That's right. And even DT is reminding y'all to hit the like button. So let's get into it. Yeah, them clear adjacent thugs was running amucks. They was running amok. They were, for real. They need to have that same energy. You say Karen looks more like Squidward to men. Karen got the witch nose. She got a nose that's pinched like a witch. But Karen has always had that witch nose, but she is very cute with her little witch nose. But Mia is definitely handsome Squidward. Don't make me find a picture of handsome Squidward and put it up, because y'all know I'll do it. Y'all know I'll do it. Yeah, them some dangerous fellas. Them some dangerous fellas. You say, I can't hear you on the floor. Okay, I'll behave. I will behave and just tell y'all what had happened. I'm going to behave, and I'm just going to stick to the facts. I'm just going to say what happened. Hey, Ravine. Now, y'all know the rules before we get going. All right. Wigs loose, bras loose, shoes off, seatbelts on, drinks in hand, snacks in front of you. And remember, if I miss greeting someone who comes in the door, make sure that if I miss them, that you don't, because greeting people is what? Important. And that's what we do over here on this good front porch. We greet everybody. Everybody is to feel welcome. Ravine, how you doing? Patricia Robinson, good to see you, sis. You say Mia. Yeah, Mia definitely got the handsome Squidward on lock. She definitely got it. Hey, DM Rocks. Well, last season she was 37, 13, 38, 39. So I don't know how old she is this season. Okay. All right. So let's get it. Let's go. Hey, Lee. You say don't behave. Keep it dragging. All right. I'm going to do my best, though. I'm going to do my best, because Randa say I already had her on the floor. Hey, Mary Reeves. How you doing? All right. So let's get it, y'all. Let's go. All right. So first of all, they did what they always do. They did what they always do, starting where they left off from last episode with that good burn session. Well, let's talk about this burn session situation, shall we? Okay, so where they rejoined the burn session was at the Ding-a-ling talk. They rejoined the burn session at the Ding-a-ling talk. Now, don't y'all make me say it like she said it, all right? I don't want to lose my Baptist card. But they rejoined at the Ding-a-ling talk. Hey, Miss Kaiser, so say, go to Discord and let us know what's going on. Don't put your personal business in the chat. That's why we got Discord. You know what I'm saying? Your sisters are here for you, but please put it in Discord so everybody don't know your business. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, you know, we love you, but we don't know who all watching. And sometimes the devil be praying too. Hey, LJ, what's going down? But listen. So they sitting to the table. Hey, Sasha Ellis. And wait a minute. You say on Google it says she 37. Google need to quit lying. Hell, I guess if I check it, Google gonna say I'm 19. But Ashley was still with that. Oh, you know what we heard last week. Oh, he's been in other people's DMs that wasn't quite as innocuous. What's up, Lady K? And so I'm sitting there like, okay, here we go with this bull crap again. And baby Candace shut that down. She said, your husband likes to leave you and go over to whoever house. I guess however you say the person's name, even if they had bleeped the name out, the way she mouthed the word, they had to put a flower over. They put one of them good cherry blossoms over her mouth, because they was trying to figure out, like, I guess they say we can't let the name get out because maybe that's a well-known sex worker. So they bleeped that name all the way out. They bleeped that name all the way out, baby, and said he likes to go over there and he likes to sing karaoke. Y'all know what we talking about when we say somebody was singing karaoke. They say that Michael be going over there singing the hits. They say that Michael is one of this man's clients. And I do mean man. What a man, what a man, what a man, what a mighty good man. Say he was over there singing What a Man. He was singing the hits. And so that's when we saw what we saw, right, WD Rose? He was rocking the mic. He was singing the hits. Yes, they did show another clip of Chris minding his doggone business. You know, exposing the lies. And so that's when we get Ashley, or as we love to call her over here on this porch, Pennywise the Clown, with all that good forehead. And she said, now we're veering off the path. Now I'm trying to figure out, for me, I'm asking for me and my friend, me and my homegirl, how is that veering off the path? It sounds like to me that y'all was on the path of bashing, exposing, and lambasting each other's spouses. So I felt like that was the right path. I don't understand how Candace was veering off the path. That looked like the path that Ashley chose, and she simply joined her on said path. Ain't that what it seemed like? It seemed like to me. You say Mike was singing "What a Wonderful World." It could have been. Could have been. Hell, matter of fact, in the chat, y'all put a list of songs that Michael could have been singing that night while he was singing the hits when he was doing karaoke. Okay, DT say maybe he was singing "Stand by Your Man." Then maybe that's what he was singing. I mean, if y'all know what Michael was singing when he was, murdering the hits, put it in the chat. Yeah, joined her and took over the wheel, right? Because she decided that was the path they was on. And then when Candace, slipped off her heels and skipped over to the path with her, then all of the sudden, now it's too far and we done veered off the path and you're deflecting. Ma'am, this is the path you chose. This is the path you chose, ma'am. Nisa said he was singing "I Got Your Man." Catherine Bennett said he was singing "Lollipop." Oh no. Wait, the old school version or the Lil Wayne version? "My Neck, My Back." Okay, that's what it could have been. WD Rose say "Just the Two of Us." Lala Chanel say he was singing "Secret Lovers." "You My Little Secret" and "Keep It on the Down Low." He did a medley. All right. Yes, Auntie Eva say "Rock Me Tonight" for old time's sake. Not back to the Freddie Jackson. All right. That's a new song. He freestyled that one. Okay, Charm CC say he sang "Downtown" by SWV. Hey, Tara here. Oh no, not "Lick Me Dry." I don't know that one. Maybe he was singing "Candy Liquor" by Mr. Marvin Cease. Maybe that's what it was. Say you surely open the door to violence knowing your husband is a super freak. Yeah, he's super freaky. Jay Della Ray say he's mine. You might have had him once, but I got him all the time. I know that's right. Not the moking stuff. Y'all is taking me back. What? Don't mess with Bill. "As We Lay" and "Milkshake." He probably sang all them songs, including "Freak Me Baby." I know that's right. I know that's right. Ravine say "Groove Me." Southern Charm say "If You Don't Know Me By Now." I know that's right, girl. That's my song. Let me find out he was singing that song. "I Want to Be Your Man." Oh, complete with the synthesizer. "I want to be your man." Hey, Mona. Mona said he was singing "Nasty Grind." DH said, DH just hollering at us. I want to know what all he was singing. "Tonight Is the Night." What? That you make me a woman. All right, Michael, let me find out you got soul, boy. I'm not mad at you. I ain't mad at you. Not Magic Stick. Ooh, ooh. Yes, y'all took me there like the Staple Singers. Y'all took me there. Okay. But that was my fault because, see, I chose the path and y'all joined me on it. And notice I didn't blame y'all. I didn't come here and say, "Oh, now we veering off the path. Are y'all deflecting?" No. I simply designated the path and y'all joined me on the path. Hey, Mary, you know what I'm saying? See, I like when we all is on the same path. I don't know why Ashley didn't like that they was on the same path. Girl, you picked the path. You picked the path. Then when the girl joined you, now it's deflecting and veering off. Tell anybody veered. You chose it. You chose that. You was the GPS voice. Take this exit, and so Candace took it. Karen Crazy Butt talking about, "Ooh, I'm sick to my stomach." They talking about sucking dang-a-langs and Mia, we need to go. We don't need too much of this. Mia sat her big messy tail there. Hey, Maybelline. She sat there. Sat her big messy tail there. She wasn't ready to go. Mia want to sit there and try to get all the mess. Y'all see, Mia's a messy old thing. Oh, she's a messy old thing. Oh, and so is Bianca Edwards. Not the dangly thing at the back of the throat, Lord. Well, y'all said it. I didn't. I just chose the path. That's what I'm going to do tonight. I'm going to choose the path and see if y'all can join me. So anyway, then they went to going back and forth, and Candace talking about, "Oh, the pendulum swing both ways." And baby, ain't no pendulum. You went to telling a bunch of lies, and the girl hit you with the truth. See, Karen played a game, and my daughter's in the chat. My Peanut is here, and Peanut can tell y'all that I have a game that I like to play. Okay, it's called Truth for a Lie. And I played this game with a gentleman one time, and much like Candace is having to play it now, and the way you play Truth for a Lie, is every time somebody tell a lie on you, you tell the truth on them, because the truth is heavier. Baby, that truth will make them people want to beat you with a Sherman tank. They will literally want to pick up a tank and hit you with it. God's anointed daughter still on the path. She say, I've been stroking by Clarence Carter. That might be what it was. So they kept going back and forth, child. Wendy hurriedly tried to end this event. Karen and Mia sprinted out there to the sprinter where Robin was, telling that lie about an Uber 30 minutes away. Girl, you ain't had no Uber 30 minutes away. Your funky behind was sitting out there in that sprinter making it smell stale while you was waiting on them people to end that event and come out. You know you ain't had no Uber on the way, because we didn't see you get up out of there, because them ladies did not end that event no time soon. They had time for whole side conversations, and your funky tail was still in that sprinter, ma'am. You didn't have no Uber. That was an Uber lie. But I just wanted to point that out, because this heifer did a lot of lying, and I'm not gonna let her make it. I'm not gonna let her make it. So Wendy asked Candace, not Candace, but she asked Ashley, why in the hell would you do that in front of the cameras? Like, why would you get here and do that? So get this, y'all. This girl literally admitted that she wanted to say it in front of Giselle, because when they was talking at her house, she said that Giselle liked to make up stories and stuff. And so that's why she wanted to say it in front of Giselle, to let her know, to let Candace know. If you want to let Candace know something, you could have said it to Candace. Why would you need to say something in front of Giselle to let Candace know something? So what that translated to me as, I wanted to get up here and help bash Chris on camera with Giselle, to let Giselle know I'm still down with Team Yellow. Now, that's what I heard. I don't know what y'all heard, but that's what I heard. So anyway, then she went ahead and told who it was. That's when she outed Riff Raff and let everybody know that Riff Raff was the one lying on Chris. Thank you so much for the super sticker, Lee. Thank you for them $5. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. So she was a Giselle attack dog again. Right. Just like she was when that girl called her a filthy milkmaid. See, now it's starting to make sense why Candace had called that girl a filthy milkmaid. Now, that was terrible, but it was funny as hell. Cheryl said Robin full of it. She was waiting on for the gossip from her boyfriend Gizzard. Y'all so mean. Now, y'all know Robin is the man in that scenario, if anything is going on, because I don't know if there is, but if there is, you know Robert has to be the man in that situation. Now, anyway, so they sitting up there, and what's the name? Candace had went to confront Giselle. They went and had a confrontation. I guess you could call that a conversation. Okay, it was a conversation / confrontation. So they went ahead and had the convo, and she straightened out the fact that, okay, Chris say you invited him. And I'm going to tell y'all how y'all know Giselle is lying. Please hit that like button. That's number one. Hit the like button. But I'm going to tell y'all how I know Giselle was lying, y'all. I know Giselle was lying because she hit, I don't recall. She hit the Ollie North from the Iran-Contra, trial. Because ain't no way you don't recall. You've been telling this story like you remember it like the back of your hand. Now, all of a sudden, when you get confronted with the God, heaven, truth, now you don't recall. How in the world do you not recall, ma'am? How? You say, Candace, is me pretending I want to talk, knowing I just want some straightening. Right. That's what it was. Not Robert looks like a decomposed skunk. I'm through. There you go, DT. You on a road. We on that road tonight. So then Giselle hit the I don't recall. Then she was like, and then she mentioned the fact, what up, Mimi? And then she mentioned the fact that Chris said he told her to leave the door open because I don't want nobody to say nothing went on because we speaking, by ourselves or whatever. And that's when she throws in, well, if I don't remember that, but if he said that, then that means he know it was inappropriate. And baby, that's when the straightening went down. Hey, Mimi, head sniper in the house. So yeah, and I was with Candace on that. You went from he was trying to holler at me on the cool, he a sneaky link, to where I just felt uncomfortable because I didn't want to be alone with a man that wasn't my husband. Then you tried to switch it back with her to he knew it was inappropriate. And so Candace called her on it and was like, you trying to make like this man lured you. Hey, Kyra, I'll be messing your name up, baby. I love you. Yeah, all of a sudden she got amnesia. And so now she want to flip it back to he was doing something untoward to her. And then when Candace called her on to talking about, I didn't say that. Girl, you didn't have to say it. You implied it. Ain't nobody stupid. Ain't nobody stupid at all. So anyway, Karen out there, she decides to tell Robin about, Ashley's failed antics, because Ashley tried it, I guess, to try to make Giselle feel good, because she failed so miserably when Candace walked out on her and called the manager and lets her know about the whole ding-a-ling conversation or whatever. And that was scary. Very scary. Mona say Raymond playing both sides, saying Candace is exaggerating the story to Chris. Yes, Mona. That's what I said from the beginning. Robert is sitting up there playing both sides. Jake from State Farm ain't to be trusted at all. Don't y'all buy no policy from him, because he sat up there pretending like, oh, I'm your friend. And then when they were shopping, yes, definitely said something else. Lala say Grandma Willow and her rings annoy me. She knew exactly what she was doing, and I'm glad Candace called her out, put that heifer in her place immediately. Thank you so much for the super chat, Deborah. So I really enjoyed One's Got to Go the other night. All right, thank you, sis. I appreciate that. DT say Robin look and smells like Jabba the Hutt. I'm so dead. Okay, so listen now. They telling Robert, they call themselves telling Robert about what went on out there in the Sprinter. That's when Robert was like, oh, I heard about that years ago. But if y'all notice, Giselle put a whole lot more on it. Said that, oh yeah, she told her that Chris propositioned Riff Raff and grabbed her butt. And I'm sitting there like, are y'all serious right now? First of all, Ashley didn't even say all that. But apparently that must be what Giselle told Ashley to say, and Ashley left that part out. And she runs out there to put that on camera. Oh, proposition her and grabbed her butt. Girl, listen. See, this is what I don't like. Y'all know I don't like people to tell lies. It do something to me. It do something to me. So now let's just talk about what we talking about. Can we talk about what we talking about, or can we talk about what we talking about? You know what I'm saying? I don't put nothing past no man born of a woman, because y'all know men would do almost anything in the world, and Peanut say that is not a woman and Chris ain't gay. This is what I'm talking about right here. Now I'm just gonna be neutral, because I don't know how to be nobody else. I'm just gonna be neutral. Can I be neutral? Do y'all mind? Do y'all mind? Can I just be real? Am I allowed to be real for a minute? Hold on. Because see, this right here is where they just lost me. This is where they just lost me. We need to look at Exhibit A while about this. We're going to leave Exhibit A on the screen while we talk about this. So now we sitting up here saying, now y'all know I don't cut for Chris. I don't do Chris. It's something I don't do Dusty in no shade. I don't care whether it's Walking Dead pale, plum purple, lemon yellow, pecan tan. I don't do Dusty men. Period, point blank. But now this lie is embarrassing. Thank you, Nene Rose. This is an embarrassing lie. So now what we saying is, this man who we just saw on camera, not even looking in this, I don't even know if this is a woman, man. What the hell do we even call this? The predator, whoever, Riff Raff. We didn't even see this man looking Riff Raff goddamn direction. But now Giselle done escalated this to flirting, propositioning, and grabbing of a behind that we never saw existed. Now this is where I'm lost. I need somebody to make this make sense. Okay? So literally, Ashley tried to tell this lie, and I'm going to tell y'all something else that threw me, right? I want y'all to go back on your instant replay. I want you to go back on your instant replay. When Wendy asked Ashley straight up, who was the friend, Ashley actually stuttered like she was trying to think of a friend to name. I believe that she didn't either. I believe that actually she either did not want to say this person's name, or she just made up this name on the spot, because this right here, Daphne Leakes, I'm through with you. And on that note, I'm finna stop sharing. Daphne Leakes say this literally looks like a goddamn mountain lion. See, this is what I'm talking about. I'm choosing the road tonight, and y'all just jumping on the road with me. Y'all jumping on the same path with me. Predator adjacent, yes. Y'all jumped on the path with me. I chose the path, so I ain't gonna say you veered. I'm not gonna blame you. I'm not gonna do what Ashley did to Candace. No, I chose that path, and y'all went down it with me. Thank you for joining me on the yellow brick road. But yeah, that happened. So then let's move on, because Ashley goes to see the lawyer, and the lawyer is absolutely wonderful. The lawyer is wonderful. She's a beautiful black lady. If y'all didn't see her, go fast forward to that part just to see the pretty black lady lawyer, because she was gorgeous, honey. Sis was sharp, and she was really showing that she knew her stuff, and her mouth was slick too. I love a sister with a slick mouth. I love a sister with a slick mouth. She said that friend put RHOP on her Instagram bio so fast, she thinks she's slick with that 3-minute screen time and name mention. Oh, yeah, she absolutely did. She hoping to get famous, but baby, this is not. Shut up, Seanitra. I almost said the wrong thing. But anyway, back to Ashley and this pretty black lady lawyer. Let's get back to Ashley and this pretty black lady lawyer. Wait a minute. I done missed some super chats. Wait. Okay. Touche Lux, thank you so much for the super sticker, sis. I appreciate it. Okay. Who's Kira? Thank you for the super chat. Say thank you for always keeping it real and making others laugh. Please like the video, fam. Y'all heard her, like the video. Thank y'all so much. It just, I realized I seen it at the top, like, dang, I done missed them. Let me get it. So listen. So while she talking to the lawyer, she's like, well, everything could be good, but it could go awry. She telling that threesome lie again. Like, girl, don't nobody believe that. I don't care how many times you said that threesome lie, ain't getting it. Ain't no, oh, you was doing threesomes, now you don't want to do threesomes. I feel like, in my personal opinion, if I'm allowed to be real, I feel like Ashley did a threesome or two here or there, but I think more or less they had an open relationship, and she knew not only was she claiming to be bisexual, that Michael was bisexual as well. And guess what? If y'all like it, I love it. Ain't nobody had to be there for that, and I think she knew. And I think them lies done got away from her, because everybody on that show was in her business and wanted to find something to read her on, because y'all know in previous seasons, Ashley was even messier than she is this season. So now they got to fake a divorce, and she got to pretend it was about threesomes. It wasn't never no threesomes. Hey, Tay say, when the lawyer said I did not get my degree from Google, I fell out. Child, me too. I fell out right along with you. So you just watched Wakanda Forever twice this weekend. None of them celebrated queens look like the cast of RHOP. Even in sorrow, there was respect and joy, not giving RHOP ratings. Okay, I feel you. Daphne Leakes, thank you so much for the super chat. She say, love your channel, sis. I love you right back. I'm so glad you here. Yeah, them threesomes was with men and not women, and I feel like Michael was the sandwich, and sometimes Ashley probably got left out altogether. That's what was going on. That's just what it was. And I'm tired of her telling that threesome lie, because I'm not buying it, y'all. I can't. You say you can't understand your man liking peen too. Well, some women don't mind that. Some women like a bisexual man. I've heard women say that. And I say, if you like it, look, I'm not going to say ain't nobody, because some people might be judging her. I'm not judging her based on what she like or what she can tolerate. Okay? Because what I can take, you can't. Some of y'all might be able to take a fist to the face, but a man hit me, he better be able to catch bullets with his teeth. And that's just it. That's on everything. Okay? But every woman got her own breaking point. Every woman got her own deal breakers. So apparently that wasn't no deal breaker for her. Right. She might have been over there pegging. She might have been, digging in them guts. You know what I'm saying? That's not my business. That's all I'm saying. But I think she don't want to tell the truth about that, because she knows how people gonna judge her. And so she want to lie and say it was just threesomes and she didn't want to do it no more. Ashley, stop. Then the lady asked about the prenup. Now, this is the question we really got to get into, y'all, because Ashley has told so many lies about it. That's why I didn't want to talk about it too much, because it wasn't clear. It wasn't clear. Okay? I said, Ashley looks stupid sitting there. She know what long nuts got going on. Tell them, Mona. Tell them. That's what I'm talking about. And so she's sitting up there, talking about well, there is a prenup. But before it was a prenup, then it wasn't a prenup, then it was a postnup. Then she told her mama and her uncle what they hungry, poor living tales. Oh, well, the prenup expired. So basically, it ain't nothing. So now when you talking to the lawyer, here we go again. It's the prenups again. Now there is a prenup. And everything he had beforehand, he keeping what he made after y'all got to divvy up. So that's what you claim. That's what you claim. Okay, yeah, she did say long nuts. She said that. I saw it and read it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But that's the thing. Even we could all say, what about the posting up? I think at this point was clear is that Ashley has been lying backwards and forwards, y'all, because there is no divorce. She is lying. And I stand on that. Ashley is lying. Hey, Cha-Cha, what's up, boo? Hey, Candy R. So dig this. Dig this. So they talking about they separated or whatever. And the lawyer was like, well, look, the person who got the money, of course, they gonna want a real quick, situation with no lawyers, and I'm gonna send you a proposal, blase squaze, right? And then, you got to be able to trust him to be honest about how much money is in that actual marital pot, because you don't have no way of knowing. Ashley talking about she want to wait till till it get closer to that time, like maybe till 5 months before then she admit that she's stalling. Yeah, you're stalling because this ain't no real divorce, girl. I don't believe you. I need to see the dissolution of marriage papers. That's what I need to see. Okay. Then she say the lawyer told her, well, when you done, and then let her know that buying a house with your husband with an LLC ain't no good idea, because unless you get it in writing that it was a gift to you, that later on he could claim a stake to it and throw your monkey behind out. And I'm glad she cleared that up on camera, so that way we can get all the YouTube lawyers, all the blog lawyers, all the Instagram lawyers, the people that don't have a Juris Doctorate, they want to tell you, well, see, this is the way it goes. No, now we heard from a legal professional in that state who know the laws in that state, who gave it to her blood raw. Now we know. Now we know. Hey, Delightful by Design say, I agree. I don't think this is a real divorce. I don't think so either. This hooker's lying. God's anointed daughter says she got a bad case of lie beaters. I believe that. Oh, I believe that. Oh, yes. Girl, I know you finna tear it up. I know you finna tear it up, girl. That I know. Don D say she lying. He just don't want to film no more. I told y'all, didn't I tell you? Was I not the first person to tell you that that's what I think going on? Southern Charm say trying to figure out how a wife is clueless to the husband's finances. Ain't no way. Girl, it's a lot of stupid women out there. A lot of them don't watch the money. Cheryl say, I think she might be screwed. She was dumb enough to allow Michael to handle everything. Well, how was she going to not let him handle it? He was the one making it. What was she going to tell him? You made it, now hand it to me. Yeah, she stay lying. So, hey, Snow White, say Ashley want more kids. She tried to lock him in. She locked him in bad enough with ATM and Moneybag Yo. She locked him in bad enough with them two. Now, can we really tell the truth about it? Okay. But anyway, and that's when she was like gonna tell the lady, well, looking up stuff on Google and talking to you is like, completely different. And that's when the lawyer hit her with, girl, I did not get my degree on Google. I said, hello, good night. One time for the educated sisters, one time for the girls with degrees. Can we please show out for the sisters that showed out? Can we please show out for the sisters that showed out? Because when I say I love that lawyer, I love her. I love her, baby. She cleared Ashley. Ashley didn't even realize she was cleared. I wonder if that big four-headed heifer, if that rotund-headed hooker realizes even now that woman cleared her and called you a ditzy recessive. Baby, you ditzy and dumb, sat in front of Black excellence and got cleared, and you probably paid for that consultation. Hey, U.S. Army brat, that's right, y'all. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. So then we get this weird, contrived scene, y'all. What up, Nina Ross? We get this weird contrived scene between Mia, Sharice, or as we call on the porch, Rasputia, and her friend Jacqueline. Now, y'all, this scene was strange, and we got to talk about it. Oh, yes, they're strange and we don't like it. Okay? So Mia sitting up there, baby, why did Mia, in her faking and pretending to like Sharice, trying to dig up a reason why she didn't like Sharice, end up shading the hell out Sharice? That's right, Lee. Shout out to the girls with degrees. Shout out to them chocolate queens that walked across the stage. Okay? Much love to the girls that wasn't scared of going ahead and doing their work. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, FD Johns. Say the way that office look, oh, she paid a hefty consultation fee. I know that's right. I know that's right. Paid $250 for pure clearance. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, yes. But yeah, that scene was manufactured. Sharice ended up hanging out with Mia. Child, Team Yellow trying and they failing. They trying and they failing. They getting cleared and they clearing themselves. So she talking about, oh, she just loves Sharice with the 2 R's and 2 S's. And I love that her eyelashes be sliding off her face and she don't care. And girl, what the hell is that? The love. You just sat up here and low-key clowned the entire hell out of that girl, talking about that's why you love her. What is that to love? You just said that her eyelashes be sliding, Mia. Say Mia all of a sudden crawl up Sharice's bush, as Karen would say. Right. Baby, it was too much. Daphne, wasn't that lawyer beautiful? Wasn't she? Say, why does the fan base hate women who proud of their academic and professional accomplishments, but stand the ones who associate a personality to material things given by way of a man? Is weird as F. Right. And what about the ones who ain't even got no material things given by a man? Because again, I assert that Giselle is living in 2 barns put together with a hot glue gun. That's what I said. That's what I said. Say Mia exposed why they allow Sharice around, because Sharice look a mess and they make them feel better. I've been said that. Sharice is the type of black girl that they can tolerate. They can tolerate and stomach a Sharice, because Sharice don't give them, Sharice don't give them the stomach flu. Okay, y'all don't know what the stomach flu is. Well, let me explain it to you. Because see, some of y'all in this chat been giving people the stomach flu. I can tell by your pictures. Like this sister here, oh, you done gave a few people the stomach flu. And Mia do got some big mitts. She got some big soup bones for hands. She do. That's right. Mia say Wendy is one that needs friends. Right. But listen, let me explain to y'all what the stomach flu is, because some of y'all is passing out stomach flus and don't know you're doing it. Okay, what that stomach flu is, let me just click. You've been doing it. Okay, you've definitely been doing it. Okay, Stylish Lux, you've been doing it. Daphne, definitely been doing it. This is my kid, so I know she been doing it. U.S. Army brat, definitely been doing it. See, that stomach flu is when you way too fine. See, she been doing it. When you way too fine and you walk in a room and everybody who's less than you feel like they stomach sick. Every time everybody who's a little bit less than you or not quite as cute as you, not quite as bad as you, all of a sudden them hoes get the bubble guts. That means that you passing out stomach flus. A lot of y'all been passing them out and you didn't even know it. Y'all trying to figure out why people who look like handsome Squidward don't like you and you ain't never spoke to them. That's why. Y'all giving them hell for stomach flus. Y'all been doing it. You're guilty. Okay? You've been passing out stomach flus. And that's what is going on when it comes to Candace and Wendy. That's what was happening with Monique. They was giving these whole stomach flus. What you say, not your twins, mama? Them Nitraisms that they be sending you, huh? It's the truth. Some of y'all is giving out stomach flus. Right. Sharice wig walking in was just as ragged. Right. Because she don't get them hoes no stomach flus. That's what's going on. Hello, Stylish Looks. Tell the truth, shame the devil. That's all I'm trying to say. Y'all been giving these girls stomach flus. Yes, your light be blinding them. This one here say since 1998 per. Queen Me say Mia talking about Sharice eyelashes, but baby, your eyebrows are overdrawn and too thick. Baby, she said that Sharice eyelashes was sliding, and she forgot all last season her whole face was melting and sliding off. Say you giving the girl stomach flus, they hating on you too. Girl, y'all reckon I'm still giving them a flu or two? Am I still giving out a flu or two? Lala say they built bad and got a face that only their mama tolerates. Say Sharice big back self talking about she needs to sleep alone. Baby, listen, need granted. She got no worries. She's safe and secure. She ain't got to worry about it. She good. She good. So they having this weird conversation. They come in and Sharice asking her about her health, and they end up again talking about her past, and her mama was on drugs, and her daddy died in jail, and me and Jackie, like sister Jackie, went with me to the hospital, and Jackie ain't like me at first, and she realized I was a rider. All this, it was so weird. Like, you had two friends and this strange woman who just wanted to be a part of the conversation. It was a bit much. So then you got Mia announcing that they're gonna go to Miami, and that it's a 5-star house. It's on the harbor. It's got 6 bedrooms, but it's 9 girls going. And that Candace will be invited or whatever, but she don't know where she gonna be. It's Karen's 59th birthday. Mia say that Wendy's good luck to Wendy. She can't stand her. She puts off her aura like she proving herself, like whatever. And it's like, girl, know what it is you see Wendy, and you realize whether Wendy put all that plastic on her or not, she still had you beat by leaps and bounds, because we can clearly see that Wendy's a girl. That's what this is all about. There's the other Deb. Hey, Debbie. All right now. Stylish Look say, you can't tell me and Jacqueline having threesomes energy is weird. Yeah, the energy is weird. It's some weird energy there, definitely. Alicia say Chris is doing an I Stay Alive, saying he doesn't know who's real and who's not while drinking. Oh, well, we know he likes social media now. Say, what are they forcing Sharice on the screen? Baby, listen, this the way I see it, y'all. Y'all tell me if I'm wrong in the chat. I feel like Mia is doing the work for Team Yellow, because clearly Robin is the one campaigning, and I did say campaigning. She's the one campaigning for Sharice to be there, because she wants Sharice to be the one there to irritate Karen. So, of course, Mia's doing that because she down for Team Yellow. And she showed y'all that when she first came on the show. She didn't care what they did. She wanted to be in their good graces. And that's just that on that. Who's Kira says, always the women who ain't happy with themselves that try to tear others down is giving miserable. All day, every day. All day, every day. And who's Kira? You another one passing out stomach flus. Alicia Mata, you was passing them out too. Ravine, you too. Okay, Deborah, you too. Bianca, you too. You see what I'm saying? That stomach flu is real. So then we get to this scene with Wendy and Eddie. I love to see them two together. Lord knows I do. Ain't nothing like a beautiful chocolate family. It makes me so happy. You got two beautifully chocolate people, a man and a woman with these beautifully chocolate children, and both of these folks is educated and black and excellent. He's a whole lawyer. She's a whole professor / commentator. Okay. / candle seller. I don't even know where the hell that fits in, but I think it's absolutely awesome. I love to see them two together. And she says she was journaling about what she grateful for and her mama at the hospital, and it's making her think like maybe she doing too much. And Eddie told her, you need to think about the way that maybe you doing too much. You might need to chill. And it was so cute to me that she actually, it's like Wendy checked herself. And I like that. Wendy checked herself. Oh, Cameron she is Granny Candy. Every grandma in America want to pick her up and just squeeze her. She is the cutest little thing. You missed the scene with Eddie and Wendy. They so cute. Yeah, been jealous since day one, since she walked in there and seen her house and peeped that it was a black girl. Oh, yes. Baby, that littlest little dumpling, she is too cute to me. Oh, I could just eat her alive. She is adorable. All right, Debbie Garcia, congratulations on your 3 months membership. You say came in late, but you here, girl. We glad to have you. So listen, I like that Wendy checked herself. She checked herself. You say that was a contrived scene. Eddie gave her easy out. I don't know about that. I don't know about the contrived, because nothing really happened in the scene. They just talked. But I like that she checked herself, because she was like, okay, I really never appreciated nothing that I accomplished. It was just checking off boxes. And y'all, I'm gonna be real. Can I be real? If I'm gonna be real, I've been there. Where you just checking off boxes. Like, okay, go to college, got to. You know what I'm saying? Get married, got to. Have children, done it. Buy a house, done it. You know what I'm saying? Get divorced, marry again, done it. You know what I mean? It was literally checking off boxes. And so I could dig where she was coming from. And I think a lot of sisters can dig where she was coming from if you really be real, because a lot of us have pressure to be great. And I feel like society don't put that same pressure on black men that they put on black women. The black community and the American society as a whole, it's that pressure to be great. It's that pressure to achieve, because it's a given that we have to achieve, that we have to be the best, the baddest at all times. And I think that pressure makes you literally just be checking off boxes. So I'm glad she checked herself. And I think it was another one like, dang, like, I hope I ain't just gonna run myself in the ground like that. And some of us have already done it. You know what I'm saying? So I thought that was cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was a real little moment right there. I was like, ooh, that was a punch to the gut. But sometimes you gotta go ahead and say, all right, she might have stepped on my toes, but I'll take that. I might feel attacked, but I'll take that, because she was talking about herself. But sometimes you can hear somebody checking themselves and feel like you got checked too. But sometimes, if you feel like your toes been stepped on, just say ouch. You know what I'm saying? And I guess their favorite word is accountability. So be accountable and be like, let me stop and appreciate some of the stuff I got done. Evie says black men get praised for doing the bare minimum while women have to go above and beyond. It's true. It's true. It's true. And you know what? We some awesome sons of guns, because God darn it, we've done a whole hell of a lot. God's anointed daughter says she felt like she had to prove something to her mama. Well, most of us do. Say, oh, he's raising his kids, he needs an award. A joke. Exactly. Women got to raise children while building a business, while finishing school, while going back to school, while building a house with your bare hands, in high heel shoes, with a waist trainer on, with your booty perfect, and your breasts sitting up, and your weave can't be out of place, and your eyelashes can't slide off, and your foundation better match your face, and you better be able to cook and iron, and your house better stay spotless. Who's Kira say not a huge fan of Wendy, but the difference of her and the yellows is that she can receive what her man is saying without playing victim and always needing to be right. They can learn a few things. I know that's right. I ain't her biggest fan either, but I love to see that dynamic. Okay, Lisa, when you're a black educated woman, you have to work 10 times harder to be. It is what it is, man. This is the cost of greatness, honey. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Heavy is the head. All right. But anyway, I'm gonna get on up off of that. But that little moment really did it for me. She said that she put the whole restaurant thing on pause because Eddie was like, that's gonna strain your finances. Because I like that Eddie was making it clear, if you decide to do that, that's gonna come out your personal finances and not the marital finances. So she said, yeah, she gonna put it on pause. It's a bit much. It was gonna strain her. She tells him about this burn session that went to hell, and that she's told him she went first, and it turned into a Wendy roast session. And he asked her, did she take accountability? She said she did. And she was like, and then she told him about the Miami trip. She said she liked Miami, so she going. And they gonna have to deal. And I said, well, all right, girl, get your check. Because they didn't like you. But baby, they showed up to your event, acted a monkey to get a check. So you go ahead on, take your free trip to Miami and get your check. Right. Eddie is firm but loving and respectful. He's so respectful. I'm telling you. Eddie, listen, I like me some Eddie. I like old Eddie. So let's talk about Robin and Giselle going shopping, y'all. Now, Ashley showed up later, but listen, I'm going to tell y'all the truth. I had a mild asthma attack when I seen that they had a shopping scene with Giselle and Robin. I say the two people who dressed the worst on the show got a shopping scene. Somebody come save me. Baby, they went up in there. Giselle says she want to be a hot girl. She talking about Daisy Dukes and like, girl, don't nobody even call them Daisy Dukes no more. Now, Giselle, I know we old, but girl, stop. And don't nobody want to see you in no Daisy Dukes. Okay, that girl doing them Daisy Dukes wrong. Don't nobody want to see that. So she up in there and she want to be a hot girl child. She gonna get drunk and do this and that. And You know, they grabbing clothes, her and Robin, and I say, oh, this about to be a mess. This about to be a mess. You say the bitter bandits in their grandma clothes. And they was up in that shop trying on grandma clothes. Shay Two Lux, girl, go and just look at the shop and scene at them tacky floral clothes. I was like, oh my God. Some of y'all too old, too young to know about Woolworths, but that looked like stuff they was getting out of Woolworths, man. What up, Matt? How you doing? I said the girl's talking about a manufactured scene. Right. Now, this was a manufactured scene right here. Yes, it was, baby. They went grabbing the ugliest clothes they could find. DT, thank you for the super chat. Lord, look at that picture of Robert. Say the scissor sister smell like a sore toilet. Oh, Elevate with Monica Shantae. Say the clothes were the worst. Baby, them clothes they were brand new and needed to be burned. Just terrible. Just terrible. Say, I thought the same thing, Seanitra. Everything they tried was the worst. Baby, it was giving me Woolworths. Woolworths 1983 is what it was giving me. It was way too much. Way too much. Baby, God's anointed daughter said a hot girl with ham hocks for ankles. Y'all ain't gonna let her live about them ankles. Tom CC said they desperately need a stylist. Maybe Karen can help. Nah, they too nasty to Karen. Karen ain't gonna help them. Karen ain't gonna help them, girl. They was up in there, and then they went to talking about Chris. Now this is the part, baby. This is the part where the highlighter audacity took me. It sent me. Oh, it sent me. Oh, darling. Max say, yeah, you saw Giselle picked out the ugliest outfit to try on. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Oh, yes. Yes, I said Woolworths because they gave me the Woolworths, honey. Why was Sharice there? I think she was even wondering why am I here. She did look like she was trying to figure it out. Yeah, they could. No, we needed this scene, girl. I know it was painful to look at DV. I know it hurt, but baby, we needed to see it. How they let 59 shine on them so hard? Because Karen eats the girl. She does. And no, they can't afford a real stylist because I would be their stylist, but I charge. And cash up front because I don't know if your credit bad. I'm just saying, I ain't talking about nobody, but I need my money up front. But listen. So they went to talking about Chris, right? All right, Kira, go ahead, get ready for your vacation, girl. And they were complaining about his tweets. And Robin talking about, oh, I talked to her about that. And he said he was mad at Ashley at the time. And, you know, and that's when we hear Robert say that Candace goes home and over dramatizes stuff to him and blah, blah, smackety. It wasn't no over dramatizing. If she went and told her man what you said, she went and told that man what y'all said. You ain't had no business saying it. Ashley sat up there and accused him of filling up on Riff Raff. He had every right to go left on on Twitter and wherever. But it's the fact that all of a sudden, oh no, we're upset because he's pissed that we lying on him and now he talking about us bad on social media. You got a lot of nerve. See, this is where that highlighter, this is where being adjacent to clearness will give you what we call the audacity. So let me get this straight. We can lie on you. We can accuse you of being a predator. We can say you tried to holler at not one, but two people who could possibly be men and we can't prove it, Riff Raff and Handsome Squidward, i.e. Mia. We can say all these things about you, but if you respond in any way, if you are unhappy about being lied about and you let it be known, you're doing something to me. Giselle talking about right now, if he walked in, I would say, F you, Chris. For what? You the one lied on him. Now, y'all explain that to me. Am I being too country? Please let me know, because I don't understand how in the hell do you lie on somebody and beat them getting mad? Make it make sense. Because listen, production been clocking their tea the whole time. Every lie they tell production is showing that y'all lying. Mia say he was eyeing me down. He was watching me. He was, you know, I ain't saying it was sexual, but he was watching me. He had his eyes on me. Production show that man looking at his phone, looking at the walls, reading the flows. He ain't look nowhere near your big, burly NFL worthy shoulders. Nowhere near you. Then y'all say he was up there propositioning Riff Raff and cuffing them hard unleavened cakes. And we see him on the other end of the bar, not even looking in Riff Raff's direction. So why in the hell are they sitting up there acting like this man having a reaction or being insulted or offended, that's wrong, and somehow he's doing something to them by being offended? I just don't listen. This is the audacity. Yeah, she might have thrown up Michael, but she didn't lie on him. See, that's the problem. Let me tell you something. Okay, let me go to Randall. I can say, Randall make me sick because she pretty with a side part. I could say that 1,000 times, but did I lie? That's the whole point. She told the truth. How do you sit up and get mad at somebody after you lie on them? Right. But that I'm telling y'all, so it's something about people who glorify their proximity to clearness and the audacity and how they will show you clear privilege in moments like these. Definitely say that ain't make no sense to me. How y'all mad because he tweeted about you lying on him? That's what I wanted to know. I was over it. And then the fact that, now Candace is over dramatizing. You lying on her husband for a storyline because ain't none of y'all got no lives. Bad enough Ashley got to fake a divorce for a storyline. And then the fact that y'all lying on her husband, she know y'all lying on her husband. She know y'all trying to use her marriage to prop your Bravo check up. And that she's upset and telling her husband about it because she actually got one. Now she over dramatizing. Y'all see how they flip stuff? Just like later on, we see Robert flipping and say that Wendy is the meanest person there. How is she the meanest person there? Right. But he didn't even look at her, Shay. He didn't even look at her. So it sounds like toxic femininity. I hate to hear it, but here we are. It's a darn shame. That wasn't even no toxic femininity. That was the Missy Ann and Missy Giselle and Missy Robin syndrome. That's what that was. Always victims. So if he was looking at me, it's because most men watch out for their surroundings around other men. And on that note, I'm not reading another one. I'm not fooling with you, Don D. I'm not. You say true or not? We watched for years. Candace thought Michael's behaving nasty space. She said and watched Giselle attack Monique and Wendy's marriage. Now it's her turn. Yeah, it's her turn, but lying is the problem, and it's not true or not. When something is not true, that is heinous. You don't lie on people. Lying is never okay. Lying makes everything 10,000 times worse. Not oxidized potatoes. Yeah, lying makes everything 10,000 times worse. I don't care. If you don't like me, tell the truth. Don't lie. And everybody knew it. Ain't even like she went and pulled something out the air. This stuff that's been said. And if I'm going to really tell the truth, if y'all don't mind, I heard about Michael going to the escorts at least a year and a half, 2 years ago. That was already out. So the fact that, again, Candace is putting out what's already out there, what's already been said. And the fact that the escort is out there saying that he's a client and that he loves to come over there on open mic night. Right. Had the nerve to call Wendy mean. Right. Because you too ignorant to go toe to toe. Because you probably sat up there and fluttered your recessive eyes and got you a degree that you ain't really worked for. Randall say the rumors about Monique and Wendy weren't true either. What? Okay, but Candace didn't take part in those rumors. So what are we saying? Candace didn't take part in them rumors. Candace didn't take part in no rumors against Wendy. So what are we saying? It still goes back to I have not seen Candace tell no lie. So it's never going to be karma when Candace didn't tell no lie on nobody. But we sitting up here, me, you, everybody in this chat plus production, watch them lie on this woman's husband. Ain't no way to listen, sis. Ain't no way to get around that lie. Ain't no way to get around that lie. That lie is out there. Period. It's a lie, and we see it. And it is her turn. And what she did to Monique was wrong too. They was all in the wrong. But I'm just pointing out the fact that it wasn't no lie. That's all I'm pointing out. Wasn't no lies told. But then they went to talking about the money with Ashley when she came in. Giselle talking about, ooh, my favorite topic. It can't be because you didn't run up on none. And then they talked about the LLC, and she's saying the LLC ain't been made yet. And they pointed out the fact that, girl, you did say that y'all already had that LLC. And say she asked Michael about it. That's when he said it wasn't made yet. And that she claimed he snapped on her. I told you I wasn't gonna do it until we, did it together. How you gonna say I tried to sneak something past you or whatever? And that doesn't make sense. She tells them about the lawyer. Then she tries to clean it up when they checked her, talking about, well, I thought it was already done. Then Giselle was in the confessional pointing out the truth for a change and said, and what Ashley did say, that LLC was already made. You know what? I could buy that. Silence could be complicity, but not really, because she did go on live and point out that she knew it was a lie and where the lie started and everything. So I don't know. But I'm going to just say straight up, I didn't hear her tell a lie. But you got a point. Silence can be complicity. Can make her complicit. So, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But anyway, so then when that's when they went to talking about Michael being the client to this young man, to the sex worker. Ashley went looking crazy, pretending not to know. First of all, Ashley, you already told on yourself, because when Candace said it at that table, the look on your face was not shocked. The look on your face was, I can't believe you said that in front of people. Okay, that's what that was. Robin admitted in front of the camera that she knew for years, but she don't believe it or whatever. Giselle claims she didn't know, but Giselle, we saw your face at that table, just like we saw Auntie Karen's face at that table. Y'all helpers knew about that. Stop it. Y'all lying. I don't believe you. I do not believe you. No, no, no. Then Giselle over there talking about, well, I ain't know, but if the man look anything like Juan, then Michael did it, because we know Michael loved him some Juan. I say, ooh, child, here we go. Here we go. So now they blaming everything on Candace, child. It's all Candace's fault, and she over dramatizing, and F Chris, and I say, boy, y'all something else. Say that is very true. It's so hard to feel bad for Candace at times. Yeah, I don't feel bad for her. Please understand, y'all. When I point something out, it's because I believe one thing for sure: right is right, wrong is wrong, and I don't have to like you to tell the truth. Y'all know that's always neutral. I'm not changing. I'm not changing. I'm not in no love affair with Candace, but when she right, she right. When she wrong, she wrong. Yeah, Ashley know it's true. She just don't care. Thank you, Matt. Ashley look crazy. I think she ain't think everybody knew. Right. It was like, oh my God, you saying it in front of the cameras and in front of people. That's what that was. So either way, I'll never feel bad for Ashley. Nope. Can't feel bad for her either. Can't feel bad for her either. Randa say, I don't wish this on Candace, but my point is she rode with Giselle and Robin until they turned on her. And you absolutely right. Remember, we was talking about that last week. The fact that she sat up in her house talking about, I done sat around plenty of times when Giselle was sitting up planning and plotting on people. So like I said then, she was cool with it, and now it's her turn. But we still got to point out what's going down. You know what I'm saying? I can't give Giselle no pass because Candace done sat around and was fine with it before. Ashley been a hotline mess from the beginning and has. FD John said Ashley is a hot smoking mess. Oh, not smoking, not like the mask. Okay, so that went on. Then we get to the airport. They heading to Miami. Now this is where it starts to get interesting. And I guess we start to see the descent to the glass throwing and the assault case that Wendy should have filed against that man that threw that drink at her. So again, they at the airport. Karen did the fake smile because she was like, "Ugh, Rasputia here," and she was like, "Would I want her at my birthday celebration? Absolutely not." And she was like, "Well, Mia better not mess up my birthday, but." Basically, this is a girl's trip and my birthday got lumped in. Okay. So they over there, Sputia looking like she looking with that helmet on her head. I still say that wig need a chin strap. And so they finally arrive in Miami. Mia got 2 SUVs waiting. She done split them up or whatever. Robin still trying to push this narrative. Oh, Karen must have told Mia don't put her in the same car with Sharice. It's like, listen, stop trying to make fetch happen. Karen don't want to give Sharice a moment, and that's just it. She's not going to give you no moment. She going to pay you dust, and y'all can't force it. Y'all can't force that. It ain't coming. It ain't coming. So then Wendy back to her boring self, Talking about, oh, when they say down to the tip of Florida, the southern tip, Wendy was like, well, not to be that girl, but the tip actually is at the top and whatever. So I was like, oh my God, boring, boring, boring Wendy. Wendy can't help herself. She got to bring out that professor at the worst doggone time. So then Mia is in the other SUV telling them, oh, the house is listed at 12 million and it's 6 bedrooms. And that's when she let it slip and tell Karen, well, you ain't got nothing to worry about because it's your birthday. Yeah, Wendy's just a nerd. Yes, she is. Well, you know, your mother's a nerd too, but I'm not that nerd. That's boring. Southern Charm say Mia clown the sprinters Mia got, but hers was not better. It sure wasn't. Not the 2 SUVs. Queen Me said Karen should have waited to do that confessional because her lips look botched. Sorry, Karen. Yeah, they didn't look the best, but she still looked better than everybody else who was there. I'm just saying. Say, Miss Seanitra, what you're going to do is keep me on the floor tonight, chin strap. I'm just telling the truth. You know that wig looked like it was in a precarious position up there, perched on top of her head. PELEL said, I wonder if they made Sharice check in her wig with the rest of her luggage, or if they could count it as a carry-on. It should have been a carry-on, but I hope they made her take it off at TSA. Ain't no telling what she was hiding up in there. Daphne say, wow, for it to be Karen's birthday celebration, I would have pushed Sharice out the house because no. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Sheila says, Ashley's lawyer's visit was more professional and informative, not like Robert's bogus prenatal consultation. You mean prenup consultation, Sheila? I love it. I love it. You right, though. You right. Mia looks like an event. Oh, DT. Oh, you being bad tonight. Get in that corner. So listen. So she let it slip by that and told Karen she ain't got nothing to worry about. Okay. And then it was Giselle trying to get in jacket business for me about her man. And she was like, girl, we ain't never been married because she want to make sure everybody ain't got no man. I don't want y'all to have no man because I ain't got one. So then Jackie went to getting in her business and Giselle went to line. Oh, I got about 3 men. And Jackie said, I ain't never went with 3 men at the same time. I say, her and Mia, they're a little scuzzy. But it was just funny how she said it. And so Giselle talking about, well, I want a young boy. I want to add a young boy. First of all, Giselle, if you had 3 different men that you was dealing with, baby, you would not be that messy because you would not have the time. Cut the crap. Cut the crap. And then Wendy was like, you know, one side of the street looked completely different than the other side of the street. And she was like, this ain't the real Miami. This a residential area and somebody grandma across the street. Well, Wendy, for a point of clarity, baby, that is Miami. Miami does not equal that the whole town is a beach. Please stop. And I feel like her and Giselle was full of crap. Giselle talking about why we not on the beach. It's on the harbor. That is definitely Miami. And to be honest, Mia got them a very nice house. I might not like Howard the Duck, but she got them a very nice house, and they need to stop talking about that's not Miami. I'm real tired of people who are not Florida talking about, oh, this don't look like Florida. Florida is not one continuous beach. You country bammers. If you ain't never been nowhere, just say that. South Beach is not the whole Miami. Miami is a whole goddamn area. Please stop it. That girl got them a very, very nice house. It wasn't big enough because how the hell you got that many women in 6 bedrooms? You being messy, but we not finna play this game. Cheryl, tell them. Cheryl is a Miami girl. That is definitely Miami. The fact that all they know is South Beach, let me know that you've only seen it as a tourist. The house was beautiful. Hey, Leslie Love, how you doing? She said, do you believe that they replacing Wendy with Sharice? No. Yeah, Miami got different parts other than South Beach. Like, good Lord, that's so embarrassing. Yeah, they was on the harbor. Yeah, the water right behind you. But they so ignorant that this don't look like the real Miami. Girl, stop. Mia talk too much trash not to be on South Beach. Let's be clear, that's the problem. I mean, but she got them a really nice house. That's just what it is. Yeah, the house was nice, and they real picky for people who didn't take themselves there. Max say, oh, is she currently dating 3 men? She can't bring none of them on the show for a storyline? Right, Mac. Alicia said they said it was beautiful, then started complaining. Right, that's exactly what they did. Say that's right. There's more to Miami than South Beach, which is overrated. South Beach is so overrated and full of tourists and stank. Girl, you better say it. You better say it. So, what up, Essence Mayhew? She say, Team Wendy. Listen, I'm for Wendy this episode, but I just want her to understand that is not, Miami is not one continuous beach. The state of Florida is not one continuous beach. They need to stop. And Jizzy is the last person to talk about a house while she out there in the West Barn. Clearly. Say Mia said it was boss in first class. It wasn't. It looked first class to me. I'm just going to say it. Bravo probably won't pay for a house on the beach. I don't know. I'm just saying. It was a nice house. Yeah, Mia might have made it seem like it was a little more grand, but she said it was listed at 12 million, which that ain't hard to do because we know how much Mia did set unreal expectations, but we do know how much the housing market is ballooned. So it is what it is. Sheila Brad say non-world traveled aid. They silly. Thank you. That's what it was giving. I'm gonna just say that. That's definitely what it gave. It gave you ain't never been nowhere. Right, Evie? That's what I'm saying. It's the housing market. Stylish Look say, yeah, Candace and Monique wanted to be Giselle's friend. I wish they would have teamed up and took Giselle down instead of fighting. Yeah, they let that heifer play on. That's what they did. Don D say Sharice was looking like a season 1 housewife friend or house manager ready to get towels. I was confused. Well, there you go. ST say the problem was that it was in a residential area where it looked low budget. That looked low budget. Child, somebody help me. Sheila say Turkey Neck and Robert don't even go on vacation unless the show pay. Right. That's all I'm saying. That's it. Mia embellished, but it was a bomb house. That was a bomb house. Period. Period. By anybody's standards, that was a bomb house. And they need to stop playing. They play too much. But anyway, so they got there to the house or whatever. Mia tried to, I guess she wanted to kind of plagiarize Wendy's idea from last season because Wendy was like, oh, it's GVO, good vibes only. So she talking about, oh, it's MIA, don't be missing in action. And all she could come up with was that meant it was being, don't get kicked out or whatever. But anyway, so Mia, now I'm gonna tell y'all. Now this is what I called it. This part when they got to the food. The food looked nice. We all saw Giselle looking ferocious because we know for a fact Giselle don't like nothing more than she like a plate. So Giselle was over there foaming at the mouth, drooling and all. But then the chef was like, "Does anybody need me to carry anything?" So Mia, of course, was like, "Yep, I need you to carry my plate." Now, y'all, I think I seen a foreshadowing of the mess between Mia and Jackie again. Now, remember, I pointed out to y'all when Jackie was pointing out, oh, I hung out with Robin over there in California. I met her over there and we hung out. I said, strike one. You trying to make your own connections with these people. Now, I think we just saw strike 2, y'all, because Mia made the man carry the plate. So Jackie gonna turn around and say, oh, you want him on your plate? She was like, no. We celebrating our 10-year anniversary. So I'm like, oh, so Jackie, you trying to shade your friend in front of the camera? I say, is this some more foreshadowing of why Mia's gonna put your business out there and tag Bravo? Esther said Mia wasn't so fake, she would know how to come across as genuine. Girl, you better tell the truth and shame the devil. Esther's keeping it real tonight. Leslie say Mia trying to befriend Giselle. Yes, she is. That's why they was dragging Sharice everywhere instead of leaving her behind home. So, of course, Mia, who claimed she was the high-class stripper, she claims she named all the room after strippers or movie references for strippers or whatever. She left Candace's card on the table and was like, y'all leave that be. She put Karen downstairs. That was real. That was real. That was real. Because I know Auntie Karen did not want to be trying to climb no stairs. You know what I'm saying? That was cool. You say definitely was wrong for trying to expose her friend on camera. Right. I'm starting to see why Mia / Edward James almost went after Jackie. Jackie full of crap. Jackie know me as a whole. She know the secrets. Oh, well, that's been your friend since y'all was 15. Why would you be trying to expose your friend on a camera for Bravo? That Jackie is a nasty one. I'm starting to see why Mia got her. Thank you. Right. That's all I'm saying, sure. That's all I'm saying. Right. She wasn't no stripper. You know, she wore evening gowns. Don D said, we wonder why that girl ankles be swole. She put on a whole lot of food. She put a whole lot of food away every eating scene. Right. Ain't nothing wrong with liking your groceries. Ain't nothing wrong with it, but you might not want to be messy and bothering people all the time, and you know you like to eat. Say Mia has little to no energy for someone who says she lied about having the cancer. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why Mia ain't got that energy for her. Because Wendy really hadn't done her nothing other than, dismiss her. Jackie does seem like she jealous of that girl's life. That's for real. Mia and Jackie didn't like, Mia said Jackie ain't like her in the beginning. Right. And what's funny is Jackie might not like you now. Listen, it's some people that'll hang around you for your whole life and they really ain't for you like that. You might have love for them, but they don't really have love for you like that. And I think that's what we're seeing. Baby, the ankles will tell on you. They'll tell on you sometime. They'll swell up. You've been eating a lot of sodium now. Don D say, I couldn't call it, but I ain't like Jackie. She talked too much. I don't like her either, Don D. I don't like her. I don't like her. I'm going to be real. And I ain't no Mia fan, but I don't like her. But listen, so Karen downstairs, they gave Sharice her own room, but y'all look, they didn't give Sharice no bathroom. Sharice ain't getting no bathroom, y'all. Then she talking about I like to sleep naked and I snore, so I have to sleep alone and whatever. So they literally bought you there just to aggravate Karen to do the dirty work for Team Yellow, because you the kind of black girl they like, the one that's gonna kiss they behind and stay in your place. Okay, you the kind they like, but they didn't even give you a bathroom. They want you to be a good little negress, a good little negress. You just sit there and you go to somebody else's bathroom. Ashley gonna tell her, you can come upstairs and use my bathroom and I'll just leave. And Sharice was like, no, I'm not in college. I was with her on that one. I was with her on that one. Wendy got the show wives room, but she got her own bathroom. Giselle and Rob, they got a lounge in their bedroom and a spa tub and 2 showers or whatever. They got 1 toilet, but their room open up to the pool or whatever. But they got a bathroom. Mia and her friend got the Queen of Diamonds suite, so there's this trick that, you know what I'm saying? Ashley got the Players Club, and then Wendy gonna ask Mia, what about Candace's room? She said, what Candace gonna say? She said, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Being nasty. And then Ashley, that's when we see Ashley run down there to steal Candace's little card that Mia had and write what she want to write on it and go over there to tell Robin what she doing. That's when Robin tried to flip it back. Now magically she's the victim. After we just saw her be a whole thug, a whole brute, try to fight this girl, have to be held back by Rasputia, jump up in a winery screaming, I don't give a F, I don't give a F. Just a nasty hood booger. Now all of a sudden, Wendy's the meanest person there because she's too intelligent for you to converse with. You don't know how to banter with her because your vocabulary ain't up to par. That's embarrassing. You call it what you want, she ain't got to climb them stairs. And I bet you if it was me, I wouldn't have been climbing those stairs either. Alicia says she want to get back in their good graces. Sharice, was low down and dirty when she first came on until her business was out there. But here's the thing. We don't even know if that was true because it was Giselle the one telling people she slept with the darn firefighter. But she right back to kissing their butt. That's why they like her. That's why they like her, because she'll kiss their behind no matter what they do to her. Even say Mia's so disgusting for trying to put Wendy and Candace in a tiny bed. Ashley the one did that, wrote that on the card. Yeah, they're being nasty to the brown girls. Again, hey, JD Maxwell. Say, hey, sweetie, finally caught alive. I watch your channel every night. Walking my dog. You a whole vibe. Thanks, sis. I appreciate you. Say Ashley was wrong for moving Candace's card. I hope it backfires on all 3 of them. Well, actually, y'all, if y'all pay attention, it kind of looked like it's going to, because Sharice saying she got to go get her some accommodations because she can't be without no bed. I mean, without no bathroom. But the question is going to be whether Candace, 1, ever shows up, and 2, whether Candace is willing to stay in a room without a bathroom, or if she decides to stay in the bathroom in the house at all, whether it's got a bathroom or not for the room. Okay? And Wendy even ended up asking Ashley, where's Candace's card? And she went running to Robin out there on the darn balcony talking about, she asked me where was the card. I said Mia had it in her hand. But now I'm gonna tell y'all this about Charisse too. Charisse is full of bull crap. Cause I'm gonna get a room, I gotta get accommodations. This ain't gonna work. And then y'all correct me if I'm wrong. Did we hear her say, did we really hear her say, who else do I know in Miami? Girl, either you going to get accommodations or you finna go try to stay at somebody's house. Now, what is gonna be? That's right. Thank you, Yvette, for welcoming JD Maxwell. I appreciate that. Or Jade Maxwell. Is that Jade or JD? Is that Jade? Welcome, girl. And thank you, Yvette, for doing what we supposed to do. Yes, they so childish. So anyway, then we get Robert Dixon complaining and whining. How come Karen get her own room? How come we got to share? And I don't know who said it, but somebody was like, because y'all joined at the hip. Y'all joined at the hip. Period. All right, laughing like some movie villains. She said her agent called 5 places. Child, you should have been calling. It don't take all that to find no hotel in Miami. Right. That's what I'm thinking. Her money ain't like it used to be. That's why them helmets be on her head and them lashes is sliding off, according to what Mia said. Okay. And then it was I think the other part, let me go and put the StreamYard in the chat. And Robin is definitely bothered by Karen. They all are. That's why they keep trying to find ways to bother Karen. They keep trying to find ways to bother Karen, and it just ain't working. Karen is not going. Okay, she's not going. And so Ashley is like, of course, she want to take a shot. She talks Giselle into taking a shot with her and was like, oh, well, we the only single ones here or whatever. She's like, to the hoes. And so Giselle was like, we not the only hoes here. So who exactly are you calling a hoe? Hey, it's Tish. What's happening? That's right, y'all. Hit the like button. Alicia said, I don't think Candace shows up. Maybe she don't. Maybe she don't. You say Karen said it. You love her? I know that's right. I love Karen. I love her. Love her. Hey, Kai.
Hi. Hi, everyone.
Hey, ETC. Welcome, welcome. And Karen should get her own room. She's older. That's simple. That's respect. That's what I'm talking about. She too old to be, and this ain't no dish. She too, let me not say old. Karen is too grown to be in a roommate or like a whole slumber party situation. That's she grown. And Karen, proud of her 5'9". Say you heard her take a jab at Karen's age. Karen read home Twitter tonight. I got to go see that. But I'm glad
she's fun on Twitter this season.
But this is what's so funny with that. They keep trying to read Karen on being older. I wouldn't mention Karen's age if that lady looked that much better than me.
Yes, this is very true.
Like
she looked a mess the first season, but she's done it very well.
Oh my God, Karen got them women looking like dog food. Pure dog food. I would not mention her age. Oh, look at this. LEL says it's hard to find pet friendly.
Oh, no.
Charisse got to find a hotel that'll accommodate her and their wig.
Oh my God.
I'm through. Yes, Randa, I know plenty of people with real money that can book a hotel room without the help of an agent too. Charisse is too much of a poser. Right, she posing, and while she posing, that girl clowning about her eyelashes sliding off. That's what's really going on. Charisse saying she gonna bypass dinner trying to find her a room. And then Mia calls Peter. Peter tells her, y'all can come on, tell Wendy I got beef with her, probably about that restaurant stuff because Wendy don't want to go through with it. And then we see that the drink throwing is in the very next episode. Kai, I know you got to get it off your chest, girl. Let us have it.
Okay. Should we work? Okay. Do you want me to work backwards? Okay. The drink. We'll start with the drink. Since we're here already. Because I do my little research before I join the YouTube streets. It rubs me the wrong way, but I didn't realize why. And this is why the optics, as Giselle likes to say, do matter. Mia keeps saying on the show, and she's on Watch What Happens Live, saying how Candace and Wendy should be lucky they have a roof under their head and all that kind of stuff. The optics of that don't look that great, for one. And then for two, obviously because Bravo's doing a really bad job of like releasing clips of the next episode. So you see Mia all up in Peter's face about Wendy and Peter's business dealings.
Yeah.
And so to me, I'm like, is this fight where you're gonna start trying to talk something, and maybe Wendy says a good gotcha moment, and you can't handle it, so you throw a drink because you're trying to have another moment?
Yeah.
Because Wendy keeps saying, and she is right, that like if you look at that scene, you look how Wendy and what's her name, Karen are sitting. It wasn't that kind of energy. It does not look like that kind of energy was happening for
Yeah.
her to just lambast this one with a
For
drink.
her to be
And then
so
you do,
amped up.
yes. And then you do see in the preview how Wendy got her. She's like, oh, this is the CEO, because someone's holding her back. And you see her lift up her purse and then go to hit Wendy. And I'm
Yes.
like, really? Really? And to me, it just, as you said, you see her taking on the baggage of Robin for this
Yeah.
Wendy situation. Because to me, she and Candace had more going on, even though Candace apologized
Much
to her in
more.
season. And even though Candace had a heartfelt apology to her, even though Mia is Mia, then
Yeah.
her and Wendy did. It was all very much so petty. And for you to be all up in Giselle, because I also feel like people don't give Wendy and Candace credit when it's like when they had an issue with Giselle, they very much so said their issue. Candace is the first person who read down Giselle's home to the point where
Yeah.
Giselle was talking about it for off season until the season began.
Yep.
To me, it's crazy how Miss Mia, the first episode, this woman walks up to you and say, "Cancer, no cancer." One apology, and Robin
And you're
still
over it.
asking you all these questions about it, and you can tell that they think you're lying, and you just move on.
Yep. It's
And yet,
true.
you and Wendy have not really had any kind. First of all, she's been talking about Candace in all of her interviews. This child, da da da. I have not heard Candace speak one moment on Mia.
Yeah,
Her
they're
and
over
Wendy,
it.
her and Wendy have not had one interaction, and they also have not heard Wendy speak about Mia in not one confessional.
Nope. They literally are giving Mia no energy. And for Mia to, really be coming with that type of energy. Oh, and God's anointed daughter, thank you so much for the cash app, sis. I appreciate it. Literally, it's a matter of, like you said, and like I said, she's doing this to ingratiate herself to Team Yellow. This was a Team Yellow hit. Like, okay, Robin couldn't verbally spar with her. You can't verbally spar with her. Definitely you can't. You little hood booger. We know
Oh,
you can't. We know you can't. I don't
she
even
looked
know if Mia went
deranged
to I
in
don't
the
even know if
preview.
Mia went to a community college. I don't even know if she went to a JC. I don't
I
even know if
think
that heifer went to a technical school.
I think she went
So
to
we know
technical
she
school.
can't. Huh?
I think she went to a technical school, if I remember correctly.
I'm just saying I didn't know if she did. I didn't know if she did. And
Yeah,
what,
I don't know if
what
she
I
finished for
noticed
real or
is
not.
this was a hit. This was a hit for Team Yellow. Because Robin made a whole fool of herself. So at this point, apparently Robin don't want to make no bigger fool of herself. So I'm gonna fall back and you go and hit for me. Just like they sent Ashley out there to try to hit Candace for Giselle.
Oh, okay. That's my next point, because to me, I know some people are like, defending the. I feel like Ashley is always a part of this, and she slipped and showed her hand even more so, which we didn't talk about the preview, I think, last time. The fact that she tells Wendy, I wanted to say it, especially in front of Giselle, and Wendy has to tell her why in front of Giselle. To me, that's letting me know that you are trying to add on all these other things on top of Giselle saying. And
Yep.
that leaves, and I haven't seen her and Giselle talk about this. So when did y'all talk about this? When did Ashley and Mia talk about this?
Private conversations. And the thing is, I honestly, if you hold me to it, I feel like Giselle went to Ashley and was like, well, I jumped out there because Robin said you mentioned it and you backpedaled and left me out there by myself. And I think she
Mm.
circled back around to dog pile, like, okay, I'm not gonna leave you by yourself because you jumped in it to back up my lie. So let me come on back in.
And you,
Let's bring Riff
mhm.
Raff in.
And you see how Ashley changed the story of how that conversation, which obviously, things get clipped down, conversations get clipped down. But from what we saw when Ashley and Candace were together, Ashley brought up like, oh, does Chris know? First of all, Ashley was like, oh, this group, can relieve your stress. And Candace was being honest and saying this group, actually, I had to cancel my IVF. And I feel like people don't understand that of like stress does cause issues with that. So to me,
Yeah.
I can believe that she did that. Like, you're pumping yourself full of hormones and you're not supposed to be stressed out. You're not supposed to be doing any of this. And
Yeah.
then someone comes up with this. So I can see her canceling it. You tell Ashley this, and Ashley was like, well, do you think Chris will want to apologize for what? But anyway, Kenneth says no, he feels uncomfortable now. He doesn't want to be around anyone. Go to this episode. She tells Wendy, Candace was telling me actually Giselle's just faking it. When was all this neck rolling and this attitude from? Because I didn't see that from Candace when she was telling you that. And she also
Nope.
was telling you how her husband is not uncomfortable, even though he's one of the, you might not like him and Candace together, but I do think that he does respect a lot of the women on the show. And I've seen him be very much so cordial with all of them, regardless of what's going on between them and Candace. More so,
Right.
you and Candace supposed to be on this fresh foot, and the fact that you, and I feel like she messed up when she went earlier in her confessional, a couple episodes back, and said, I know she's like, when I do this in a group, so I'm gonna do this privately. So what's so different
Right.
now? To me, it's like,
But what
you,
was different this time was Giselle was like, I
yes,
need you to do this in front of everybody.
yes. That was what was different, because now you need to add all this sauce. And I feel like some people are like, oh, Candace is going too far, because she's saying like you're alluding to essay and all that kind of stuff. But you are, because I feel like people are always like, this is karma. For me, it's not really karma. This is what someone does, for one.
Yeah.
And for two, as I keep saying, this is going past cheating. To me, cheating is still you betraying your spouse, but that doesn't mean that you are pushing someone else, that you are not necessarily how do I say this? To me, it's like there's something untoward if you saying my husband is
Yep.
trying to touch other people, luring people into rooms that he knows will be empty, and all that is very much so different than him not being able to be faithful. Both are betrayals, but they're we have to be honest, like that is a different touch. That is a different touch versus
True.
the normal housewives, ooh, who's cheating, which can get irritating. But I can somewhat get with that. If there's a rumor that's going on or something, I can kind of get with that. But you don't get to come to me talking about how your hairdresser, your glam team, said it was wrong because he knew I was gone,
Yeah. How, you know what I'm
and
saying?
asked you to go to your room by yourself. And now Ashley's coming to me with this DM situation, and Mia saying now he's staring at her, and now Ashley's also saying he's flirting. Now Ashley's saying, oh, he was in other people's DMs. Where were these DMs when you talked to me one on one?
They were nowhere. They were nowhere. They were
Absolutely
absolutely
nowhere.
nowhere because they didn't exist. Just like all of a sudden, magically, Riff Raff
Ooh,
decided that she. Okay. Now let me, because I like to pick up those little small things that people say when they think people ain't really paying attention. Dig this now. She said to Candace, she told me after I talked to you. But then she sat
mm-hmm.
there and tells Wendy, well, I did it here because last time we talked, she was saying that Giselle was making stuff up. So I did it here in front of Giselle because she said, first of all, because I needed Candace to know. If you needed Candace to know because she said that Giselle did yada, 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 you would have, again, said it to Candace, not in front of Giselle. Saying it in front of Giselle wasn't going to let Candace know nothing other than you was being nasty and vindictive, like she said. Number two, was it that she told you after the fact and that's why you didn't tell her privately? Or was it that you wanted to say it in front of Giselle? Like, which one was
This
it?
is just not even true.
And it's not true. You clearly pulled it out of your anus, just like you did that whole. He was in other people's DMs that weren't quite as innocuous. Well, why you couldn't name them names? And did
Yes.
you notice that when she tried to name Riff Raff, she was stuttering, like she
Yeah,
pulled it out of thin air?
you made a very good point with that, because like she did take a pause, and like because you see her grasping for straws, because I felt like, especially because we see in the later scene how like Giselle and Ashley are relating the story to Robin and like acting like Candace is all amped up, when to me she was very much so calm. And you see how Ashley has to escalate the accusations, the voice, yeah, the pendulum swings, and also footnote, just an FYI, someone said that IVF is for people who have troubles with childbirth. Scientifically, that's not true. Once you
Yeah, I know
become like in your mid-30s, literally your like normal gyno visits, they would ask you if you want to freeze your eggs, which you do have to do
that's true.
IVF to get follicles,
Well,
because by the time you're 35 and older, you become
Kyle,
geriatric.
Kyle, a lot of people don't know that because a lot of people didn't wait until that age to start thinking about family planning. So a lot of people really don't know that. Like I saw that comment, but I know that sis just doesn't know how it really
And yeah, I
works.
just wanted to say it because
Yeah, a lot
people
of
don't know,
people.
and I've seen a lot of people say that, and so I just want to be like, no,
Yeah,
like
that's not how
especially
that works.
that's not how it
Especially
works.
with her saying that she's not trying to have a baby necessarily now, but she's saying by the time she's ready to, and she's already in her 30s, she might not have no eggs left, and we don't want another "I got one egg" situation.
Yeah, and my thing is, generally, in actuality, it is a common practice for people who do have that money, or people who just really want kids, because it is a huge financial undertaking. So Candace at that time, I think she was already 34, 35. So actually, it was the correct time for her to do it, regardless. So I just wanted to say that. Back to Ashley disaster.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess this also disturbs me when people keep saying that Candace brings up Michael, and someone said it before, and like, I'm like, Candace has only ever brought up Michael because Michael was literally doing something every season. And
Yeah.
or you would get into a fight with Ashley, and Ashley would throw Michael in front of people's faces. Season 5 at
Yeah.
Wendy's baby shower. Candace made an offhand comment because Ashley was at the fight and all that kind of stuff. And now she's talking like she was. And Candace says, "Oh, are you getting paid too?" It was a flipping comment. Ashley's first thing was, "Why do I need to get paid? My husband's a millionaire." Her and Wendy. Karen
Yeah.
asked her, "Hey Wendy, how do you feel? I know Ashley's baby shower. How do you feel about that?" Karen asked Wendy this, and Wendy was having a one-on-one conversation with Karen. And Karen said, Wendy said, "Oh, I wish that was extended to me. I didn't know that." And then Ashley getting all hyped on that kind of stuff because remember, she was not going to bring that baby. Michael forced her to bring that baby just for him to turn around and get caught cheating. And the fact of the matter
baby
is,
situation was something else because now I'm gonna be honest on that one. We had mentioned it before. I feel like Wendy was wrong that time. I'm like,
well, I'm not talking about the actual fighting part, but I'm talking about the fact that like
I know.
when you
I'm
was having
agreeing with you. Yes,
okay.
that man made her bring that child. Number one, she still had to get her check. Number two, because this is her own. This is probably her only independent income. Because y'all know she tried to sing and that ain't work out. So I'm just saying, and that's why I was mentioning the fact that Wendy really was out of pocket for that one. Like that girl still needed to make that check, and she had to bring her kid because Michael was not finna watch that kid. And like I said before, Wendy got a whole village. And Ashley does not.
Well, yes, but
William, thank you so much for the super chat, boo. Kisses right back at you. Go ahead, sweetie.
But in that 101, who's the first person who threw out husbands? Ashley. Oh, well, my husband, no, runs the company, and when he's up, my husband's a lawyer, and Ashley, my husband owns the company. Just for him to be turned around, find out he was cheating on you that time. So to me, people talk about Michael because literally he is always doing something, and Ashley is always throwing him in somebody's face. Please, let's not trying to, which is why I think Candace and Chris are very upset about this, is because you have this whole thing of like, we've literally had someone here where Chris has had to go to Bravo HR because a production crew said he was there when Michael touched him one time and saw his face. And Chris had to say, I saw his face, so I knew something happened, but I didn't see what actually happened. Like these people had to go to HR because of him. That is why I feel like also that Chris and Candace are very pissed off because, again, I kept saying they've made a very strong standpoint that they don't go for this.
That's true.
They don't go for this, violating people, all that kind of stuff. They do not go for that. So for you to insinuate that I'm doing this, even more so that you've been in my home, you've been in front of my stepkids / kids, I've let your kids be around me, driving my car and all that kind of stuff. You're always asking me to cook food for you, and you don't even have the courtesy to have an actual conversation with me. You wait till 5 months until they're on the show. And then I see all these other girls piling on and adding to things. And I even forgot this. Auntie, this is a good point that I forgot about, but then I was scrolling through Twitter and I saw a little clip from Chris. And I remember this. And so I was confused about why Ashley had said this earlier. Remember at the spring fling, Candace and Chris were talking about how like she can't stay there long because she has to go to the Grammys. And Chris was like, yeah, I gotta take her home. That way she can go and I have to go to work. And Chris was on his live saying, we were actually talking about my job. And he was talking about how like, hey, you guys are going out there. Remember, I'm the manager at View. Just come if you want to come hang out, I'll take care of everything. So at the spring fling, Chris is saying, I even told all of them that I was the manager there and all that kind of stuff. Just for Ashley to come later on acting like she didn't know at all.
Yeah, you know what? That's a good point. I ain't peeped that, but you on point. And Jazzy, you're right. Wendy did have a baby coming out of the NICU, and you're right. Every woman is different with every pregnancy. Every pregnancy you have as one woman is different. What I was saying that Wendy was wrong about was like the going off part. It was like, come on, man. That lady asked and you didn't ask. Maybe, you know what I'm saying? Just ask.
I thought Monique offered.
I don't know whether she offered or whatever, but my impression was that Ashley told her I need to bring my baby. Now that was the impression I got. Or even if Monique offered it or whatever, if Wendy wanted to bring her baby, why not just ask? I just felt like that whole scene was not necessary. I feel like Wendy showed her tail. Thank you. Wendy showed her behind. and she didn't even ask to bring her baby.
I wasn't talking about bringing the baby part. I was just talking about
No, I
how
was responding to what
okay.
Jesse had said.
No, I just
Jesse
wanted to make
was
sure
talking
everyone in the
about,
comments knew.
yeah,
I'm just talking about the bringing up the
because you
husband
know
part.
me, I got to talk between all y'all.
I know. We be chatting it up. So that to me also lets me know that this was calculated because people are always like, oh, Robin, da, da, da. No, Robin was playing her position because the fact is, I remember that conversation of him literally saying, I have to take her home because she needs to go to catch the airport to go to Grams, and I need to go to work. And for him to be on the live saying, and I'm sorry, I have not really seen Candace and Chris to be liars about like most things.
Yeah, I
Everyone
ain't
hides
never
the truth
caught him
here or
in no
there.
lies. I
I
ain't
have
caught
not
him
really
in no
caught them in.
lies like that. No.
And so I can't believe because I remember him talking about him going to work. I can't believe that they had an extended conversation that was cut out about him like, hey, I'm working here, which it's not like the actual W, it's like the actual Washington hotel. It's very reputable. I know he's making good money there or whatever. But the fact that like I can believe they had an extended conversation about, hey, come down there. And he was saying, and I even heard another podcaster say the place that they were at, because obviously you see the place when Ashley shows the screenshot, the place that they were at was literally 3 blocks down. And he's like, I got off of work. I went home. I got home at 2 o'clock. He said, I'm staying up because, Candace was going to California. So he's like, I'm waiting for her to get home for her to, for us to call, and to get night. So he's like, I don't like to scroll down on Instagram. I just go through the stories and you just press it and it keeps going. Hers popped up and I responded and that was it. And then literally me and Candace talked and I talked to her about how like, hey, we were talking about how I worked and they went to the park. It's no big deal, but like, come on, I'll take care of them. I can believe that. So then for us to
Well,
turn around,
here's the thing.
yes.
Here's the thing with that. That actually tracks because he was like, y'all should have came to the W. It actually makes a lot more sense why he would respond to her story that way because he's thinking, I told y'all that's where I work, so y'all should have came on over, man. I'm down here. That's kind of how it came across. And like I said, y'all know I'm not a fan of lies, and y'all know I don't really stand for nobody on this show like that. I love Miss Karen, but Miss Karen be getting on my nerves sometimes too. And regardless of whether I like you or not, we got to tell it like it is. They lied on that man. And the fact that they not only lied, they literally got together, apparently had ex parte communications, and then came back on the camera to dogpile. That's real nasty and messy. I don't like it.
Yeah, no, you made a very good point. I didn't even put that part together of like that even what he's saying even lines up to the message he sent. So I didn't even think about that. So yeah,
it's definitely not Candace. It's definitely now Candace catching it from these people. And see, this is the thing. And I want to point out something else after I say this real quick. But you're right, Randa. It's her turn, but it's her turn because we're talking about a system that these people subscribe to, and the behaviors show that on a consistent basis. What I find ridiculous from Candace was that she ever in her life thought that she was going to escape it by quietly sitting in the sidelines and not calling out their mess when they did it to other Black women. Now, that's what I truly fault her for. And then for allowing them to use that against somebody else when it suited her because she didn't like Monique. So you were perfectly fine with their colorist shenanigans toward Monique because, hey, I'm mad with Monique. So go on, get them, Team Yellow. Sick them, Old Yellow. Now, the problem is now Old Yellow done turned on you and is now foaming at the mouth. And you thought that being quiet and hanging back and going along with the foolishness was going to absolve you from the ire of Team Yellow. And now you are getting it from Team Yellow. Now, that's what it really comes down to right there. That's what it came down to. Now, the other thing I want to point out, yeah, definitely gave dog power by how production setting it up. They must gonna eat them up on the reunion. Has to. Yes, she thought she was exempt and would escape it. And she found out the hard way that that's not how systems work. Systems are just that. Systems are systems. They apply to everybody, whether you like it or not. Now, the other thing I want to point out, hey, Peanut, the other thing
that's your daughter?
That's my baby.
Hi.
Hey.
So the other thing I want to point out real quick before Peanut tell y'all what she got to tell y'all is I feel like Candace is trying to tell us something about Ashley without telling us. And I know y'all done missed it, but I didn't. Now, when Ashley went to talking about sprinkling baby dust and writing it in a book and all that, Candace was like, if it ain't Jesus, we don't do it. So then Jesus done reared his head again in this episode when Ashley went to talk about, oh, the pendulum swing both ways. She said, no, not over here because we got Jesus. Candace trying to tell us that Ashley's into some witchy poo stuff. Because when she said pendulum, usually people say in pendulum in a abstract sense or in a, like in a metaphorical sense. But I'm starting to feel like Candace trying to tell us that this heifer probably over there scrying and really dowsing and swinging pendulums and stuff. I feel like Candace low-key trying to tell us some stuff now.
See, but I agree with that off of what Kern said on not her last video, but the second to last video. She said something to that effect too, and she's like, well, I'm with Candace. We only want to deal with Jesus. I think they might know about Ashley into some witchy stuff.
Ashley over there messing with the witchy poo. Ain't this nothing?
You like it?
Ooh. Dang. Sheila say the only problem husband that's ever been on there is Michael, and Uncle Ray always been the best husband. Yes, he is. And Eddie coming for a close second place. Jazzy said from what Wendy has said on the reunion was edited to give Giselle a nice edit, so we don't get to see a lot. So even if they were on Monique's side, we wouldn't see it. Oh yeah, we heard that. And they edited it to cut out Giselle with the F-bomb, because they say she went off and F this and F that and F the world. She turned to Tupac. You caught that too, Cheryl? Yes. And Vanessa say, I don't doubt it. Ashley seemed like that type. That might be how she caught Smeagol. She might have sprinkled him with something. LEL say, I saw that too. Karen sure did. Yeah, Candace trying to let us know that this is witchy poo. Cheryl said that's probably why Michael won't sleep in the same room with her no more. Yeah, he might have went and got somebody to pray that root up off him. And Robin said, well, Ashley looked like the Wicked Witch of the West. So yeah, you so silly. I can't. And Vanessa said, yes, Karen and Wendy have good men, real men. Yep, that's part of why they mad. But go ahead. I had to get some of the comments, y'all.
I agree. I also think that aside from her being okay, because it was people she wasn't liking, I'm talking about Candace. I think Candace growing up so privileged, which is nice for a Black girl to grow up privileged, it made her a bit delusional. She forgot that she's still a nigga. That's what she forgot.
Yeah. Shout out to Jay-Z.
Yeah. I think she forgot that.
Shout out to, hold on. Let me be respectful. I might not like him, but shout out to Trick Daddy because he said it first. Okay, go ahead. In America. Yeah, he said that first.
How production is setting up with all of the flashbacks, I think this reunion going to be one. They not going to be able to line dance. They'll just have to sit there with their necks tucked like Giselle.
It's true. And the way production been playing this whole season, y'all, I feel like personally, I don't feel like production gonna try to save Team Yellow this time. I think the outcry and the pointing out of the colorism and the nonsense, like people already realizing that it ain't finna go down like that. I think production is not gonna try to save them.
No, they don't want to be blamed for what was going on. Even if they had a hand in it, they no longer want a hand in it. They do not want to be blamed. They're going to shift it right on to the culprits.
So you say production probably going to go ahead and hang them out to dry so they don't have to, wear the tag of colorism.
Yeah, that's what's going on. And I think maybe they didn't realize this when they were filming. So they was letting their colorism. This is the worst they have ever been.
It is.
Out of all seasons.
It's bad.
This is bad.
It's so overt. It's like they're not even trying to hide it. Like they doing everything but putting on MAGA hats and burning crosses.
They literally want to physically attack Wendy.
But nothing happening.
Yeah.
Okay, here's my little tidbit because you guys were both saying with production. I kept saying it, but I finally remember the podcast. If anyone wants to find it, it was on Bravo Daily Dish, and it had Eric Fulmer, which is the executive producer, and on it he was saying that you can't really trust Giselle because Giselle will always tell a story different, and we literally saw her do that. So I even think with the colorism issue, Eric knows, because this is not a rumor. This is not Giselle repeating something that's on a blog. Because that there's still plausible deniability. Giselle is saying this happened to her. So to me, I feel like
Yep.
Eric knows, bitch, you don't say a story right. I know you don't. And also, this can go left with the SA issue. I know you don't tell the story right. And also, this just looks optic because I feel like the girls don't the lights, they don't think about the optics. People want to say we're injecting colors them, but I'm sorry. If you have a cast mostly of one group of people and you sprinkle other two people, the optics are going to look different. And so they're like, this is a line that we cannot go past right now.
And not only that, piggybacking on that, we saw Giselle this episode switch a story up real time. That girl said that she was that Riff Raff claimed that Chris was flirting at her. By the time Giselle walked them ankles out there to that sprinter, he had done propositioned and grabbed the booty. None of that wasn't said, but she done put all that on it.
All of that. Okay.
In
I went
real
to
time.
the Ashley lawyer scene. Okay. I am a YouTube lawyer, but I did go to a good school and I did take a lot of classes with a wonderful, she's a female corporate lawyer. Wonderful. This ish, I feel like we and you talked about this. I don't believe that they're getting divorced. I feel like this is a sham for them to continue the open relationship because they've had it since they've been on the show, and they just didn't really think about the cameras being on them and them being more visible. And I feel like people are always rewriting history when they're saying Ashley's so open. No, she is not, because she has pretend. She did not explicit, which you don't have to, but she never explicitly said that they had threesomes until season 5 when he got caught cheating for the next time. Right. Full video and pictures.
That's when the threesome story came out. He got caught out there tricking and treating.
The whole entire time they were in this monogamous relationship.
That's when she started telling the story about now all of a sudden she's bisexual and they having threesomes, and we ain't heard none of that before.
And then, dang, how it came out that she had already told Monique, because when she told the girls at the winery, Monique just sat there like she didn't already know.
And so, okay, so she's sitting in this office, and I knew the housing didn't make any sense because people are like, well, let him spend the money now. No, because it still becomes community property for them to fight over later. And he can say, I don't want you to keep it, we have to sell it, and we have to split that made no sense. And also, the fact that she is saying, she said that there are only 6 months into the separation. And she's saying, well, we're not even that close yet to starting the divorce, because obviously in that state you have to be separated for a year. And so she's like, I don't even want to do the accounting. Girl, she's the same person. Obviously, this man has so much money. He owns the company, You should be getting a forensic accounting as soon as possible, because it could take you a full year to run down through everything he has going on for you to know what you earned in that relationship. But instead, you're sitting here saying you're stalling. And then also she always bragged about this prenup, but she never really explicitly said until now that it's, I get 50% of what he's made since we've been married. Right. And so when people look up this whole, he's worth $20 million, and people can make more or make less, whatever. Let's say it's a $20 million. I want to know, okay, well then how much of that did he acquire since you've been married? And even more so, he could be smart since he's married you. He could have been funneling off his income, putting it into his adult kids' trust and all kinds of other stuff to lower his income for that year. So he can tell the judge, this is actually how much I make a year. So this is the 50% you get. So this thing never made any sense. She never did the post-nup, coming back that reunion pregnant, talking about, I trust him. Girl, he just got caught on video camera in a hotel room with his boxers with a woman.
But this is the problem, Kai. She trusts him because that's what they had already agreed to. That's what I'm saying. Yes. All of this is a sham. She does trust her husband. She got every right to trust her husband. This is what her and her husband agreed on. He's going to be a turd burglar, and she's going to sit home and take care of them geriatric babies. Now, that's what the hell's finna go on.
Where did you get turd burglar from?
Because he's breaking into them booties.
I know.
I'm just saying, he's burgling the turds. And she's going to stay home and take care of ATM and money bag. Now this is what's finna go down.
Yeah. I'm explaining all this just because for the people, because I thought we all know this is a sham. But for the people who are saying she's so smart and all this kind of stuff, no, she's letting that man do what he wants, and they've come to this agreement. Because if they did not, none of this makes any sense.
I think the agreement, I understand that they got them an agreement. I think Michael was okay with her coming on the show until he realized it was going to put a highlight on his freaky deaky lifestyle.
Right. That's exactly what's going on. Because at the end of the day, what's happening is now this affects his business, because now you making him a public figure when he was a businessman. He was like, okay, you bored sitting in the house? No problem. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not going to engage you in no activities that I don't want to. I'm gonna make my money. I'm gonna chase men, women, cats, dogs, monkeys, chickens, giraffes, everything. And if you want to go on this show because you bored, go ahead. They forgot to tell him that because she's on this show, everybody gonna be watching who you do, who you blew, and who you screw. They forgot to tell him that part.
Mm-hmm.
Up there
Now
wasting that
that's
woman's
what it come
time.
down to. Yeah, turd burglar. That's what he doing. He breaking in.
Mm.
No mask. Karen had to remind Jizzy about her children when she was bragging about 3 men. Yeah, I don't know. Listen, that was a weird flex, dog.
But yeah, Karen
Weird
reminded
flex.
her quick on the girls at home.
Yeah, you got children. Why you saying stuff like this? First of all, Giselle, I know you're lying because I saw how hard a time you had getting that leg in the air. Now, girl, speaking for, listen, girl. Now, Giselle, we saw. If you got 3 men, is it Pawpaw, uncle, and granddaddy? Like who is these 3 men? Because they can't be nobody that need too much action. Because we saw your version of action and it looks painful. It looks painful. I don't believe talking and then talking about she want a young boy. She want to add him to the group. I want to add a young boy. It's just that if they put you in the ring with a young man, you're gonna break your hip.
I'm crying.
I'm just saying, I don't want no young man. Don't you put me in the ring with no young man. I will listen, I'm pulling out the gate if you send a young man to my house. Because I'm gonna assume this Negro is here to rob me. Because ain't nothing else you finna do with no young man once we reach a certain age. Now let's just tell the truth.
Giselle just wants to believe in her mind that she's still desirable.
Girl, listen, when you was young, we seen the pictures. You was real cute. Unlike Robin. Robin ain't never been pretty a day in her life. Giselle, now you a pretty older lady. You's a pretty lady of a certain age, okay? Now you can get you a papa or uncle or somebody, one of them is responsible and gonna, be able to put up with your attitude and mouth and don't mind you lying every other word or something. Now that's what you can do. But don't be sitting up there talking about you want no young man. We don't want to read about you. You done broke your hip in 3 places, and
But she stands with a broken foot.
Yeah, her foot always broke. She gonna mess around and that gout gonna flare up, and she gonna slip and fall and break something. Then she gonna be in the tabloids lying talking about the man done beat her up.
Oh, she better not pull no Evelyn Lozada.
Yeah, that's what she gonna pull. She gonna pull a Evelyn. She gonna pull a Evelyn Hozada just to show her she fall, because she gonna be ashamed to admit that you was trying to cock your leg up and your other leg couldn't stand the strain. Then she gonna get the line. Then she gonna get. Listen, I know about it. My legs and stuff is stiff. When I pick my leg up, I got the latch on to something. We had a whole conversation in here on the booty washing clinic. When you got a big booty, it's a certain way you go about handling that thing. When I got to hitch that leg up, I got to hold on to something in that shower. I'm holding on to God's unchanging hand. Okay.
Oh my God.
So now if she go and get a young man and he go trying to, flip her up and spin her around and stuff, that vertigo gonna hit her. Giselle gonna be in traction. We gonna get the news that she's at the hospital. She will have a black eye, a bruised hip, and everything. And she gonna lie and say that boy done beat her up. Now she better stop. Hey, stylish looks, because y'all know she lied. Hey, girl, what's going on?
Girl, I'm just thinking about tonight's episode. These girls are just so trifling. Like, girl, I cannot. And I just want to touch on Ashley. Karen Huger in season 3 had low-key told Ashley's business. Because you remember when they were on that France trip and they were all arguing? And she was like, that's why your marriage is fake, and that's why you have a sham of a marriage. And when you be in Arlington, when he put you in that sweatbox in Arlington, you be holding it up. And I was like, oh.
I remember
I remember that.
Wait
a minute.
Karen has
looking back
her
now, it got
teeth.
something to it at the time. We might have thought Karen was just shooting off at the mouth.
No, remember, this is when
Karen
Michael
knew
had
the
kicked her
tea.
out.
Yep, sure did. Put all her stuff in the trash bag and told her to get the F out.
Yeah.
And took that Porsche back because she went live or something on IG and was like, Michael made her give her Porsche back or something like that. He gave her that little base model Audi or whatever.
Yes.
But yeah, girl, that's why I said she ain't gonna get nothing in the divorce, because in season 2 or 3, when they went on some trip, she was asking Giselle if she could use her phone, because she was like, Michael had gave her a prepaid phone and all her minutes was out.
I
I was like,
that.
not the millionaire husband.
But that's
no.
listen, sis. That's what them kind of men do. Let me tell you something. There was one of them I knew personally that my first husband was working for. When I say this clear man had millions, his millions had millions, to the extent that the man had a freaking airstrip in the back of his house. We from Marion County, Florida, where we got just as many gangsters as we got people with money, okay? And this man, with all the millions of dollars, stylish looks, he would wear dirty clothes. He drove an old Hyundai. He was walking around and run over shoes. That's how they are.
Wow.
And they would sit up there and put them women on a short freaking leash.
Like Ashley on right now.
That's what he got her on. And truth be heard, if she want to get paid, like really, really get paid, she gonna have to divorce him. Because see, once she divorced him, then he ain't got no control over the leash. Then the judge in control of the leash.
Yeah, and
but she ain't trying to leave because she's still sitting up crying about her clear pot belly papa that don't want her. So she trying to she want him to feel that
she got daddy issues. You right.
Exactly. That's the other reason why she don't mind him.
I never forget.
That's why she don't mind him doing a little burglary every now and then. Because hey, I just need you to be my daddy. You know, because my daddy, wouldn't even open the door for me. That's why she don't mind him doing a little turd burglary here and there.
And that's probably why she's jealous of Candace, probably because Candace didn't have to, even though I don't like Chris, but girl.
But it's just wild that her and Candace were both jealous of each other. That was true tea. It was ridiculous.
Yep. They were both jealous of each other. I think Candace done finally got over being jealous of Ashley.
I hope so, because it wasn't cute and it was delusional.
It was not cute and it was very delusional.
Okay, so tell me your
that was the
thoughts
first
on
person who
that.
said that, and I never took that because I'm sorry. The first person who threw a dig about something was when Ashley on Candace's first season called her a house daughter at the reunion. I was like,
Ashley was jealous of Candace growing up privileged and loved and having a complete family unit and not needing to go prey on old stinky balls.
Ew.
And Candace was jealous of the color, jealous that she didn't marry rich, jealous of, it was mainly a color issue for Candace.
I think so too. I believe that.
Not realizing that she was the star and Ashley is
Thank you. You sitting up here jealous of this girl for that little pissy color. And literally at that stage, at least until Monique came on there, you was the prettiest girl on that screen.
Yeah, I thought her and Monique should have
Monique came on before
and
Candace.
went in on.
Well, Monique came first. But I'm just saying, sans Monique. Without Monique, Candace is the prettiest girl on the screen.
I don't know why people say Ashley's pretty. I'm sorry. She looks like
she giving forehead straight up.
That is RoboCop. That is Robert. That's Detective Peter Weller.
This is not to be rude, but it's like
y'all don't remember when RoboCop took that mask off and then all you see was that face. That's RoboCop. She got the vein in the forehead and everything. That's RoboCop.
I think people align to that because I almost feel like she has like a misshapen baby's head, and I just feel like maybe someone sees a baby when they look at her, and that's why they're like, "Oh, she's cute," because that's the only thing I can think of. Because I'm just like, I don't find her not to be rude, no, but she's not my kind of attractive if I'm looking at a woman. So I get confused when people say this.
Actually,
I'm not confused at all. If I'm gonna be real,
her weave is right, so it kind of works for her. Like when she covered that forehead, it works for me.
Even when they cover her forehead, her face still looks like a foot.
Her face is shaped like a light bulb. I ain't trying to be funny, but like a light bulb.
I can see light bulb.
And
it's giving mass from screen.
This is the problem I got with it. The reason why I personally believe, yes, Just Jules JG, Ashley is managed too. I feel like when people look at a Robert Dixon or a Megamind / RoboCop, and they say pretty, they're talking about that pissy color.
Yeah, that's
them eyes like Giselle.
Because there are some people, the minute they see that pissy color, they have to ascribe pretty to that because they have been brainwashed into thinking light bright next to white is pretty. No matter what the features are, you could look like a whole red nose pit in the face. If you pissy colored, then it's pretty.
Right.
And I beg to differ. It's just ugly with the lights on. That's all it is.
Right. Hello.
Sure. Now, to me, pretty is pretty. Giselle is pretty. I'm not finna take that from her. Is she pissed colored? So? Yes.
Giselle pretty.
Yes. That's a pretty.
She's conventionally pretty.
At the end of the day, she's a pretty heifer. I'm not finna take nothing from her or her rings. Okay, rings and all. Her face is a pretty face. When she was younger, it was real pretty.
She was gorgeous when she was young.
Yeah, I ain't gonna take nothing from you. I ain't gotta like you to tell the truth about you. Candace has always been. Candace has always been pretty.
Shadow it.
Hold on, Candace has always been pretty. Candace actually uglies herself up. I guess she does it on purpose. Maybe
the nose contour.
Girl, that makeup and that nose.
I feel like Candace. I feel like Candace paints herself up like a squirrel to make Giselle feel better. Like maybe if I tone down my pretty, Giselle will like me better.
That's what them eyebrows was giving. Maybe
that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? Wendy is a nice looking girl. She ain't drop dead gorgeous. I ain't finna lie for her. Her complexion is drop dead gorgeous.
She does. I think the package all works together with Wendy. Yeah. Like I feel like
but she has a nice face. Her face is not ugly at all.
A beautiful face.
Now I'm not gonna lie and say that her that plastic surgery didn't help her out because it did. I feel like she got some tweaks to the face a little bit, and it looks good. And like you said,
the face looks gorgeous.
The face looks the same to me.
She got her makeup together.
She got her makeup together.
The same way Candace has not had a nose job. People just think so because she does all that contouring.
Yeah,
I think she did say she got fillers in her nose.
No,
Candace says she has not done anything to her nose, and if you look at pictures of her, like her nose is exactly the same. It's the contour. Like people don't realize makeup can do wonders. It's the contour.
Yeah.
I was thinking about that at one point, like they can make your nose look better, but like it's called fillers or whatever. But I don't know.
But this is the thing. But this is what I'm saying. Wendy has a pretty face. She's not the prettiest on the cast, but she has a pretty face. Her complexion is drop dead gorgeous. And truthfully, truth be heard, once she got a foundation that actually matched that beautiful, dreamy complexion, she's unstoppable. Because the first season, what we kept seeing was Miss Thing had that gorgeous complexion, but she kept breaking clay pots and putting them on her face. I was like, why?
And she had just had a baby too, so she was probably trying to find
that was stylish looks. Tell the truth.
It could be hard if you don't also know what.
She didn't have no business buying no foundation that color because that wasn't her color, right? And Wendy did get her wigs and her edges.
It was edges. Once
I think she had to go get
edges,
she had to go get them edges threaded because that was her natural hair down there like
she
that.
Did, yeah, her natural hairline for some reason,
yeah.
But I should give her props though, because Giselle, what is it, season 7, and she's still giving Party City wigs, like.
Okay, she ain't never came back from the wig.
Well, Giselle wig in the confessional confuses me because when she tuck it behind her ear, it looked like they put the lace on good. So I don't understand what they did in the middle, why they left it like a little Barbie doll. Like, they're so confusing.
Maybe they didn't pluck it out. Don't y'all have to pluck them wigs?
She be missing the parts. There's no parts.
It's weird because the edges part look real good. So why you left them?
Well, now Evie, I sat there and watched you and Diamond pluck that wig, and it looked like science. It did. I was watching about it.
No, I be plucking the wigs. This wig right here, I dyed myself and everything. I understand. It's a science.
I had never seen it done in person. I ain't gonna lie, because I'm old school. I come from that school where you put 3 plaits on your head, maybe a stocking cap, maybe not, and slap that wig on, and we snatch it off real easy. So I don't know nothing about this. I watched them sit there and pluck, and the girl, they was plucking and plucking and plucking and plucking. And
then they plucking for a while.
They went to cutting and shearing at that lace, and then they went to putting foundation and glue on the foreheads and smashing it down and rubbing it. And I was like, what the hell is going on here? And then when they finished, girl, it looked like my child was born with hair that was the color of Kool-Aid. Like it came out her scalp like that. I said, oh, this is
it's a science menu. I understand. It is a science. And that's why there's no scalp. That's
That
why.
wig look like Hermione and them did it over there at Hogwarts. It just looked like it really happened. How they say Arabacadabra, like they did that thing, but maybe even them need to go do Giselle wigs because it wasn't no plucking that went on.
Okay, Geneva. So I think maybe they don't understand. I feel like they do the perimeter and they just don't think about where they're actually going to part the hair.
I think Giselle is just so something wrong. You know, Virgos be tacky. And I think
Ooh, that's
shade no shade.
Empty
My
the clip,
sister
girl.
is a Virgo.
Empty the clip.
I'm sorry. And I think that she think that look good.
No, she does. She does, which is why she's
She
never
does.
changed anything.
Right,
Now,
right.
let me
That's
say-
not at all.
7 seasons. And
But
she's
now
never
I'm gonna
changed
say
nothing.
this: somebody on Twitter roasted the entire living hell out of Giselle. They grabbed that sad strap across the toe, high heel sandal, a pair of white stretch pants, a one shoulder out top, and said this in an ugly necklace and called it the Giselle starter
Oh, I
pack.
saw that.
I
Yes.
died because
It
that's
is.
Giselle on every set. Giselle just don't know no better. But listen, she said that for a reason. My auntie, my Glow, some of y'all was here on August 16th for Glow Day. My Aunt Glow was a Virgo. And my Aunt Glow, she was charmingly tacky. Like her tacky was charming. Giselle is not giving charming here.
Yeah.
And you know,
not,
Emmy is tacky and don't want
Yeah, my
nobody
youngest
to tell
child
her
is a
nothing
Virgo,
about
and she
it. Don't
tacky as
tell
hell,
me about
too.
me being
So
tacky.
you're
I
reading
like this
family.
tacky.
That's what you're doing.
This
Yeah.
tacky is the new trend in Europe. Don't you get on my
Yeah, for real. My youngest baby is a Virgo, and she is
Yes.
delicious. She is deliciously tacky, and they are very headstrong about their tackiness. They're not
So
gonna
not
let this-
deliciously tacky. Tell
You
the
niggas
truth
is
on
late.
it.
This is the
Yeah.
new.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
you
I'm not
just
part of the
started.
Virgo gang, so the stone block.
I'm just saying, like when they got their mind set on it, even if it don't look good, they're gonna stick beside it. So
Well,
maybe
that is Giselle to a T. That is Giselle to a T. Oh, can we talk
Absolutely.
about how they were saying, because I feel like we skipped over it, we talked about it a little bit, when they were doing the shopping scene, and they're like, oh, well, they're just making it dramatic. B, my wife you already talking about this mess, and my wife comes home to me saying all of a sudden, Ashley done sprung out that I'm flirting with Riff Raff, and she couldn't even say what he did or what he said to her. And then
Nope.
saying, and you mean to tell me, and people always act up. Candace and Chris are Twitter people. They are the millennials who love the Twitter and the TikTok. So yes, if something happens, they're going to read you for filth. And all of a sudden you acting surprised that someone has something to say for you. But you want an apology from him though, didn't you? You wanted him to speak to you, but now all of a sudden, I will be talking to that guy.
And then the thing is, you know, you doing this. This man, first of all, knows that you're doing this on camera. So of course he gonna say something public about it. Like what?
Yeah, because you lied on him in public.
Great point, yes.
And this is like I told you, I feel like it's the audacity. You lie on someone and beat them getting mad. Like, don't you dare be offended that I'm lying on you.
You know, just like Ashley did with the whole Twitter thing. That's their sister, child.
It's a lot. It was a lot for me, y'all. It was a lot. I was just
too.
sitting here shaking my head and rocking back and forth. Like, this is too much.
And then Mia with her big handsome hands.
I cannot stand that woman.
Please,
It
girl,
was just me and that wide torso for me. Why are you so wide? You done got all this surgery. What happened?
Because they can't do nothing about that frame. Okay. It's the frame. The frame is wide.
It's giving linebacker.
It's king size. That's all I'm saying. It's just king size.
That's California king.
Ooh. Ooh. That's
she walked in that scene with Sharice like, I know I'm fine. It's like, baby, you wide.
Right.
Your stomach flat, but you wide.
That is
not. She done did something to her face this season. I'm just like, girl, what else did you do?
That is Philip's granddaughter. All I'm gonna say is, whatever she did to her face, kudos to her. Because all last season, her face was melting off.
It was.
So whatever she had to do, whether she took my advice and filled it with concrete, whatever.
Oh my God, that was your advice. I missed that episode.
Because I was tired of her face falling off.
The
And
skin is still a little
production,
rough. It's better, but it's
and
still a little rough.
production was
She
girl
did fill
production.
it in. You right.
She
Because
filled
something
that
She
stuff in.
did.
I don't know whether
is,
she used
Cause
concrete,
it's like
beans
about
from a
ready to pop.
sandbag. You know how those bean bags had the little beans and stuff. Maybe she
Yes.
used them. Whatever she used, I'm with it. Because all last season production was messy. They kept zeroing in, and we just saw this girl face melting off like the
especially at that
Wizard of Oz.
Virginia trip.
And
Yes.
Yeah, you
remember,
right.
y'all remember last season they kept zeroing in on her lip till her lip was about to fall off. Everything.
It still is.
No, you know, they did the flashbacks with her and Wendy tonight, and you saw the difference of that face. That face
Yes.
was
Like,
bad. Last
I'm like, someone pokes that face the wrong way, everything's about to pop out. It's just like, ooh.
Listen, I'm whatever she did, I'm in support.
Oh my God.
I'm
She
in
filled it
I
in.
think that's why they were so mad at Wendy getting her body done, because Wendy do have a nice face, and they were like, well, you can't have a body too,
and the education and the family
yeah,
and
you
the
can't
husband.
have it all. That was their problem.
That's what it was.
Which I would like to make this a point of the situation, because I feel like in context, Potomac ladies they're making money, but they're not making Atlanta or Beverly Hills money.
That's
And it is just fascinating to see that, like, everyone's like, oh, 4 OGs. Karen is one of the main ones who has like really done something that
With
is
her
not
platform.
which I'm not against a podcast or anything like that, but has really done something outside of the show. Ashley, not a thing. Robin just popped up with these hats all of a sudden, and half the time someone says they can't even buy them. And they have this recently shady podcast that they be spilling things that they should not be saying. Who else is
like
here?
all that colorist crap and
Yes.
anti-black nonsense against that Harden boy
Exactly that.
about chicken and 40 ounces in his beard.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I feel like I do think there's an upsetness with people using the platform correctly. Because I listened to Wendy talk to Carlos King, and to me, from my background, it made sense of like her exploring what her options are aside from what was laid out from her family. And it is a smart thing to do to try things out. And you see Candace, this episode premiered and she's at the Soul Train Awards. Like, and you don't have to be this mega pop star, but to come on to a platform and to use, and Candace always said this, I know it's going to use me, so I'm gonna make sure I use it. And so she's on the Netflix series with actors, BT, all this kind of stuff, like doing what she planned to do with it. Wendy is still commentating, still assistant professor. She wants you the candles, she's doing the candles. She wanted to look at the restaurant, she's talking about seeing if it's an option from her. We see these women actually like going out there and making moves for themselves and having the support of their family. Because while the other girls are like Ashley, I'm like, what are you doing here? You came on here talking about like hopefully being a yoga master. You don't have a yoga studio. I think she had like one website, and it has like 5 shirts on it. It hasn't been copyright or trademarked since she had the first kid. There's nothing else on it.
Something else that I peeped, right? And y'all tell me if I'm wrong or if I'm too far off. If I'm reaching, let me know. I'll put my shoulder back in the socket. But I feel like personally, some of this nastiness for Wendy is because how dare you call us out for trying to attack your marriage last season?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
I think the other thing that we're overlooking, possibly, again, let me know if I'm reaching. Stylish, come back if you get a chance. I think the other thing that we're overlooking is, I think they legit thought that Wendy was gonna be another Charisse. That she was gonna be on there to just kiss their clear adjacent behinds, and they were gonna be acting like, oh, I'm not worthy, you're the best, you're the most beautiful, big sister almighty, because Wendy came on playing that role with them and trying to fit in with them. And I think part of that was because of that sorority connection with Giselle. And I think that part of that did, play into, I'm gonna try to fit in with her because she is, my soror. And I think that, they looked at the whole package, that Wendy really didn't have her look all the way together. None of them do the first season. I think Monique was the first one who actually came in first season lit as far as her look. And then she had the foundation in the wrong color. I think they were thinking that she was on the same boat with Charisse, and partially how Candace was like, I'm gonna wear the wrong color foundation because I really envy your yellow pissy skin. And then when Wendy shows up, very next season with the right color foundation, serving golden, not even golden brown, bronze to perfection. And I'm gonna show off this melanin. I'm gonna show off this chocolatey goodness, honey.
Right.
And
with the correct clothes too.
Their feelings. Like, so you not bowing down to us. You actually gonna come in here and shine on us. You gonna come in here and shine. You not bowing down. I think that's what really vexed them heifers.
Yeah,
personally.
They would have been way more happy if she would have just been frumpy and kept doing the slither.
And not wearing the right clothes and not getting her body together, still putting on the wrong color foundation. Because listen, like, let's be honest. Hey, BJ Des, a lot of sisters who are not on point and not in love with themselves will intentionally put on the wrong color foundation, trying not to appear as dark as they are. And I think by Wendy coming in with the right color foundation and everything, it was like, oh, dang, she wasn't doing that because she wanted to be us. She just didn't know how foolish she looked.
Mm-hmm. And it's like, HD cameras are a different story.
Right. And not only that, let's be honest. What we see and how the world sees us is always a different story. Mm-hmm. You see yourself one way, but when you actually get people who love you enough to tell you how you really look, that'd be different.
True. That's true.
That's why most people that first season, they be looking a little rough. Karen came in looking crazy with that wig all over the place.
Oh,
had a I'm just saying. Karen, listen, Karen had to put low jack on that wig. That wig was off to the races, baby. Right. It was running.
It was running.
You know how people put them microchips in their dogs? Karen had a chip in that wig. She had to. And it's like, once you see yourself back, then it's on you to correct how you look. They were not expecting Wendy to come back with them corrections.
They thought she was the frumpy book nerd, want to fit in with Team Yellow.
Yeah. Straight up. That's what I think it was. And when she came back, showing off that melanin, showing off that beauty, that queenly complexion, I think that just vexed them to a whole other level. And I told y'all before, I feel like Giselle has a special hate for brown women because every time J Mal tricked on her, it was with a pretty round brown.
Yes,
absolutely.
Wendy looks like young Herman Monster. Girl, what show you looking at?
I know.
That lady don't look like no Herman Monster.
Wait, I think she corrected. I think she meant Mia. If I'm looking at the chat.
Okay, right. Mia. Oh, Mia. I was about to say, sis, what you looking at?
But now, what's supposed to happen now that this wine glass thing happened so early?
Huh?
Like this drink tossing happened so early. But it's going to happen on episode 7. And this is supposed to be a long season.
Yeah, it's going to be a long season if it's doing it. And I really feel like that's why Mia and Karen going to fall out. Because Karen don't be with that type of mess.
No.
Right.
Karen ain't with it. So you know what else? Now, if y'all remember before the season started, we saw Karen at the Improv and Mia standing up trying to take attention from her while she was on.
I remember that.
Stabbing people in the back and not stabbing in the back. She say loyalty. You gotta have loyalty or whatever. So it's like, did you expect Karen to be? It's starting to come together. Like, were you looking for Karen to be loyal to you and stand behind you, acting like a hooligan?
Because no, that's not even Karen. That's not even how Karen.
That's not even her vibe. Yeah,
that's not her brand. Karen's classy. She's gonna try to be classy.
I don't know how her and Mia have a friendship, honestly.
Even down to her podcast or her YouTube is classier than, like, when you compare her with the GEBs, like they be cussing and stuff, and Karen is like classy, articulate. Yeah, that ain't even her brand.
Because Karen is one of those typical ladies of a certain age, and they came from that school of thought that you were a lady at all times. And I understand it because my mama was one of them ladies. You were a lady at all times. Those things there are hood boogers. I told y'all that back when Monique took them up to her cabin and her and Robert Dixon was up there jumping on beds. I say, you ignorant hood boogers. Why are y'all doing that? Very trashy, very low class, very tacky.
If they just took me out praising by going to Miami, but y'all was talking trash about being took to France by Monique.
Right.
It just took me, this is boss lady behavior.
Because that's who it was.
To Miami.
that you could took yourself to with a spirit flight.
Giselle does all the time.
Right, that Giselle go there all the time because she's always talking about it on her podcast.
Oh,
Yeah, and can we talk about the fact that, first of all, this just as a rule of thumb, and I ain't being nasty or nothing, because y'all know I will jump on Soul Plane. Shout out to Soul Plane. Spirit, that is. Anywhere that spirit goes is nothing you should brag about. If you can get there on spirit, be quiet. Say less.
I didn't know where you were going.
OMG. No, she didn't.
No, I mean, shout out to Soul Plane. But if you can get there on Soul Plane, don't brag.
The house was nice, but it wasn't nice for 9 women.
And not for what Mia claims.
Mia
put too much on it.
Her mouth.
Mia was doing way too much.
Mia put too much on it. But that's what Mia does. Mia puts too much on it. She's definitely all the time gonna put 20 on 10. But what I'm saying is, for them heifers to act like this was like a ghetto apartment, Giselle, you live in 2 barns put together by a hot glue gun and duct tape. This house was stunning compared to what you're accustomed to, sweetie. And let us not forget, when Wendy took them on that trip, them 2 hookers had to go half on a hotel room. So can we really talk about it?
Crying.
Then you come here, this girl got you in a room where you and your friend have your own private lounge, and your room opens up to the pool, and you're on the freaking harbor, which is absolutely Miami. And if I'm gonna tell the truth, for those of us who know, and Cheryl is Dade County representative in the chat. If I'm gonna stay somewhere, I'm gonna stay on the harbor. I'm not going out there to South Beach with the tourists. That's what tourists do. That's not nice living. Who the hell want to be out there?
Well, that's what they wanted. But that's
the thing, Kai. That's what they wanted, but that lets you know what they're used to.
Yes, obviously.
Like sometimes when you run your mouth, you let people know just how lowbrow you are. Just hush, be quiet. And I'm with you, Cheryl. I think she over exaggerated the price. I don't think it might have been listed for. Well, then again, maybe she didn't, because she said listed at 12 million. You can list it for 12. It don't mean somebody gonna pay 12.
Yeah. You know, also that was a weird flex, because I'm just like, what does that have to do with anything about them lying there for girls? Like, it's just she does stuff like that where I'm just like, you are trying so hard.
It's like her foster care childhood is showing up a little bit too much.
Well, men have big egos now.
Oh my God. This is true, because she's still on Watch What Happens Live talking about Wendy and Ken should be lucky they had a home to stay. I'm like, girl.
Yeah, be glad, be lucky. How are they lucky when they could actually afford to go somewhere?
Yeah, they
I'm like
but you know, Kai, you remember last year at the reunion, Mia, the girl who stayed in group homes and foster homes, had the nerve to try to call Candace a hood rat, a girl who probably never spent the night in the hood. Now, ain't that nothing? And I was sitting there like, so, and don't nobody
talked about this last year, because
I'm sitting there like, don't nobody see this with me? Somebody who is a hood booger from the strip club is trying to call somebody with a trust fund a hood rat. Is it her complexion or what? Because how the hell?
And that part really, I remember we were talking about this last year. Like, that part really bothered me, because I'm just like, girl, this is the girl. Both parents, well, I think 4, because obviously the parents have like their spouses. I think both sets of parents are doctors. This is the girl who had a $250,000 wedding, who called her daddy and asked for another $25,000. And you are talking about me being a hood booger?
But it's just like, I don't understand how you fix your mouth. Like, what part of your brain processed and told you that somebody who comes from such such a starkly different background than you, that you could ever fix your mouth to call this person a hood rat when you know that you actually fit the description?
She was projecting.
That brown skin said, "Oh, you're below me."
That's exactly that's what I'm getting at. And everybody wants to pretend they don't see it, and it's not that. No, that's what it is. That was to me, y'all. That's the equivalent of me calling somebody country. That's all I'm saying.
Exactly, and that's Seanitra. That's why I'm almost about to stop watching the show, because it's so blatant. It's so blatant. Like,
they're not even hiding it no more. You right?
Yeah, this is the worst season.
This is.
Like, Girl.
But for the record, let me just say, and they still giving us leaps, bounds, and dump trucks over RHOA. I'm just
You ain't
saying.
lie. You didn't tell no lies. I mean, you ain't tell
Because
no lies.
RHOA was so painfully boring. Like, it was one of them, like, would I rather be shot in the hip at point blank range or watch RHOA? It was really that bad.
Girl, I checked out after season 12. I was like, I can't. Girl, I can't. Props to y'all who can, but I can't.
Derby Diva Empowerment. Hey, sis, she said Candace bought her home. Mia is renting. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Hallelujah. But you know, rich people do rent now. Now, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, we ain't gonna go. You know what I mean? Like, we had talked about that before. You telling the truth, but I still got to keep it real. Rich people rent.
Rich people rent, but she's not that kind of rich person.
I mean, but I'm just saying, I don't know her financials. You know what I mean? And y'all know I'm real funny about people who, you know what I'm saying, our bank account don't match theirs, calling these trying to like clown these people money.
Yes, you are. Yeah.
Because I know my money don't match y'all money. I'm just being, you know, being real, being objective. Y'all know me. We got to call it fair. The truth of the matter is, rich people do rent. And the fact that she can afford to pay that kind of rent every month says that their money ain't short.
Do y'all think she really paying that much for rent?
Yeah,
I can't believe she's paying that much for rent.
I mean, she not. G is.
Well, yeah, that's true. She ain't paying nothing, but you know what I'm saying. But that's the same thing. Hell, she married to him. That's the whole point of marriage. That's the whole point of marriage, baby. If you can't connect your name to his finances, baby, why are you jumping the broom? Word to everybody.
All right.
Yeah, I think they're paying that price for rent. I just for me personally believe from experience and from what she's showing me that things don't align.
Right. Because she's a known liar, and that's what she does.
Yeah, she do lie. Now we know that. We watched her do it.
Yeah, because I don't think G that irresponsible, because he didn't have money for a while.
She's his fifth wife, I think. His fourth or fifth wife.
I was about to say we can't say G not irresponsible.
Yes.
Number one, the number of wives. Number two, the fact that you had a wife and you was down there hunching that big doodly thing in public on the beach.
Bite, honey.
Listen, thank you. That big hoggy back
bite.
On
that
the
big
beach.
Bite.
So bad.
No, Dad. And that thing talking about people was watching, and she
don't realize what she's saying.
Right, they were really probably scared, girl. You scared, girl.
She has so much pride in being so trashy.
Oh, she thought she was saying some hot stuff, man.
She did. She really thought she was doing.
She thought she was saying some hot stuff.
Like she was giving a girl something. Like, no, ma'am, honey.
Okay, Derby Diva say, yeah, rich people rent. Difference is they really have properties elsewhere that they own. His kids will not allow her to own anything with him. Do we know that?
Oh,
his kids part or the first part?
The kids.
I don't know the kids.
Probably his older children from another marriage. That may be what she's talking about. I think.
Okay, but I don't know that.
Well, I mean, he does have.
I ain't got no say so. G ain't dead.
Yeah, G ain't dead.
Kids about her age as well.
I don't know. Yep, Cheryl said that's right, Nitra. They do it here all the time. It costs as much to rent like mortgages.
Yeah,
listen,
that
Cheryl,
is true.
Cheryl, you know I'm from Florida. I know how it go. Them people come down there and rent huge freaking houses, and they still like just like Derby Diva say, they still be owning their properties and stuff. And we don't know what Mia and G own. I seriously doubt that they don't own any property. You don't make that kind of money and don't own property. So I don't know these people business. I'm just saying that, you know, it's some nasty stuff with Mia. I don't really have no beef with Mr. G. Long as he stopped thrusting in the air and licking out his tongue and humping the air.
Girl. Yeah, girl, because we don't need a Black Michael on the show. We don't.
Oh hell, listen, that was worse to me because I hate to see our men and our uncles do nasty stuff like that.
Right.
I'm telling you, nobody attacked G.
Right.
They trying to attack Chris.
Mm-hmm. No,
well,
the children didn't take over. Hold on, the children didn't take over the spas. His brothers hornswoggled with them spas. That was not his children. That was his brothers and the nieces and nephews. That didn't have nothing to do with his children. But the thing that got me is that you know, that whole thing last season, I feel like Uncle G don't need to be drinking in public. Long as Uncle G don't drink in public, I think we good. Because I like Uncle G, honestly. I like him and I don't like Mia.
Mm-hmm.
I can see that. I think I like him more than Mia too. Mia,
Yeah,
about Mia is just.
it's
I
kind of
don't
like with
Mia.
Robert. I like Warren, but I don't like Robert.
Me too.
But see, Juan and Robert not together, so
Facts. Scripture. That's
Right.
true.
That's what Miss Ashley said, child.
Church.
Season 2 at the reunion. She said she got pics and video. Okay. So he been his real boo. That's what she said, child.
I'm just, because I've heard, you know, I've been a party to some conversations about his actual girlfriend, and I saw like one picture of the girl that's supposed to be the girlfriend, and she's cute.
Is she Latino? Because they say he
No.
like them Latino girls.
No.
Okay. Okay.
No. She looked like she's speaking English. Yeah. So, you know, but I like Juan. I love Uncle Ray, but I like Miss Karen. When it come to, you know, Giselle and Jamal, I don't like neither one of them, you know.
Oh, I don't like Jamal at all.
He seems real scummy to me. He seems real scummy. You know what I'm saying? I don't really like the idea about people, you know, you in the pulpit, but then there's actual pictures of you naked in somebody's bed. That just makes me uncomfortable. Like, you know.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Yeah, I just feel like, you know, y'all know I'm from the old school church where they used to silence people. I feel like he need to be silenced
and make him leave the pulpit.
Yeah, but that's what it used to be back in the day. I know you still young, but they used to silence you. Like if you was working in the church, you could be on the usher board and they find out you was laying up hunching and stuff and with somebody's husband, they would silence you. You couldn't be jumping up doing service and stuff in the church and you doing dirty things. You know, I'm actually old and I own it. You know, I might pretend to be 25, but I own it. I'm not real comfortable with, you know, Pastor Pop that coochie. I don't like that.
Yeah.
That makes me uncomfortable. You know what I mean? It's one thing if it's a rumor. It's another thing when people got a picture and proof of you, you know, trying to be Luke from the 2. That's creepy.
Yeah, something about him is really scuzzy.
Well, because it's the lack of discipline. Like, that's not attractive, the lack of discipline and self-respect for this to be your job and you can't even abide by the rules like no.
And see, I'm glad you put it like that because that ain't how I saw it. I just saw it as nasty.
Well, yes, it's nasty.
You just nasty. Say the baby's everywhere is proof. That's true too. The fact that all the chat popping up and you ain't married to none of these women and like, come on, dude. That's just it makes my skin crawl. It's just nasty. But I like how Kai put it. It's the lack of responsibility. And what else you said it was?
I said discipline, responsibility, and self-respect.
There you go. Well, I like how she said it because the only thing I got for it is nasty. You nasty. You preaching out the Bible. The Bible tell you don't do none of this stuff and you doing all of it. That's just nasty. You's nasty, sir. Like at this point, I want somebody to go up there and Lysol the podium in the pulpit. Like they be Lysol and them poles at the strip club because I feel like you real scummy.
Scummy and scuzzy.
Let me find out DJ never scared be at his church on Sundays.
You did not bring P Valley up into this.
Coming to the stage.
You be cussing. But you know it's true. This was a I feel like it was like a little bit past the fillerish episode, but I can't wait till next week because
this was definitely past the filler because too much done went on. First of all, Candace got them past the filler episode when she brought out the karaoke session. God darn it, when she said that Michael was over there on open mic night singing the hits. Darn it, it no longer even had the potential to be a filler episode.
Hey y'all,
after karaoke.
I'm shook because it's like he paying to sing on the mic. I ain't never heard somebody paying to sing on a mic. I heard you paying to have somebody else sing on your mic. You paying to sing on a mic? Like, that's a lot.
Girl,
I feel like
Style.
to make it even
There
more
are
realistic, it's like
there are men and women who pay to sing on the mic.
yes. And that area has quite a few of them because of the area that it is.
That's what I heard.
Yes.
Girl.
So those kind of things must definitely go on, and people must definitely do pay for being able to sing on someone.
All over the world, honey. They pay everywhere. There's no place that it don't happen. The whole world and turn. The Sodom and Gomorrah is going down. And apparently he was at open mic night and he was singing the hits.
Singing. And you just saw Ashley's face. She was very much so gooped.
Oh yeah.
She was upset. She was upset about it too. Because you could tell her eyes were just darting back and forth.
Thank you for reminding me. Yes.
Candace gagged the hell out that girl with that one.
She did.
I was sitting there, I was gagged.
Me too, girl. I had to check to make sure my edges were still intact.
Ooh,
I know, everyone scattering like rats after she done dropped.
Everyone's that's why Giselle pulled her to the side, because Giselle didn't want that smoke.
No, Candace pulled her to the side.
Yeah, Candace pulled her to the side. She was like, "While I got you here."
Oh, okay.
I don't know how much more we have longer. I realized we didn't talk about that between Candace and Giselle. Because I know some people feel like Candace is going too far when she's saying like the SA thing, but I feel like people are not giving credence to the fact that Giselle's story, she's always adding something and taking something out depending on who she's telling. And then you see Ashley say, "I'm saying this because Giselle is here," and it's very much so clear that like you are, because how do we get from him making feel uncomfortable to not everyone has to tell Candace about him doing X, Y, like that leads me to believe that the way she's telling the girls is leading them to saying these things.
I don't think so. I think what happened was Giselle told her, "You better dog pile on this because I jumped out here to dog pile on yours and you back here." I don't think that it was, the way she's saying it and they sympathizing with her. Ain't no sympathizing. I feel like they know Giselle is lying and they like, okay, well, we gonna go ahead and lie with you. And the fact that you gotta keep it in front of your mind. Giselle started it with, I done talked with many married men, and I know when they trying to see if I'm with it, he's a sneaky link. Then the story morphed like a Power Ranger, where I was just uncomfortable. I don't want to be nowhere with somebody's husband. Then it morphed into, well, if he said leave the door open, he knew it was inappropriate. If the door was open, then what was inappropriate about it? And now it's turned into Ashley saying, well, I said it on the camera in front of everybody because when we was talking, Candace was saying Giselle be plotting on people and making up stuff. So I said it here in front of everybody so that Candace would know. No, you said it. I wanted to say it in front of Giselle so Candace would know. You wanted to say it in front of Giselle so Giselle would know that you was dogpiling for her.
Yeah, let me clarify. I don't think it's pity. I'm saying in the sense that like what she's saying is like it's clear that she's giving them marching orders is what I mean. It's very so clear that like, and also people also forget that like they keep saying, oh well, she said he didn't say anything, he didn't do anything. Once she was prompted, Candace had to ask her, did he say anything? Did he do anything? And for her to explicitly said no and no.
Right.
And Karen had to do the same thing too. That had to be asked out of her. If it wasn't asked, she would have not said it.
But this the thing. If nobody asked her, she would have kept on with the narrative of he was trying to see if I was with it. He's a sneaky link. But when they had to circle back around and people kept putting her on the spot, did he say anything? Did he do anything? Did you tell him you was uncomfortable? No, I asked them to see if they was ready for me. Did he go? He went immediately. So what did he do? Well, nothing. I just was uncomfortable. I don't want to be in that type of a position. But that wasn't your original argument, ma'am. That wasn't your original. That wasn't your original accusation, ma'am. You didn't say, "Hey, I don't want to be in no compromising position. Just let him know because people will be talking about me." No, you went to Robin on camera and said he's a sneaky link. He was trying to see if I was with it. That boy do not want to break out no WD-40 and try to loosen up your hip. No, ma'am. That is not what he did.
Yeah, and I think that should be pointed out more.
And that's what she needs to be held to, which was her original lie.
Yes.
She does. She needs to be held to that original lie.
Because if it wasn't asked, she would have never said the whole, oh, I asked him to leave and he left. She would have never said he didn't do anything. She would have never said he didn't say anything. And I do believe that Because Robin says, well, she did tell me after the reunion. I truly believe it was a whole, because they were doing the whole Chris is drunk and da-da-da-da. When I'm like, girl, them people like to drink. It ain't that big of a deal. We don't see him acting crazy and flicking out his tongue to anyone. But anyway,
Right.
I believe that basically it was Giselle telling Robin, oh, this happened. Do you think we can use it? And Robin was saying, no. And then the Ashley thing, Ashley probably talked to her behind the scenes saying, hey, this happened. I think it's a go. And then she brought it back up to Robin on camera.
Mm-hmm. But I don't know, something about the way that flowed didn't flow right to me, because when she said it, Robin told her, oh, he works there. And he was like, oh, he does. It was almost like, okay, well, this is a story I thought I was finna go with, but by you saying he worked there, let me switch it up midstream.
Right.
And we watched
She immediately
With
Ashley
Ashley.
right.
She
We
dropped it for a
watched
minute.
her. We watched her switch it up midstream, and even when she met with Candace, you could tell she had switched it up midstream. She didn't turn it back on to Chris as after women until whatever happened between her and Giselle and them off camera.
Yes.
That's when, I needed to say it in front of Giselle because of what Candace said. What happened, Randa? You say, I'm asking you to kindly please keep me off the floor. WD-40. Yes. She alleged that boy wanted to slide some oil on her rusty joints and try to push that leg up. That's what she alleged.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like people don't understand, like, these, obviously it's supposed to be entertainment, but I feel like I'm still supposed to be watching someone's real life. And they don't realize that, like, you go through the show once when you're recording it, then you go through it again when obviously it's airing, and then you go through it again for the reunion. I could not imagine how pissed off I would be to know that I was in that situation, had to handle it, and then to watch back and see all the extra things people are saying that I didn't know about. I would be she's lucky that Candace is only saying what she is saying, because I could not imagine, how would you feel knowing that Giselle was relaying that story the first time to Robin the way she was?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And the thing is, I feel like Giselle had full intention of bringing her some bull crap like that when she talked to her, the way she came in, like she said, clutching her chest and breathless. But when she saw that Candace wasn't giving her no rhythm, she had to dial it back to, I was just uncomfortable. Because of the way the girl handled it. She didn't get all worked up and go back and forth with her so she could say, oh, you mad because your man want me, and all that old tacky, barfly behavior. So she was forced to kind of just tell the truth, because Candace calmly asked her, did he say something to you? Did he do something to you? So what are we talking about? What is this?
Exactly. See, that's why I can't with Giselle. Stop lying.
Mm-hmm.
Just stop.
Yep. And I agree with what Evie's saying too, that Robin immediately stopped Ashley in the spot. But then after that, behind the scenes, that's when they started plotting, like, Robin, you said that. Now this is what you got to do. Go tell me. Go say this. Go say that, because you weren't supposed to do it like that. I feel like her and Giselle hadn't got their story together. And if y'all remember when Auntie Karen had tweeted, Karen said it looked like they didn't rehearse them live.
Exactly. And that's why I was like, I'm not defending Robin just yet, because I feel like she been new, and they was just, waiting. So,
mm-hmm. And then not only that, as far as the whole conversation, shout out to the hoes. Word to Mary Magdalene. I feel like the scene with Ashley and Giselle was very weird, like, oh, to the hoes or whatever, and it was like, oh, we the only single ones here, and that's when Giselle was like, we not the only hoes here. So it's like, so you're admitting you're a hoe? Weird flex. I just thought I would point that out. We not the only hoes here, so apparently we are whores, but we're just not alone.
I mean, Karen didn't tell no lies when she said she was an old hoe from Hampton last season.
A broke down one.
Right. I do believe Miss Hugo was telling the truth.
I believe she was telling the truth about a lot of stuff. I just think that Karen, being Karen, dialed it back because she didn't want to, put it out there that you had a flamethrower. Or as she said, a hot box.
Oh, and then Wendy added to, and Wendy was like, they said that you had an STD, but I didn't say that, so that's right.
Yeah, she said it plainly.
Giselle that's what I'm waiting for. Somebody to spill Giselle tea. That's what I'm really waiting for on camera.
I feel like people can spill it, but you could only go because like I feel like we see the show protecting her.
Right.
Production ain't protecting her no more.
No more, but I'm just saying in the past. So I'm just like, I wonder
In the
again, like
past.
where we go from here. Because I think I wasn't expecting the whole Miami thing to happen on season, on episode 6, and like the whole Giselle thing with Karen. I didn't expect this to happen like right off the bat. So
Well,
I'm just
I'm
like,
tell you what I didn't expect. I didn't expect that for the name of Michael's singing instructor to be brought
oh my
out
god,
on the camera, and I was just like, oh my god, oh my
Still
gosh.
shook.
and you know
I
she
am still
enunciated it
shook.
right.
I'm like, not the vocal coach being brought out on the show. Not the vocal coach being brought out on the show. What is
all
going
the way
down?
out. All
That's
the
why
way
I say
out.
production. Listen, anybody who was protected no longer is at this point. The Kevlar has been ripped off. Ain't nobody bulletproof at this point. Anybody can get it. Anybody can get it. And I think I'm gonna tell y'all something else. They let Wendy on that show and they didn't realize that she was an expert with them words. Because I personally feel as though they don't really want no real sisters on them shows. They don't want that. I feel like that's why people had so much hate toward Nene. Shout out to Nene Leakes, because that was the closest thing to a real sister on Bravo. Now, if we really gonna keep it a book, I don't care if you like Candace, Wendy, or whoever. Nene was the only real sister that Bravo really had on their lineup. And that's why I think a lot of people hated her so much. And I feel like they go out of their way to make sure there ain't no real sisters with no real mouths on there. And I think that Wendy comes with a certain type of energy and facade that they thought it was going to be some real watered down, I'm going to let you get one off on me, big sister almighty. And they had no idea that this girl was going to shred them. They felt like at the very least, at the very most, they would have to deal with is Candace, who's really good at an insult, but she ain't the best at reading. Wendy came in there with expert level reading. I mean, SAT level reading. Yes, Evie, and they vilify those women too.
Right.
That's why Nene had to be the villain, and production was so pissed because Nene kept walking off of scenes like, you're not finna set me up and vilify me, you on crack. And what's real cute is after the exit of Lenethia Monique Leakes, not everybody can point out what production does. But when Nene was telling them she was the first person to break the fourth wall, let's give this lady her credit. Everybody went to hollering, it ain't production, ain't no such thing. It ain't production. And then when it started happening to y'all faves, and then when it started happening to Andy Cohen, and even he went to say, well, production made me look a certain kind of way. All of a sudden now it's real. It wasn't real when that sister said it though. Now it wasn't real when that real sister said it. But now that it's everybody's watered down faves, now everybody can see that production really have a hand in how you look on these shows.
I don't know how anyone didn't even think about that beforehand. Because I'm just like,
because they didn't want to, because people in general, black folks in specific, have been brainwashed to absolutely hate black women and see us as villains, even when they can see clearly that we the goddamn victims. That's how. Because a sister said it. And since a sister said it, it had to be a lie. You know, because we the villains. Ain't we? That's what they say. Cheryl say, yep, Nene kept it real. And Wendy bringing it intellectually, they can't handle it. But because Wendy is such the intellectual and such the academic, they had no idea that it was still a lot of soul sister up in there, and she's giving it to them. Yep, they tried to make Nene the bad guy so bad. And what's sad is a lot of people in our own community sit around and still say nasty stuff about that lady, even after they know the truth about this network.
Yeah.
They'll know the truth and still tell the lie. Because literally, the world really don't have no love for sisters if we gonna tell the truth. We are our own cheerleaders most times, and then we got half of our own sisters that won't even cheer for each other because they too busy being pick Misha.
Say it. Say it again.
All facts. All facts. Say her last season when she was grieving and they dog piled her and everybody was playing blind. Girl, that thing hurt my feelings so bad how they did Nene. Ooh, that
Me
hurt my
too. That's why I quit watching. That's why I can't. That's you know what, and that's what RHOA gives. That's what happened. See?
They the same thing that they're trying to do to Candace and her clear husband, they did it to Nene, and all of them took part. Even that empty-headed Portia, pretty or not, she took part in that and lied
She
on them.
did.
Yes, she did, and I ain't gonna forget it. Hey, Angie McIntosh, it's just the truth, nothing but the truth. Say acting like Nene wasn't going through so much hurt and emotions, and then pretend like they don't understand her behavior, girl. But get this, and the absolute gall, the unmitigated gall of it all was that they had the nerve to show up at Greg's funeral. How dare you? How dare you? After they sat up and pretended like that lady wasn't suffering, like she wasn't going through nothing, like she wasn't hurt, like it wasn't horrific to watch somebody suffer from colon cancer. Like I've seen it go down twice. Once with my sister-in-law, the second time with the mother-in-law. Like it's really a horrific
Real.
thing to watch somebody go through. You literally watching this person slip away from you in front of your naked eyes. But this black woman, she didn't deserve no sympathy, no understanding. Nope, she's a villain. Nope, she don't have no right to her emotions, because after all, to them, we just livestock. We just animals. And we better bow down to somebody with some recessive genes. That's exactly what they're saying to you. And Potomac is playing it out.
In real time.
In real time. Right in your face. And telling you, bow down, negress, bow down. And if you don't, you the meanest person here.
Yeah.
Just
like they want people to bow down. Like Candace is going, getting her master's degree. Wendy went and tried to go to law school, failed out, but and her family, she still had the tenacity to go back, try again, got her PhD on TV, doing all her things at school, trying to figure and you want these people to belittle themselves and minimize themselves to make you feel good.
Yes, bow down to mediocrity. That's what they want you to do. Bow down to mediocrity. Yeah, we know you great because you've had to be, because we've stepped all over you. And if you're not great, you won't even survive. Mediocre and good ain't good enough for you. But even though you're great, you bow down to this recessiveness. Honey, get to bowing. That's what they're saying.
And I do think from a production Bravo standpoint, it's kind of like, and I always say this, like Bravo has characters on their shows that I feel like endanger their shows. Like I feel like if you don't watch Beverly Hills, I say Rena endangers their show. Mm-hmm. On Potomac, I feel like, I know they say Giselle's the face, whatever. I think they also endanger their shows, because I remember like they had Real Housewives of DC. They were very happy about the kind of caliber of women they had. Wendy literally is that area. Political commentating, going to the school of that area, John Hopkins assistant professor or whatever, she has an education, what is it, advocacy program that she founded that they don't talk about on the show, writing her book and all that kind of stuff. Candace, and having her family, like having her housewives, having the husband and the kids. Candace, same thing. At least, coming from that doctor military family, we see her, and her person become husband and wife. We still have time to see her, become a mother and all that kind of stuff. Seeing her, wanting to go mainstream, becoming an actress, becoming a singer, seeing her go back to school. Like those are the type of women that Bravo wants on their shows, and you allow other women who don't really have much going on to endanger that kind of.
But look at what you're saying. Those black women have to embody that just to be there.
Yeah, that's true.
Just to be there, just to be invited to the party at all, you better have all your boxes checked.
But I don't like Monique, but Monique was that as well.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. The black girls had to have all of the boxes checked in order just to be at the party. Now you tell me which boxes Giselle checks. Which boxes do Robert Dixon check? Which boxes do Ashley, Pennywise, RoboCop Darby check? I'll wait. Crickets, right?
Yes.
And Evie is absolutely right with what she said here. Plenty of fellow Black women feed into those stereotypes. That's what I'm saying. You have sisters who literally have been told to hate themselves and hate everything that look like you. And just like we want you to see yourself as less than, we want you to find fault with every sister that look anything like you. The baby say they just bright. There you go. Now listen, how can you be bright and not so bright at the same time? Ain't that amazing?
Well, I mean, they let you live in mediocrity, so
I'm just saying, like, I feel like they should get credit for being bright and not bright at the same time. Give them their flowers. Hey, Crip, give them their flowers. I've never been able to be bright and not bright at the same time.
yeah. Like
That's
this is so crazy. It makes me want to write up the dissertation on this stuff because it's just so wild when like you actually.
You ready to write a dissertation? Now let me tell you what's real funny. What's funny is us brown girls, we could actually write a dissertation.
I really because like okay, from like an entertainment standpoint, it's fascinating as a viewer to watch it play out, right? And then from the business perspective, it's like, how are you supposed to be this business and you are letting your employees endanger it by messing with your other ones who are supposed to be quote unquote the commodity that you want to show?
But it's like, about entertainment, and let's be honest, entertainment is subjective. So it's quite possible to your executives, these clear folks in charge, watching Black folks play out colorism on the screen might be very entertaining to them. That might be very
entertaining for a few of us. I see plenty.
Hey, the divine Miss M, it's the truth. Look at her serving face. You better come through with the stomach flu. That's what I'm saying. Y'all be serving stomach flus on these heifers. Y'all be doing it. Y'all be doing it. But that's the whole thing. I'm just watching it go down, and I want to see how much, because my baby says she can tell you for a long while I didn't watch Bravo. Like I had cut Bravo completely out when Andy Cohen had the audacity to call, I think the young woman's name is Amandla Stenberg. I hope I'm not saying her name wrong. He called her the jackhole of the day for pointing out the cultural appropriation of the Kardashians. Ever since that piece of trash years back, I had completely like turned Bravo off. One of my dearest friends who died this June, she would call me and say, "Girl, did you see?" I was like, "Nope, I ain't seen it. I don't mess with them hoes because I don't like what he did. I don't like what he said, and the fact that they can stand by him after he did that pisses me off." And so I didn't watch it. And it's like, to be honest, now I'm watching more for social commentary than anything else.
Yes.
And I believe in social commentary because I feel like we got to have discourse about the type of stuff that they putting on the screen and feeding to our eyes, because they're trying to influence the way we see ourselves and the way we see each other. And when they do it, I'm going to talk about it because I feel like we don't have enough strong, conscious Black voices speaking on anything. I think more or less the conscious community, of which I am a part and have been for many decades now, we kind of steer away from this type of commentary because a lot of our folks feel like this is beneath us. I feel like at a certain point, we got to climb down off our high horse and start looking at the things that are actually influencing the masses and talk about it on an intelligent and Black level, because I believe in talking Black. And I feel like we need some conscious Black voices speaking on it because we have too many raccoonish voices speaking on it. And a whole lot of raccoonish commentators coming out to pat on the back and laud how wonderful and how beautiful these manly looking women are just because they have proximity to whiteness. So I feel like, I have to speak up about this stuff. I have to look at it. I have to get into it. I got to talk about it. I got to pay attention to what's happening in all the players, because somebody's got to talk about it who actually is being responsible to the collective. Just my opinion. I could be wrong, but that's just how I feel.
No, that's how I feel about it. Because I feel like, yeah, it's entertainment, but like I've been watching this. I feel like, when did the first one come out? I've watched all of them. All of them.
I missed a few seasons. I'm being honest. Hey, Disney Lover 06. I missed a whole lot of the seasons because I'm being honest. I had to go back and catch up because I legit turned the TV off. Like, you're not going to sit up here and call a younger sister a jackhole for pointing out somebody colonizing and gentrifying Black culture. No, absolutely not. And that pissed me off. And I checked out for a period of years. I feel like, I honestly feel like we have within our own community, like there's a great divide, a huge schism, and there always has been this huge divide and schism between Blackness and between Black people and Black looking people. And I think this show really details Black people and Black looking people.
And I was in all the shows. I've literally watched like everything from OC, I think a couple seasons of New York, New Jersey, Beverly Hills. So that's what I'm saying when I say like all of them. And whenever it came out, that's when I watched it. So I feel like maybe that's even elementary school. I've been watching Housewives, which is crazy. So when you say like we should be commenting on it because it is something that people are watching and engaging with, that is important, because I can say for myself, it has been around, and I've been engaging with it from the majority of my life. So for people to brush it off like it's not anything, when you could have, a 14-year-old girl sitting there, maybe it's just something her and her mom bond over, and then she's taking this in and not being able to have a conversation with someone about what she's seeing because the women are irresponsible what the optics look like.
Yeah, for real.
Because like just because, and people always say, oh, they cannot like someone. And I always say, you cannot like Wendy, you cannot like Candace. The whole point for me is when something goes wrong, how far are the other women willing to go with them? And we see how far Robin is willing to go with Wendy over all the
way to the point of violence and committing assault and battery. And for me, and that's why I feel like the whole, they cannot like them, that's gaslighting. That is absolutely, you're pretending not to understand. You're conflating issues. The truth of the matter is you can dislike them, but your reason for dislike, your behavior toward this person and other people who you also dislike, when we can see that there's a clear disparity in how you treat the people you dislike, and we notice a trend and which people you treat which way when you say you dislike them, we're supposed to point that out because there's a clear trend here. There's a clear trend here because I've made it clear I'm not a Candace fan at all. I'm a Mama Dorothy fan, but I ain't no Candace fan. I could do without Candace. Candace has gotten a lot better, but whether I like you or not, I'm still going to point out what's going on. I feel like, this whole feeling of, if you don't like somebody, you have to pretend like everything they did is wrong. Or if you like someone, you have to pretend that everything they did is right. I feel like tell the truth, shame the devil. Wendy came on this show, pissed me off from the first episode. And I was real mad at that terracotta clay on her face. Like, girl, get your right foundation. For so many reasons. But with that being said, I could clearly see when she was in the right and when these people were definitely trying to railroad her, and when they felt like it was perfectly acceptable to attack her Black family. And I understood the motives. Like, that's when you got to call it out. Right. Not liking somebody and attacking is two different things. Big difference. Wendy needs to take sound advice from her king. Yes, she does. Well, it seemed like she listened to him now. It seemed like she did. E. Davis say Potomac is playing the dark-skinned ladies like they should be in the field and the light-skinned ladies should be in the big house. Well, that's exactly what we're talking about. That is exactly what they're playing at. And I think we all see it at this point. Like, it's very few people who don't see it, and some of the ones claiming they don't see it, they see it. They just don't want to call it out because they're still in their escapist fantasy.
Yes.
Period. And honestly, I try not to get too deep in picking it apart because I know most people, the ones who claim not to see it, it doesn't matter if you show them on a pie chart, on a graph, if you got visual aids, if you got an affidavit signed by Jesus, they still gonna pretend not to see it. Seriously, they're gonna pretend not to see it. Like, nope. I don't want to see that. I need to pretend that everything is wonderful and people who are not Black are Black, because then I can pretend that, by proxy, that maybe my Black isn't quite as Black either. It's a trip, y'all. This is a trip. This episode really was a lot, from the karaoke session all the way down to the shenanigans with the rooms, all the way down to Sharice trying to be a good mammy and ended up in a room with no bathroom. It was
I
just, it
know.
was a lot went on this episode for real. A lot. A whole bunch went on. And I don't know. I'm just at this point, I know we got to go through the rest of the season, but y'all, I'm ready for the reunion.
Yes.
Yeah, because after next week with that man throwing that drink in that woman's face, I personally, I don't know how much more I can stand. If I'm being honest, I don't know how much more I can take.
That's why I asked. I was just like, I don't know. Because, like, when season 5 happened, that happened more towards, like, the middle of the season. I don't. And when Wendy says that, because obviously it depends on the person who's doing it, they have a different reaction. I'm just like, once you throw a drink on me and then someone holds you back and then you go grab your purse and I'm still seated, I didn't even get up on you. I'm still seated and then you go and try to hit me with your purse. Oh, we're having a sit down as well.
Yeah, you literally are trying to assault me. You behaving like the slave master's wife. What's your problem? Honey, listen, these people that when I say they are really like triggering the back of my brain. They triggering. Like I don't know. I honestly, Crip say I heard it's a short season, so it's coming soon. Well, I hope it's a short
really?
season.
Because Karen said there was a lot more to go when I was watching.
Oh Lord.
That's why I said that.
Oh my God. Maybe Auntie Karen means there's a lot gonna happen in a few more episodes. But even if that's the truth and a lot more is about to happen in a few more episodes, I personally don't know how much more of this dog pile and attack of Black women I can take by the clear adjacent. I don't know how much of it I can stomach, y'all. I'm tough. I can take a punch, but this is a lot. This is a lot. This is a lot, y'all. Listen, I suffered through RHOA for y'all. I did, but this is a lot. The baby say, Karen said it's a lot more. Oh. Say Mia may get his butt whipped by Wendy, but we'll see. No, Wendy is not going to touch that fella.
Yeah.
Wendy's not going to touch that fella. Wendy has something to lose. Wendy didn't, climb to the top by way of a man's zipper. She actually went through the process. So that sister's not trying to throw away all her hard work for, getting into a grudge match with Macho Man Randy Savage on RHOP. Why would she do that? Why would any sister want to do that? She worked too hard. Say, well, we will see. And how Andy do Turkey Neck and Robert, but put out to pasture when they make it so hot for their very girl. Spell either talk to text got you or spell correct got you. Say Mia needs to be removed and Robin needs to go ahead and get demoted after this. Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. Disney Lover said Basketball Wives was first. RHOP gonna be next. That's true. Basketball Wives showed their monkey behinds with OG. They were so disgusting to OG. And I started off not even liking OG for her attitude and stuff. But y'all know me, whether I like your attitude or not, when I see something happening, I gotta call it out. What they did to OG was absolutely disgusting. And the fact that sister had to come back the next season and record them and expose them because production was trying to help them make her look like she was in the wrong every step of the way, all of that was disgusting. It was just too much.
Yes.
Yeah, Wendy better make a big stink. I feel like at that point, Wendy was supposed to call 911. I'm being attacked by a large yellow gentleman in a wig. Yvette says, yes, it's annoying. If anything, the drink in the face should have been in Giselle's face for that cancer comment. Should have. Right. Couldn't stand OG, but they took it too far. They took it to where they really felt. They took it to the place where they felt. They felt like, you Black girl, and we're gonna get you straight. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Disney Lover said, I didn't like OG either, but she did what needed to be done. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. It's just, it bothers me that we sitting in 2022 and we still having to deal with people being this blatant and open. And I'm going to tell you something else. I feel like the executives, the Andys and the other clear people in the office, I feel like they enjoy this playing out on the screen because they can't get the racism they want. Because, if they come with that blatant racism, honey, all hell finna break loose. Everything gonna burn to the ground. But when it's something that is interculture, then it's like, okay, we can let this play out because what are they gonna do? Colorism is a lot harder to point out than racism, even though it is the little sister of racism.
Yes. Yeah, I guess, which I can get, but it's just like you just see how like ignorant people are, and then also how some people will go to the mile just being trying to blatantly be obtuse when they know what it is.
Yeah.
And so, I'm watching people, figuring out what colorism is and like, oh, that's what that was. And then you're watching people who know what it is and is trying to pretend that it's not what it is.
Of course. But just like when, we were talking over on Baby Brother's channel, and I was saying, like, listening to people try to explain it away, it sounds the exact same when we hear clear people try to tell you that racism doesn't exist. It's the same thing. It's the same conversation. Different players.
Yeah.
That's right. Well, the thing is, they played with her money. They tried to feel negress her with that money, and she said, no, thank you, and I'll see you later. Cheryl says, when we stop accepting the behavior they want Black women to portray on these shows for our entertainment, they're going to continue to pimp it out for ratings. Exactly. Because a lot of people, like myself, were watching for social commentary, watching to talk about it on other platforms. Some people are watching it because they really are entertained. And as long as they get the numbers, they have no incentive to stop. Crip say, oh my God, remember that time Andy asked the ladies of Potomac how it felt to make more money than their husbands? Yes. And they were so mad because Monique said, honey, that little check. Yes. Monique touched his soul when she said that little check. She did. Yvette said, yes, they don't care. But when it was blatant on NY, they shut the show down immediately to protect them clear housewives. Very true. Very true. Evie say, but see, this is house stuff. This in-house stuff is too blatant at this point, and we tired. Yeah, we tired. We real tired. Crip saying Andy then replied, oh, well, your husband's retired, isn't he? He would never talk to them clear women like that. He didn't. He would never talk to them like that. And I love that Monique was like, yeah, he's retired, but my husband's portfolio is doing great. And I loved it. I was like, girl, you better let him know that some brothers know how to invest and make money and not just catch balls like trained animals. Say that little check. Yeah, Chris ain't worried about that little check. Thank you. And what really got me with that Hazeline was that Andy forgets that we see their pay, like their pay comes out. And the pay started being reported because people were lauding Nene as the highest paid housewife. So then that's when people want to talk about who was making what and who's getting what money.
And that's how I believe once he said that, because I know the Potomac ladies are not making Atlanta money, Beverly Hills money. Yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you something, and we know that Potomac ain't making bank like that because they ain't went after no OGs to get them off the show like they've been doing when it comes to Atlanta.
Yeah, because they're not demanding that type of pay.
Right, they're not demanding that type of pay. They didn't come in making that kind of pay, and they ain't making that kind of pay now. Why do you think it took Robin all these many seasons to get a house? Why do we think Giselle is out there living in 2 barns put together with a glue gun? Because you're not making no big bank. You ain't big bank Hank, not working for Bravo. Yep, Andy wanted to not fire her, girl. Shay, Andy wanted to throw gasoline in a match at Monique at that point. He wanted to set her on fire. Hey, Sharon Fona. So I wonder what Andy's portfolio looks like. I'm sure he invests well. I'm sure he invests very
comes from money. He's fine.
That too. Yeah. So I doubt he's broke either. That's what I'm saying. Like, like that whole conversation needs to stop too with viewers. If you know you ain't big bank Hank, please let's not start calling people with millions broke people. Like, you know what I'm saying? Robin started off where we was all at because she was in foreclosure in a house with no hot water and all that. All right, Robin, we could talk about you a little bit. But and Giselle, we're gonna talk about you a little bit. Oh yeah, and the Clear Flame franchises are definitely making a whole lot more. Definitely. Crip said, and he has publicly spoken about how Kim had like 8 or 10 seasons of her own show and now she broke. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Them getting them shows don't mean that they got a lot of money.
And it also doesn't mean they're financially literate to where the money they're making, they're not spending and investing wisely. Because that woman
That's
was
true.
spending.
That's true. Hey, Paul Alexander. She said, did you notice when Jacqueline asked how come Robin wasn't in their car? I was wondering what she meant by that. Well, I wasn't. I
I
wasn't
wasn't
wondering.
either.
You shouldn't have been either, because they was trying to say this was the team yellow car. She on the team. Why she ain't in the car? That's the way I heard it. Ain't that how you heard it?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Look at my child. Go to bed.
But no, she's right. That's why I say that, like, these women are not doing anything on this show because I know they're not making that money. She's right. She's right.
Okay, I'm gonna send you to bed too. She talking about they out here attacking black girls basically for minimum wage. No.
Yes. This is why. Yes. Acting fools.
Oh my God, not for minimum wage. I need to drink my water and take a nap. I'm not doing this.
I know. You let me run my mouth for so long today.
You're right. I let y'all have at today. Y'all had at it tonight.
So no, you didn't lie.
No, you didn't lie. Lord. So I meant to say Andy spoken about this. Sorry. I think I knew what you meant. I'm usually pretty good at like translating when autocorrect and talk to text get y'all. So I was using speech. See, that's that speech to text, talk to text. It'll get y'all every time. I'm telling you. I can't even use it because y'all know I'm real country and whatever when I talk. So sometimes when I try to do talk to text, it don't say what I'm saying. It say stuff that I wasn't trying to say at all.
I feel you. I talk too fast for it sometimes.
I know you talk too fast. Have you ever considered a job at the auction house? Because I always wished I could do that, but I can't talk that fast. You talk fast, like the dude on the machines commercial.
I hear it every time I'm running the streets of the YouTube streets. They're like, girl, I'm like, I'm sorry. There's a setting button if you gotta slow. I'm sorry. My brain just goes so fast, and
your mouth can keep up. My brain go fast. My mouth be like, girl, you can go fast as you wanna. We talking at the same speed, but you be really doing it. I think it's cute. That's why I'm like, girl, you could have went to an auction house. You could have been the pretty black girl doing the auctions and stuff. I could never have done that. I never could have, man, and that sounds exciting. I'm one of those weird people, like I always be wanting to do like odd stuff, like, man, I wonder what that's like. And you could actually do it. If I could talk fast, I would go try to do it one time just to say I did it. I would. I ain't kidding. I'm no bull. I swear I do it.
I never thought about it, but it's not the first time I've heard her talk fast. So I know people.
But it's cute though. Don't change how you do you. That's your flavor. And don't be apologizing for it. That's your flavor. If anybody can't handle your flavor, oh well. Tell them to put some hot sauce on it. That's your flavor. Do your thing. That would to me be the equivalent again to me apologizing for being country as a sugar sandwich. I'm not. Ain't no apologies. This is what it is. That's you. That's part of your charm, girl. Do your thing. I ain't mad at it. I just wish I could do it one time. Just one time. I feel like Whitney Houston. Give me one moment in time. Just one moment in time. Sometimes, if y'all notice, I get tongue-tied just trying to say what I'm thinking. Like I can't get my mouth to catch up to my brain. And yours catch up and it be rolling. I'd be like, dang,
but it helps me get all of my commentary out.
Yeah. It's like, dang, she gonna get it all out before she forget what she was finna say. I can't always do that.
Especially if I have so many thoughts about Potomac, and this is a place that it is respected.
That's right. And that's the thing. I think all jokes aside, I feel like we need more spaces where we can just say what we think. Like, it ain't no right or wrong. It's just how you feel. That's why I'm always saying, like, hey, I could be wrong. Y'all let me know if I'm reaching, but I'm going to say it because that's what I'm thinking. You got to be able to, speak your mind somewhere and not be attacked for it and have it respected. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, most
Somebody
importantly.
might banter back and forth with you. Like, I don't agree with that or whatever, but it's still a safe place and ain't no attacks about it. Say this isn't about Potomac, but do y'all think that Nicki Minaj was the one that went after Garcelle's son? No, I don't believe that because she talked about her husband on the real. Well, we know that Nicki said some mean and horrible things about Garcelle, about that, which I thought was very wrong. But no, I absolutely don't believe she did that at all. I think them clear women on that show had something to do with it. You know what I'm saying? Because for a while, I wasn't even sure that Garcelle hadn't did that herself. But then when I saw what was actually said, no, I'm for real. I didn't put it past her. But once I saw what was actually said, I'm like, nah, I think them clear ladies on that show did that. That's right. Vet say when she see you on other channels, she be sitting there like, go on, tell them. That's right. Tell them, girl.
I'm saying my intelligence with some things, or like I'm just like, y'all know this is not how this is going.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't think Andy wanted to talk about that possibility because I don't think it was a real possibility. What she said about Garcelle was heinous. It was very nasty and it was uncalled for. But absolutely, I don't think that lady had nothing to do with that. If I was Andy, I wouldn't have talked about that either because I think it's far-fetched. And I think what happens a lot of times with Onika is that she says a lot of really vile things. And so when bad stuff happens, people like to blame her for everything. I think people have a hard time compartmentalizing and recognizing that more than one thing can be true at the same time. Does she say bad stuff sometimes? A lot of times, yes. Does that mean she's guilty of every bad thing that happens in the world? Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I think that's far-fetched. And I think that while she should maybe go take some time in the reflection corner for some of the stuff she says, definitely don't think she had anything to do with that. I don't think so. And I think the people that was putting that out there, they ought to be ashamed of themselves too. They ought to be ashamed. This lady was on a whole platform with a bunch of clear women who had problems with her. And the first thing they did was try to find a sister to blame for it.
Yeah, because
I didn't like it.
I forgot. I didn't know if you watched Beverly Hills or not, but no. The other lady who just joined, nah. If you saw her on social media, you could tell she
Is
had
that the one that was like, it must be something to be a black
yes.
Content creator or
Well,
whatever?
but that's not the only crazy thing she said.
No, I was saying, is that the one though?
Yes.
The mail order bride chick?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I heard about her. No, I do not watch Beverly Hills. I don't know how y'all get into that. My baby watches it. I just can't get into it.
Well, okay. The earlier seasons, chef's kiss. Now people are trying too hard, but the Dirty Diana.
Dirty Diana. All right.
She was almost every week. Even if she didn't have an interaction with Garcelle, she was talking about Garcelle on social media and like making video clips and all kinds of stuff. And after the whole Black content creator comment, and she come out and said, "Oh, I didn't know. I'm sorry. The world is too racist, and Black is understood in every language in every country. Black people and she went and because Garcelle was on Watch What Happens Live, and Andy asked her about it, and she just said she was very light on her. Oh, she's uneducated." So she responds on Instagram post saying how Garcelle should educate people on all the help she did for Haiti and I've sent planes and and helped other 100% Black countries with the lowercase b. She was white savoring and demanding Garcelle to tell everyone about all of her philanthropic work. It was a mess.
Mm-hmm.
Diana is disgusting, and I hope they do not bring her back.
Thank you.
At all. She been rich for 10 minutes, but swear she got all the money in the world.
Well, that's what happens when people aren't used to anything. It's like, if you've been hungry for 10 years and somebody hand you a stack of soda crackers, you're going to swear you got a 7-course meal. Like, I'm sure it is all the money in the world to her.
Yeah.
And then on Cheryl with these figures, these are absolutely not correct. Absolutely not correct. Bravo is not paying nobody TV.
Yeah, no.
Absolutely. And you can take that to the bank, because if Robin was getting $3 million, it wouldn't have took all them seasons to get that regular house. But go ahead.
It is a pick one out of maybe 3 or 4 plans house. It is one of those.
Mm-hmm.
Throwing a book in the trash, that was like inconsequential. Like, who cares? The issue was they were, other than Garcelle, because I think this one Garcelle first season, they wasn't really coming at Garcelle. But the issue is that they were trying to white lady some of the other white ladies. Like, they love to try to white lady Sutton. And
well, you know, a Karen has got a Karen now. They got to Karen each other. They got to do that.
Diana sat up there, oh, I was on my deathbed, but I still came.
Yeah.
And Sutton is like, bro, I use it all the time. She's like, that's confusing, because it is. Why are you here? Oh, you're making fun of my miscarriage. No, girl, you said you was gonna die, so how you here?
Yes. And then with the nerve to do what, the 857-309. I got your number. Oh yes, I gave it to you. Not knowing she called her a hoe.
Yeah. Sutton be quick with it. They don't cut Sutton be real quick with it.
Call that woman a hoe. She don't even know it.
Not the 8675309.
Yeah, she did it. She did it multiple times. And that woman was like, yes, I gave you my number. And she didn't catch it.
And Kyle is disgusting. I can't stand vile Kyle. She's just
vile Kyle.
That's
her name.
her.
Yes.
Oh, do tell.
Okay. Oh, Peanut. Well, I don't know what to call it. Do I call you Geneva? Do I call you Peanut? What do I call you?
I call her Peanut. You can call her Geneva.
Okay, Geneva. Well, I didn't know I don't know. Okay. The fact that Kyle has basically the issue is Kyle has been on this show for this entire time. She has only gotten the show on the backs of her nieces' names and who her sister is married to and who her older sister is. And she has the nerve almost every season to throw her family under the bus and protect these other women who literally are only using her to be on this show. And like, she is this woman who pretends that she cares and loves everyone, but you know she is plotting and scheming. You know she is, and you just know that she is so attention-seeking.
Kyle is a typical. What is she? Ain't she the middle child? She's the.
She's the youngest. She's the youngest.
Oh, she's the youngest. Oh,
yes.
And that explained it too. How she did Kim was ridiculous.
Outed her sister as an alcoholic.
Had the nerve to be mad that Kathy wasn't fooling her, because Kathy the oldest. So I be understanding where Kathy coming from. You are trifling. You brought your sister on here who had an addiction problem. That's just a sickness. Your sister is clean, and you sat up there and let them hoes sit up there and be questioning her. Then you mad because Kim ain't the one. You mad because Kim getting up. Do you want to talk about the husband? You went too far, Kim. You ain't sticking up for her. You letting them question her sobriety and
say she's close to death.
She a fiend.
So she was mad at her sister for defending herself?
Yeah.
Yes.
Ah, okay.
And then wait, Jenny, the other one. I don't know if you're. I enjoy LVP. She's my kind of scheming, plotting kind of woman. Because she's still a hard worker. Okay. I know she didn't mean me wrong. She didn't mean me wrong. I will say that. Yes.
And she's racist as hell. Don't forget that.
She's what?
Racist as hell.
Oh yeah, I didn't heard about her.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed some things. Okay, but from the show standpoint, it was basically the season where her brother got into some issues and unalived himself with pills, and I think a couple months later her mother passed, and these women were upset because the story came out that one girl gave her dog, because she's a big dog, gave the dog to a kill shelter.
So
we're more upset about that. And then Lisa Rinna posting the photo of happy birthday LVP with a photo of hands with pills and a cupcake. I was like, this is disgusting.
Lisa Rinna is trash. I don't understand. Lisa Rinna needed to be on New Jersey so somebody could drag her.
You ain't lying. Teresa would have jumped.
Lisa Rinna is so disgusting. Like, when she sat up there and lied on that lady's call, so she tried to say the lady had Munchausen syndrome.
Yeah.
Just like, girl, and I'm glad. What was she? She was a German lady. She was something.
No, she was Dutch.
She was Dutch. That lady was not for it. Like, girl, don't say I got no munch house and I don't do nothing to my kids. Oh, I wasn't saying that. Oh, that's what you said.
Yes, that's what you said. But, it bit her in the behind because, she had to come out later and say her issues with Yolanda cost her daughter some jobs because, they were trying to follow Bella and Gigi's careers.
Girl, I want to talk about the husband.
I do too. And I want to talk about the 4 refinancing loans against their home and how they have less equity. And I want to talk about how apparently they're talking about how his family had land in Canada and how now they're selling it off all left and right. I want to talk about it all.
Yeah, and how he ain't never home. It's
never
like
home.
He want to be anywhere but around at least a manly looking self. The more she blow up them lips, the more she blow up the lips, the more she push that man away.
Yeah. Oh my God. No, the lips. She always bother me.
Y'all really get into that Beverly Hills stuff, huh?
Beverly Hills, it came around. I ain't watched from the beginning, but Beverly Hills then came around.
Now, way back when Vicky was still on OC, I watched OC.
I watched OC from the very beginning. I watched Beverly Hills from the very beginning because I have not
watched OC since Vicky left.
I don't really think I paid attention to it after she left either. I don't even like her.
It wasn't that I liked her, but it was just she gave him something to work with, and I have not watched since she left.
That is true. I feel like I didn't really pay attention to her when she left.
Once Vicky was gone, I was up out of there. That's why I said that's how you know Potomac can't get no money, because they was paying Vicky too much money. They got Vicky up out of there.
Well, yeah, because I even know that because in the sense that like what's her name, Erica, like she's been on since season 6, and this is season 12. She last year was just starting to make. They were saying because the legal stuff. But Andy had to blast her because she was pretending like she was poor and didn't have any money. And he was like, I know how much you make. You make $600,000. That woman had been on that show since season 6. It's season 12 now on Beverly Hills, which gets paid more.
And still I know was getting 600 racks. Yeah.
Yeah. So I know Potomac is not making that money.
My thing is they 7 seasons in. That's ridiculous. Y'all need to be worried about trying to get some money because y'all bring in the ratings.
But see, I'm gonna tell you something. That was another problem they had with Nene. Nene was really on their necks about not paying them girls fair.
Yes,
and she was on their necks about the fact that you're not offering any insurance because they're technically private contractors. She was on their neck about a lot of their crap. That's why they had such a problem with Lenethia. And the fact that those girls knew that Nene was literally fighting for them, unlike Candy, who went talking to the people behind their backs and only securing specials so she and her production company could produce it. Okay, with that mammy-ish crap. And it's like y'all would turn on this lady and stand against her when literally she was standing for y'all.
Yeah.
That's just...
They nasty.
Yep, and I feel like Heavenly had to be the biggest offender with that one. This lady was trying to get you on the show when these clear people told her that you couldn't be there because you were too fat. And she fought for you and was inviting you to events anyway, still trying to get you camera time. And you had the nerve to say you didn't like her because you didn't like how she walked in a room. Well, you didn't have a problem with how she walked in a room. She was trying to walk your big tail in the room. How she walked in the room didn't bother you then. When them clear people said you was too fat to even be on camera.
Yeah, no. Heavenly was so disgustingly jealous of Mariah.
Yep. But the thing is, how you jealous of somebody who was standing for you? Like, that's just, that pissed me off so bad. And I've been there. Like, I think that's why stuff like that bothers me, because I've been there. And it's like, I know for a fact when you're a woman and you're strong and you black, you have to be prepared that even the people that you're willing to fight for will fight you, and they'll gang up with your enemies. They'll gang up with the people that you was defending them from against you.
If they be mad, you can even help them.
Right. They're angry that you had the strength to fight for them.
They mad you was in a position to help them.
Yep. That's true now. And I think that's why I take that stuff so, like, it's a trigger for me. Like, dang, like, how many times y'all gonna attack a sister just for being strong? Like, y'all really hate us, huh? And maybe I think not maybe. I know that's probably like my other thing with Beverly Hills. Like I don't feel no connection to that. And I couldn't keep up with OC because I really didn't feel no real connection to that. It was like, people love to say representation matters. I think so too. I didn't see no representation of me there.
Yeah.
I couldn't see myself in them women. How? What the hell I got in common with y'all?
Yeah,
other than we all sit down to take a piss. Hopefully.
Nah, hopefully.
Yeah, I'm just saying, at this day and age, I don't put nothing past nobody.
But I hope they not Luann the man.
Yeah, boy, Luann the man. Luann the man tickles me.
Mess.
Luann the man, she tickles me. She does. She really, truly does. But that's the thing. So I don't know. That's the gag. That's it. Hold on. Crip, what you say? Say the way they had to cancel Dallas because the ladies just couldn't stop doing racist stuff. Yeah, I heard about that.
I watched Dallas too. I told you I watched them all. I watched the Dallas too.
So what was the Dallas people doing?
What was going on with Dallas since we hit all of them tonight?
Oh no, we getting all of them. Okay. When Dallas first came on, I believe like they were all white, and then basically because Bravo had Mexican dynasty and Texicanas. They got rid of them, and after they got rid of them, they bought on this woman named Carrie. And Carrie is a white. I think she's from. I want to say Mexico, but somewhere from South America, but she's white.
Okay.
If she wasn't speaking Spanish, you wouldn't know. And there is a carny woman because basically Dallas was on the premise of the upper echelons, charity, all that kind of stuff. Like they had oil money all kinds of money on it. So they had the money. They had the money on there. And basically the season Carrie came on, Carrie, I thought Carrie was being irritating to one of the women. Her name was Leanne, but the way Leanne retaliated was calling her, a chirpy blank and a spicy, blank and
everything making reference to her culture.
It was a girl. Wow. And I mean it was bad. And then basically the part was it was the reunion time and all the women were like, oh, this is wrong and da which it was. And she left, even though she was the entertainment on Dallas. She left basically. I think they had their season and another season came on and they introduced Tiffany Moon. She's I believe I know she's a doctor. I'm trying to remember. I want to say she's an anesthesiologist. I believe she's an anesthesiologist. Ooh! So when she came on, a video resurfaced of another castmate, Brandy, imitating an Asian person with the voice, and she had her hair flipped over, pretending it was a bang, and talking about squinty eyes and everything like that. And she was the same one who was going in on Leanne, saying all the chirpy and the spicy stuff. So it was her turn in the hot seat. And she couldn't handle it. She was acting a fool. They were using Tiffany as a way for Brandy to confront what she said, even though it wasn't towards Tiffany. And Brandy was acting all uncomfortable around her. She was crying. She's talking about she went to a rehab, so all kinds of crazy stuff. And then it moved on to another woman. Her name is Cameron Westcott of the Westcotts. This was messed up. Her father-in-law is on the board of the medical center that Tiffany Moon worked at. And basically, her and Tiffany got into some issues, whatever. And I think, because I couldn't even watch all the way, but Cameron was they were just really acting kind of crazy at the reunion. Because Tiffany, her husband's family, she's a doctor, and I believe her husband's a doctor, but his family also runs and owns hotels and stuff like that. So she was having them do all kinds of things, and she was making them eat crickets and all kinds of stuff. She's trying different things. And Cameron was not too understanding about things, and so the reunion came, she acted a plumb fool. And then after the reunion ended, her brother-in-law was talking about this is reverse racism and all kinds of crazy stuff. Cameron was on the internet acting a plumb fool. Her brother-in-law said, well, what if the medical center knew that you were drunk and going to patients? Mind you, his father is one of the board members for the medical center. They were cutting a plumb fool and they had to shut it down because basically they were threatening her real life of where she worked because their family had worked there.
That's
and so Bravo had
the
to
epitome of racism.
yes. they were having photos calling reverse racism. Oh my God, I can't believe this. You're a drunkard and you go to your patients. And what if the board knew about this? Again, they're part of the board. So yeah, it was.
Threaten
Oh,
her
that's
livelihood.
crazy.
Wow. Yeah.
That the racism was so out of control, they had to shut a whole show down.
Yeah, because it was after, because again, Brandy is the same one who was going after Leanne for, saying her comments, and then turn around, this video pops up, and then turn around, someone else piles on to the Asian. I think, I don't want to get wrong, I believe she was Chinese. And this woman, like, I don't know if I fully connected with her character, but like she graduated from college early, graduated from like all kinds of wonderful, amazing things, had a beautiful family, had amazing things. I think she has a candle line, and they were just acting one of them couldn't handle being around her for what she did, and the other one just lost her love and mind, and her family just went crazy on the internet after the reunion aired, and they just people were suing each other, and Bravo had to come out making a statement. Yeah.
Oh, they went to suing each other and everything, huh?
Well, Tiffany had to start suing because it was basically defamation of you saying I'm an alcoholic, I'm drinking, and then going to patients afterwards.
And yeah, you're trying to make it where I can't work anywhere. And they were trying to set up the lie so that they could tarnish her.
Yeah, they wanted to ruin what she had.
And especially since you have direct hands in where I work.
Yeah, that is a lawsuit.
Wow!
So it was wild.
That is.
And even that's Carrie, crazy. The white Mexican lady, she was adding on to it as well.
Well, I mean, that's the thing that I think people forget when they start naming countries. And it's like a nationality is not an ethnicity.
Mm-hmm.
And people love to play, just intentionally obtuse. Like they'll say, oh, this person they're Latin. Like, baby, there are white, black, and native Latins. Like everybody in Latin does not mean that you have black in you. Mm-hmm. It does not mean that you are ethnic by any means. There are still Anglo-Saxons in different countries.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, honey. Kai knows her Bravo. Kai knows her Bravo.
I got, I have my hobbies, and Bravo is and once you're a hobby.
Yes, like literally, if I don't remember something, I'll trust Kai or Gabor over everybody, because Gabor is another one that watches every freaking franchise ever been on. Gabor can usually tell you what episode of what season something happened and who said it.
Because even with because I didn't like Monique, and I didn't necessarily like how that. I get him asking the question because people don't realize he does ask those kind of questions to the other housewives. I just don't like the tone he took after she answered, because basically in Beverly Hills, I don't know, Geneva, I don't know if you watched the season where, because I feel like people skip out on Beverly Hills the early season, because it was the season where Taylor's husband, who was DVing her, had a whole bunch of financial issues and unalived himself, and they recorded how he left all this massive debt. They recorded her giving up her wedding ring and all kinds of stuff. And so I other shows do have things that are going on. They had alcoholism and surrogacy issues, people, children not knowing that they were carried by surrogate and someone was trying to go around and blast it. All kinds of things happening.
It's just
with
the way Black franchises is how they try to glamorize some of the stuff, or how they feel like they should be able to put certain attention, like Andy's tone and response when he asked the question, and then when she answered him, and then he tried to double down, or he's not doing it now. I live in the house with him, not you. What do you mean?
Because what I think what we saw there in that moment was hostility.
Yeah.
We saw some of that clear hostility, like, how dare you? I'm telling you, there's a whole lot of, in the house of Bravo, Negress, stay in your place. Mm-hmm. It's a lot of it. And I'm waiting for the day when Bravo's chickens come home to roost.
Because I will say a moment that I feel like would have reflected him doing it would have been like, because I remember when Ashley was like, oh, Michael used to own the Watergate Hotel, and it brought up, and he let her just say it. I'm like, Andy, you're supposed to be the host. You should have known that he owned a part of it. He lost it to something. I would have brought all that up. It's like the fact that he didn't have a rebuttal towards her, and I kind of felt like because her husband is who her husband is, but you had that kind of rebuttal towards Monique when we haven't seen any issue.
But let's tell the truth about the thing. Now, if we're going to talk about it, let's talk about it.
Okay.
He didn't have that type of attitude and response toward Ashley. One, because of course Michael is clear, but there's another part of that. There's another that's why I say a lot of these conversations are so nuanced, because Chris technically did fall into the stereotype of you got your money by running and catching a ball.
Yeah.
So that's why he felt comfortable
okay.
to say that, and he did not automatically assume that this man had any business acumen. Whereas we can look at Michael Darby and tell that there's nothing athletic about that man at all. I don't believe that he could run his way out of a wet paper bag. So they know that he had business acumen. They know he made his money through business. So no, there wasn't going to be this rebuttal and let me question his business acumen. Whereas when it came to this black man who did actually fit into the stereotype to a certain degree, that's why he felt comfortable to be so hostile. Like,
And,
you know, y'all get money by catching balls and singing and rapping.
and I think also Monique and Chris's non-stereotypical life bothered their soul.
It triggered them because it was
loving,
like they did not fit the stereotype with their day-to-day life at all.
At all.
Okay, what did they do? Okay. So like stereotype. I gotcha.
Yeah, with their day-to-day life, watching them on that show, they just did not fit the mold. Their life was not a mess. There was not a lot of arguing. Like, they literally had to make up a rumor about infidelity, and they were willing to go as far as to try to lie and say that the man's child wasn't his. They needed that seedy, low-class stereotype for that black family, and it just wasn't there.
And that's what really vexed them. The fact that Chris would be down to defend his wife, how they could be so loving and respectful, and Monique was a lady, she's a woman, she don't have to be manly and aggressive. It just really, that's why by the time she had the incident with Candace, they had to try to wear it out. Oh, she's aggressive, girl, bye.
Oh yeah, they did all that. And that's why I said Candace really is wearing a lot of it now, because a lot of our people, you know how we are now, we don't forgive much, not if we can help it. And a lot of people are still, you know, it's going to be a long time before they forget Candace's
Candace
part
played
that she
a whole
played in it.
Karen.
Okay,
Candace
but
played
about
a
this stuff,
whole Karen.
Can we remember the track, This Path? From what I understood, and it all makes sense to me when I heard both sides. It happened, which it still happened. I'm not gonna say it's not. It didn't happen. Happened 2 years ago. Monique's friend Gigi was running around trying to tell all the girls. They talked about it.
Yeah,
I can understand Monique being upset if she felt like Candace didn't say enough in that moment. Monique and Candace both said they weren't speaking at that moment. Candace called Karen to tell Monique. Monique then went and double checked with Candace, and Candace told her yes, X, Y, and Z. To the point where Candace even wrote a statement for Monique to shut Gigi up. And it was done. To me, that season happened. And the only person I saw in the beginning of the season, before the fight happened, having lunch with Giselle, having Giselle in their home, driving around with Giselle to the lake house.
Yeah.
Throwing lunches for Ashley, of all people, because I feel like Monique should keep her eye on Ashley. Right. And then also, let's not forget, Ashley was the one who said Candace became close friends with Charisse, when the whole point was Candace and Charisse had already made up from the 3rd season, to the point where Charisse was actually already invited to Candace's wedding. So they were already cool. And then Giselle ran back to Monique saying, oh, she made a attempt. And then come to find out that Monique had already been around Charisse for Ashley. I can get if people don't like how Candace responded after to the fight, but I feel like people always forget that like Candace was not cool. Candace was not up in Giselle and Robin's and Ashley's face. That was Monique.
Like I get all that, but I think the part that people are very unforgiving about is the way Candace behaved toward Monique and how she played that up. You two ladies got into mutual combat. Let me borrow that from the police. Y'all got into mutual combat. It went a certain kind of way, you know, that caused the wig to be shifted.
Fine, but it wasn't brutal.
It was definitely not brutal. It was a wig. It was a wig shift, and then like 100-yard dash, because Monique ran the 100-yard dash. There was some hooping and hollering, no more than Robin has done, and Candace really played it up. She
was really trying to get that lady in legal trouble. You going to
She
the doctor,
was.
you
But
doing
you
all
fought
this
with
and
someone
that.
who has never been in a fight before, whose mom's first thing is to call a lawyer.
But see, the thing is,
You
Candace
need
was
you need
hooping
to
and
behave
hollering
like you that
all
type of
before that
person then.
happened. All
I
before that wig snatch, Candace was moving her hands, and not even in that moment, just prior seasons. Candace was acting like
Multiple
she done
times.
scrapped before. So for you
Yes.
to actually get in a scrap, and now I'm a white lady. Oh,
I don't like this whole white
I
lady.
need
If a black
sticky
woman hasn't been in a
notes.
fight, they haven't been in a fight. I don't think it's a white lady for you to
No,
be
no,
not
no,
wanting to be in a
no,
fight.
no, no. But she turned into a clear woman. That's what she turned into.
She
She did
turned
not
into
turn
a clear
into.
woman by
She did
the
not turn into a black
victimization she
girl who's
did to
never been
herself.
into a fight. She turned into a whole clear woman. This scary black lady. I need post-it notes. I need get the hell out of here. You were the
I'm gonna
same
have to
girl.
respectfully disagree.
And not only that, she's the same girl that's talking about rat-a-tat-tat. Candace, honey, rat-a-tat-tat means that you'll let off shots. So
Well, Wendy said that first.
but I'm just saying, but she happily lifts that moniker and wears wears it like Gucci. So let's call a thing a thing.
Yeah.
You don't get to portray yourself one way, and then when people join you, just like I said about her joining Ashley on that path, you know what I'm saying? There was no veering off. Monique joined her on that path. She hopped on the path, invited Monique, and Monique joined her. And then all of a sudden, now we need post-its, and I'm in shock, and I need security, and this person is dangerous.
And it's the fact that it would have been one thing if she literally was going through mental trouble because of it, but you were literally putting on an act trying to get her in legal trouble. That is what a Karen.
And trying to get her money.
Part.
And then trying to get her money. You tried to do a lawsuit to get this woman's money.
Yeah, most people do that. Most people do fight a criminal and a civil lawsuit.
No, most people don't. I've been in fights my whole life. Ain't nobody ever done that.
No. Nicole, what's her name? And then Nicole's family, they try to get criminal charges on AJ.
And what color are they? What color are they?
What? White. I don't know, but people do that. That is normal.
But
that does happen.
It ain't normal.
The problem is,
can we be honest? Our folks don't do that.
The thing is,
I'm trying to figure out when we say what behavior is normal for us or not.
The difference is that Candace was an active participant up until it didn't go her way.
Thank you.
If Wendy was as she should, try to press charges on Mia, we wouldn't call her a Karen because she was not an active participant.
It was not mutual combat.
Okay, if you want to do the active participant part, we can get with that. The whole afterwards, I don't know how that girl was raised.
This is what I'm saying, Kai. That is the behavior of clear women. They will engage and become the victim. Candace engaged and then became the victim. That is clear behavior 101. That is Missy Ann and Karen behavior.
But it also is a different behavior.
And then I'm going to be a victim.
But it's also different behavior when you've been trying to avoid an issue with someone and they keep looking for one.
But when did she avoid an issue with this girl?
Every time she apologized to her and walked away.
Just because you apologize, when you apologize and then re-engage, you're not avoiding anything.
Just in the winery scene, because they all had been drinking, we're gonna count for all of them drinking. Candace walked away. Monique standing at the other side of the table. Candace was walking away and then decided to come back and close the distance.
Yes, she did.
That is not trying to disengage.
That is engaging.
You should have kept going.
All right.
We're going to respectfully disagree.
But yeah, she totally engaged. And then when that girl told her to get her hands out of her face, and she continued to wave them in her face, and then when that girl flipped her hair, it was like, but she flipped my hair, baby. You keep your hands to your side, okay?
And also, let's say, Monique felt comfortable making sure that she went all the way there, even though Robin walked up on her and she had the restraint to walk away.
No. Now let's tell the truth. No, she did not. Hold on. She did not just walk away. Robin I actually reposted that clip on Twitter not long ago. Robin walked up on Monique. Monique put that umbrella in her throat with a K and said, "You better back off before I choke you out with this umbrella." So there was no, "Oh, I'm just gonna walk away because Missy Robin came." No.
But then she just said, "I can't do this. I have things to lose, and you want X, Y, and Z."
Yeah, because
But she
that's when
withheld
Robin was
herself
still
from what she
caught
really wanted
herself.
to do.
She caught herself before she went on and got down with her. And aggression aside, Robert was not waving her hands and poking her hands in Monique's face, or else Monique might not have done so well.
On
Yes,
top
just
of
walking
the
up
fact
into someone's
that they
face
were
is
drinking in the
not enough.
winery, on top of the fact, I hate that Monique didn't bring this up. Monique could have been in postpartum. She was not long off of having that baby. So she drinking, she just had that baby, and it was just too much. And I don't think they afforded her that much grace. Nobody had brought up the fact that she had just had that baby. That baby,
because they didn't care.
Not
they
even
didn't care.
4 months.
It was finally a way to get her. And Candace
and she fell right into it.
She fell into
it. She fell into it. Both of them fell to that
right,
trap.
yes.
Because if we gonna tell
right
the truth, that whole situation that went on with Monique, honey, that was a trap for Candace too. And
it was. And Monique was
Candace
happy high-fiving Robin, saying we're going to ice Candace out.
And Candace is still reaping the benefits of that trap, because now, because you participated in that, your own people really can't stand 10 toes behind you, because we saw what you did.
People didn't like Candace before that.
But it's
but Kai, that's a moot point. I couldn't stand her before that, and I'm still pointing out everything that they've done wrong to her. What I'm saying is, we can't stand fully behind you because we watched you kiss these people's behinds. We watched
Monique kiss people's behinds.
But here's the thing: Monique is now gone. Candace, now you standing here by yourself. See, that's the whole point. When you help people get your sisters out of here, eventually, as my daddy would say, eventually,
and Candace is handling it.
Hold on. Like my father would say, once you help people get your people, eventually you're going to be the last nigga standing. And that's where Candace finds herself now. You participated. Just like she sat up there with forehead talking about, "Oh, I watched Giselle plot and plan on people." You sat there, baby. You were complicit. According to you all, silence is complicit. It makes you complicit in the act. So she sat there. She was a party to. She took part. Everything was cool until now. It's fired off at her. This is what I'm saying. She fell for the trap, so did Monique. But now that Monique is gone, we can bring up we can sing her name all day long until it becomes a Christmas carol. Now Candace is standing there by herself. And the same reindeer games that she participated in are now being directed toward her. Now Team Yellow is at her full force.
Mary's gone now.
Because Wendy got hers back fast. And I think because she only did it that one time, that's why it was quick for her. Candace gonna have to go through the fire a little bit, because she didn't been complicit a few times with the foolery.
Yep. And now the chickens are home. This is the thing. It's like you can have your wake-up call, but it's a certain thing as having your wake-up call a little bit too late.
Yeah. Because I think at this point, because Candace carries herself completely different. And I think she gets it. But you still got to
reap. And what's messed up is I totally agree that Candace is moving differently. And I think had Candace been moving like this, the way she's moving now from the beginning, no problem, not your twins, mama. You know you fam. But had she been moving the way she's moving now from the beginning, she would have had a whole lot more people on her team, because the way she was moving from the beginning was kind of foul.
From which everyone's turn. From which beginning point? Are we talking about season 5 or since she's been on the show?
I want to say pretty much since she's been on the show, it's been little stuff. And I think that as we saw her get comfortable with these people, as she said, she got a little too comfortable with Giselle. As she got more and more comfortable with these people, her behavior became more overt. And I'm telling you, I think that's what rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. Now she's not moving that same way, because I think she's seeing that, hey, it don't matter how I do or how safe I think I'm playing it by going along with whatever. These people will come for me too.
Yeah.
I get confused when we're saying going along with, because the only thing people bring up is the Monique thing, and I don't know how you're complicit when you call someone to warn her, and when she asks you to do a legal thing for her, you do it.
But that's only one part of it. That's
What?
only one part of it. I didn't have a problem with that. I don't know if you heard, me and Gabor was going back and forth because he felt like that Candace was wrong. I didn't feel like Candace was wrong. I felt like Candace did right by going through Karen and
Yeah,
letting.
because me and you went back and forth about that. I didn't see it for Candace with that.
And right, you and Gabor, like, y'all double team me on that, and that's cool. You know
I
what I'm
know.
saying?
I missed the season
Like,
5 fighting, so we
you know
fighting
what I'm
now.
saying? I can take a punch. You know what I'm saying? I'm not Candace. I can take a punch. I don't have no wig on. But I just felt like if I'm not cool with you, it's nice enough that I went to somebody and let them tell you, rather than just being quiet and let you get blindsided. I didn't have a problem with Candace doing that, if I'm going to be completely honest. No
So
problem.
what is the complacent part?
But that part, no problem with that. But the complicity, as far as the things that was going on with how Giselle, I'm bringing in security. And these people, oh, you set black women back 15, 16
But she wasn't at that meeting.
She wasn't at that meeting. What I'm saying is she spoke out against none of the foolishness. None of it. She was
I
okay.
can understand that.
That's what I'm saying.
And
She was.
I can see both sides
yeah,
of that part.
And,
You don't.
and publicly, she did not give way that she knew about them creating the rumor until after the pat
After the fact, right? And then it was done on.
That was when she did her live, either
Yep.
right before the
Yes,
show
because
aired.
Monique said something about it and she responded when someone asked her about it. And we're also
Right.
not going to forget when they were recording the show, Monique leaked it to everyone saying that she threw wine at her and that's why she hit her.
But hold on, we don't know that Monique leaked that. That's another.
Monique even says she knows the people who did it.
Okay, saying she knows the person who did it, that doesn't
And it's the
mean
person she
leaked
told.
anything. And that
You
still
know
doesn't
what you're
mean
doing
that
when
she
you're doing
leaked
that.
anything. If I sit here and tell you something as my partner and you go repeat it, that's not me leaking it. That's you betraying my trust. And I can say that from a standpoint of somebody who has a platform, who has been given a lot of information, and I was decent enough not to come on live and say, "Ooh, going live exclusive." So just because you tell somebody something, that's no guarantee that this person is going to run out there and go repeating what you said.
Mm-hmm.
Like, people have done that to Nene. People have done that to a lot of people. You thinking they're your friends? Hell, we watched Wendy Williams do that to Nene on live on her show. Ooh, I think she gonna quit, y'all. That's not Nene leaking anything. That's her talking to somebody who she thought was her friend. Why the hell?
Well, it doesn't help then when you're liking, when it gets out, and instead of not saying anything, you are starting to tweet and like things about you doing it.
But I think the issue became because Candace made it a legal fight, even though everybody told her not
after
to.
almost 2 weeks because of everything that was going on the internet.
She made it a legal fight, and the complicity was just the you went to painting Monique as the violent black woman. If you would have just kept it as you could have this was
my friend. We fell out. We had a fight.
She thought that until she started acting up on the Twitter.
But being on Twitter don't mean that you go and try to attack somebody's livelihood. That's something white people.
Well, after you put your hands on me, I don't know what I'll be doing.
But it was mutual combat. They were both in it. So how is it that
I don't know what I'll be doing?
She was not sitting down eating her.
I don't agree with that point. That's why I have the stance.
She wasn't sitting down eating her food, minding her business like Wendy Osefo. And then Monique walked up, threw a drink, and hit her with a purse. That did not happen. Those two women were up there arguing nose to nose, hands in face, hair flipping, and then a fight broke out. They were both equally responsible for that nonsense that took place.
Yeah.
And
there
only
was
one.
I'm an innocent little lily white victim. That is not what took place. But that's sure how she behaved after the fact.
If Monique got on Twitter and got to talking, Candace could have got on Twitter and got to talk.
But she didn't think it was for fodder. That was the point. That's why she went to legal, because she thought her friend would call her and they could talk it out, and that's not what happened.
She couldn't have thought her friend was gonna call her. Not the way we saw those ladies behaving. You didn't think she was gonna call you.
That's literally what you said before she went to court.
She didn't want to be anywhere near that lady. all the way down to she was mad with Karen for still having a relationship with that woman, all the way down to them sitting up demonizing that woman to the point of them being angry because she came to Karen's event before they got there. Like they did a lot. And Candace had her hands
Monique handed
to
it
her
to them.
freaking elbows. She was
Monique
just
was
as dirty as the
high-fiving
rest
about
of them.
icing Candace out, and it got served to her.
She had her hands in it up to her elbows, Kai.
And Monique was
that's why a lot of
high-fiving and laughing with Robin about icing Candace out, and instead it happened to her.
Well, she didn't get iced though, because
didn't.
Ashley didn't go along with it, and Karen
Ashley didn't invite her to her Portugal trip.
But this is what I'm saying. Who the ice or the no ice? Candace had her hands in it up to her elbows.
We're reaping what we're sowing.
And it still goes back to my original point. That is why Candace does not have the full support of the viewership right now, because people
I'm still a lot of support.
I'm just of course it's a lot of support. I'm here supporting her, but I'm saying she does not have the full support because people have long memories. That's why we even saw people in the chat tonight. Oh, this is karma. This is a lot of people really feel that way, and they're saying it. And I'm only saying the truth. She doesn't have full support. When in all honesty, she should have full support, because what's happening to her is wrong, period. And there's no way around it. But she doesn't have full support because people have long memories.
Yes, and I have one as well.
But the problem is that's the key. People have long memories. Candace's hands were not clean.
And neither was Monique's.
And Monique is gone, and now Candace is here by herself. And right now,
and she's handling it the way that Monique should have.
Candace is the one who needs our support right now. That's my point.
And she's handling it the way
to me, that sounds as crazy as the people who are like when they ask about Biden, start talking about Trump. He ain't in office. We talking about you, Candace. You're here, and people still
let's talk about Candace right now. She's handling it wonderfully.
We talking about Candace. Candace deserves. I'm saying Candace deserves 100% support, and that's why she doesn't have it at the moment. That's what I'm saying. Okay. She deserves 100% support. It's annoying to me that people cannot put aside her behavior in the past and look at the situation that's on ground right now. That's the issue. Put it to the side, because I feel like she was dirty as a swamp rat, and I'm never going to think she wasn't. But she still, I feel like, deserves our 100% support, because what is happening to her is systemic, is vile, and it's wrong. This is where the water gets muddy. This is where the water gets muddy with our folks. Is that people will have, because we do have such a long memory, people cannot set aside who you have been and pay attention to what's happening to you. Because what's happening to this girl is dead wrong and it's dirty. They did the same thing to Monique. They doing it to Wendy. They doing it to her. Hell, they do it to Sharice. She's just such a bootlicker. She's fine with it.
They constantly try to do it to Karen.
Yeah, they try. Karen just ain't
Karen
going.
also plays with it.
Yeah, because she can. She has the privilege of being able to. But when we talking about these brown sisters, they don't have that same privilege.
Yeah.
And Candace absolutely deserves our 100% support. And it's frustrating. And I was speaking on the fact for me, how frustrating it is to watch our own people pretend like they don't see what time it is because they so wrapped up in her behavior prior to this moment.
Hi, Kitty.
And I think it's important that, people keep it real. Like for me, keeping it real is just keeping it real. I'm not going to pretend like you ain't did nothing wrong just to support you. I'm going to support you, but I'm still going to be real. You was dirty. But what they doing is wrong, and I can't support that. Don D say hindsight is 2020. We don't know. She might regret what happened in the past and now understand what the viewers saw, and she's living it. That's true. She may see it. I hope she sees it. You know what I'm saying? Like I think to a certain degree, Candace was so busy being mad that she didn't care why they was doing it. She was cool with it. She was gonna jump on
Yeah.
board. She was gonna do everything she could. She was so mad. She done sold all them wolf tickets, talking about what she gonna do and drag me, Monique, and you know, all this rah-rah. And then when the fight actually happens, which really was two prissy girls fighting, it was really a joke of a fight. And you didn't come out on the winning end, then all of a sudden I'm a victim. I need Post-its, I need Kleenex, I need therapy. I think she was embarrassed. And that happens sometimes. And I think it happens a lot of times because sometimes I think sometimes sisters feel the pressure to try to be like this certain type of chick, this certain type of bad chick with the rah-rah. If you know you're not that, it's cool. Don't be that. Be clear. That's one thing I've said I like about Shekinah, even though I don't like Shekinah. I know I say that a lot about people. I don't really like a lot of folks. I know I don't like Shekinah, but I like that about her, that she's open, like, I don't fight. When Spice was like, girl, I beat your tail, she said, I don't want to fight. I don't fight. I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? Let it be known. Look, I don't fade. You know what I mean? You don't. But I think Candace, being that she is younger, I think she felt the pressure like, oh, I got to show him I can do that too. And you can't. And it's okay to say, girl, I ain't finna fight you. I don't fight.
The pressure of twirling around saying good night, we're asleep, we're bored.
What happened?
The pressure of twirling around saying we're asleep, we're bored.
We're asleep, we're bored.
That's what she said. That's what would happen. A regular housewife fight that escalated.
Well,
but Monique is not here, so.
But you know, we all found out in hindsight that it probably would not have escalated had Giselle
actually is the one that pushed
and
Monique.
That's what really caused it.
That's what caused it to pop.
And she thought that was Candace. They was both in a trap.
They were
probably would not have escalated had she not felt that push. Them doing that little what was it, that clucking in each other's faces.
Yeah, that wasn't gonna go nowhere
until she felt that push.
So that's my point. Like, I don't really see how this is
Giselle laid the hands. Yes, child, that was funny. Elliot Spice was ready to lay hands on Shekinah. Shekinah was like, girl, I don't fight. And I think all that rah-rah and stuff, and then Giselle, she saw it. Giselle ran up there playing, baddest man hit my hand, and she instigated that fight. And neither one of them little prissy heifers can't fight. Now, can we just tell the truth? Neither one of them can't fight. Because if Candace had been waving her hands in my face, Giselle wouldn't have had a chance to push me. I'd have swole her whole mouthpiece up on the spot. I'd have took a whole job.
They would have kept clucking until the scene ended.
It would have been a cluck and walk away. Giselle pushed that up because she wanted those two black girls to fight. Now that's what the hell she did. But everything.
Let's not forget Ashley.
Huh, baby?
But I feel like let's not forget everything after that. It had a beginning and an end. And I also won't forget that Ashley's the one who asked them, are they okay? And started that whole conversation and then mystically ran off to the bathroom.
But I don't think, I mean, that was but for Ashley, I don't think she wanted a physical fight now. She just wanted them to
bicker and argue. Right.
I'm just saying she was a part of the mess, is what I'm saying. Yeah. She was a part of the whole. Oh, sure. She made friends with Charisse, and then later on, after the seasons aired, Charisse had nothing to do with it. Then why was it so important for you to bring it up on camera to get Giselle to bring it to Monique?
Yeah.
Well, see, that's the thing. I don't think Ashley knew it was going to be an altercation. They were messy.
I'm not saying that.
Right. I know, baby. I'm just saying. What I'm saying is, I feel like that was a plan from Team Yellow to get those two black girls. And both of them really took the bait. Monique took the bait first, and I don't know who took it first, really. I think
Monique
they both took the bait.
No, Monique.
I can't call it. And the reason I say I can't call it is because we don't know what all went on behind the scenes. By Candace's own admission, I've sat through conversations with Giselle plotting on people, so I don't know what the hell went on behind the scenes. Apparently, they're doing mighty much behind the scenes. So I'm not so comfortable saying who did what first. I know they both took the bait, and they both fell into the trap. Thank you, Nacho Twins.
Yes, we can agree on that.
They both fell into the trap, and it's like, in hindsight, anybody who can still look at it as Candace versus Monique, Like that's to me, that's real elementary thinking.
Okay.
Because at this point you got to be able to see it was a bigger trap going on.
Yeah.
You got to.
Someone asked about Salt Lake City. Yeah.
Queen
I'm
Mermaid
very.
going to bed. Good night, boo.
We just running. Yes, I'm very happy that the racist Asian lady Jenny, she's been is gone. I do miss Mary. She was crazy, but
Mary was
Bravo
fun.
was very much so irresponsible in the way they represented the Black church, especially with a whole bunch of Mormons on there. She was the comic gold. Jen is going to jail. She's going to jail, and I don't know what they're gonna do afterwards.
I mean, the whole thing with Mary, like, can we be honest? They only put her on that show because of the type of background in church and whatever that she was in.
Yes.
They would not have gotten anybody from the actual Black church that like was really responsible and didn't have all that drama and scandal behind them. That's the only reason they put her there, because it was something to talk about. Okay. Now from my own audit, and I audited by clips because I refused to watch even one episode of that snooze fest. From my own audit, Night Queen Mermaid, from my own audit, I feel as though Jen Shaw was absolutely trying to wear Black culture as a costume.
Oh,
I agree.
She wanted to out the Black girl on the show. As far as Mary Cosby, she was a little wacky, a little strange. The way they tried to paint the church as some kind of cult, I didn't appreciate that. I found that to be disgusting.
Yeah, and I think that's why she left.
Yeah, because that was disgusting. Many Pentecostal churches are pastored by women, and that doesn't make it a cult. That's very normal. The way she talked to the people, like, oh, y'all better put some money in there, that's very common too. And the fact that it was that many Black people pretending like they were unaware of that pissed me off, like, which was a further reason why I refused to watch it. I refuse to participate in raccoonish, behavior. I cannot. Because we've all attended a couple of holiness services where the people like, ain't nobody leaving until everybody go in your purse and hold up a $20 bill. We've all been there. I've been in those services, and I'm a Baptist. I was visiting a church one night with my girlfriend, with your auntie Lorene, over there at Tabernacle, and Bishop Brown, and I'm gonna talk about her. She sat up there and said, now, ushers, y'all get the dough. Ain't nobody leaving. We ain't closing out till we get this amount of money. We've sat through this foolishness. This is what happens in some Black churches. So the fact that they tried to flip that, oh, it's a cult, I was disgusted. I was offended. Because I felt like, I see what y'all trying to do here. I didn't like it.
Yeah.
And then after the bringing on of the racist Asian woman, I'm like, okay, enough is enough. Bravo, stop playing in our faces. First, you bring on the Pacific Islander woman with her own brand of racism, because Black fishing is racism. And then you bring on the Asian woman to bring the racism, because you wanted the racism there, but you just knew you couldn't get away with having it come from a clear woman. So you tried to find other ways of doing it, and it was disgusting and boring. I just couldn't watch it.
Yeah, that Asian woman was annoying with her trying to attack Mary. Like, girl, what is wrong with you?
Yeah, it was very interesting watching so many people feel like Mary should know so much about stereotypes of Asian people in Utah when they've already stated that there are not a lot of people of color in general, and that Jenny was upholding her to the standard that, like, I feel like she gave leeway for the other women to say something wrong and understand that it was wrong, but did not give that to Mary.
Ain't she the one
because she already had a problem with Mary?
Yes, obviously that was the point of, like, making her, pointing this out. When she threw that glass, oh my God, I was like, well, I will not be watching next season, which I have not.
Jenny was
it was a bit much.
Exposed on Facebook.
Yeah.
Yes, that was her.
Yes.
That was her. It was just so much. Now listen, y'all, we done had too much of a good time. It's been 4.5 hours, and y'all gonna take y'all little booties to bed. It's the middle of the night, or nothing. Y'all going to bed.
Well, I'm already laying down with Miss Kitty. Me and Miss Kitty been in the bed.
And Kai, you too. Oh, y'all already in the bed. That's why y'all so cool. Okay. Now I done caught on to what's happening. I said, wait a minute. You know, that's the kind of stuff kids do to you when they're young, too. They'll sit up and laugh with you, and you'll forget what time it is before you know it. They all past the bedtime. Like, yeah, let's just keep mama talking. She won't know that we out the bed.
Mm-hmm.
No, y'all going to bed. It's 4.5 hours we've been in here talking about these people. God's anointed daughter say this channel is a vibe. It is, and I love it. I love the vibe, but y'all not gonna get me like this again. 4.5 hours we done got off of Potomac. Y'all done had us talking about Atlanta and the what is it, Beverly Hills and OC and Dallas with the racist people in Salt Lake City. We done talked everything around the world and back again. Y'all going to bed on that note.
I guess.
Oh my goodness. I love it. I love it. And I ain't kidding. Look here. Y'all get y'all butts up out of here. Everybody, if y'all ain't hit that like button, go ahead on and hit it. If I don't call it now, we'll be here for another 3 hours. And the devil is a lie. Hit that like button, please, if you haven't already. If you have, I thank you. Hit the notification bell. Make sure you click all so you will know the next time we go live on this good porch. Okay. Also, subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Share the video with a friend. Hell, somebody might need something to listen to while they're working their next shift at work, because this is almost a whole shift. All right. In the meanwhile, Kai, when you starting your channel?
We're gonna aim for before the end of January, because I have some travel plans happening. So we're gonna aim for the end of January, before that.
All right. So now y'all know this is our girl. So when she get crunk, y'all got to get behind her. Geneva's Garden is her own channel, baby. She got the makeup, the tutorial. She got her own brand. So y'all go follow Geneva's Garden on YouTube and watch them videos. Make sure y'all hit the like buttons over there. And in the meanwhile, get y'all hips in the bed, every last one of you. Those of y'all who are not already in the bed, that is. And if nobody else says it to you, remember, God loves you. I love you. And ain't nothing you can do about it. Y'all tell these people good night.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Bye, y'all.